Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. We've got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you might go floating off into that deep dark void of space, never to be seen again. What am I doing? Ah, there we go. Sorry. Been a whole day off, and now I'm totally screwing up my software. Here we go. All right, people. First, I need some glasses and a hat. Beautiful. All right. Thursday evening. Got a hell of a lot to talk about tonight, Space Fams. But first, some shout-outs. Oh, no, a hermit horologist, young Chris, 123 in the YouTube chat. Jetmend, also here. Close forth. Big Jerry and Catharticus. Rogue Gerb and Man to the Pivot. Ricky said, also on Twitch. Boy, oh boy, Space Fams, it's been an interesting week already. So much to talk about. Good God. We had elections. And now we've got bombshells regarding Melania Trump. Amanda Ungaro finally speaking on what she knows about Melania's dealings with Jeffrey Epstein and more. What else are we going to talk about today? We'll probably get into Trump's birthday party getting canceled. White House 250, is it happening? We'll get into that. Mehdi Hasan schooling Patrick at Davidson of the PBD podcast. And the Senate blocking the vote for an Iran war resolution. Not gonna do it.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Let's start in the United States. Now, you might think, since Jeffrey Epstein is on the list, that's going to be the first thing we talk about. But you would be wrong. Wrong. Incorrect. We are going to talk about TPUSA. That's right, Turning Point USA has been having some issues lately. The obvious, perhaps some less obvious, of course. Charlie Kirk no longer there. I mean, it's nearly been a year since his passing. Erica Kirk, his wife, trying to take up the helm, take the wheel over at TPUSA. Suffice to say, it has not gone well. It's gone weird. If it's gone anyway, I think all of us can agree that it's been weird. They've been trying to supposedly continue the work of Charlie. However, there are some allegations floating around that TPUSA has run out of money. Oh shit, the sound is super low. There we go. There we go, now we got sounds. Let's go here to the I've Had It podcast from yesterday.
Erica Kirk recently said that we have to stand up for, what did she say, white mailmen? And she wasn't talking about the United States Postal Service.
Who I would be happy to stand
Daddies are more stronger
the
than
people I
mommies.
find most mysterious in all this is Charlie Kirk's parents.
These petty old guys.
You hate each other.
You know it's talk.
Okay, hold on. Please hold. You can't watch this whole thing. But if you haven't figured it out yet, the Oh, God, I can't remember what her job is there, technically. Editor, I want to say? The Daily Beast. Daily Beast is on here collaborating with I've Had It.
My great friend, Joanna Coles. She is the chief content and creative director of The Daily Beast and co-host of Inside Trump's Head. Joanna, how are you today?
Well,
Thank you, Jennifer.
I wish that people could see what's going on inside, which is I'm doing one of those little dances with my feet and my arms, just going, I'm so excited to be here because I love your show. I think you're incredible. And you sort of come from nowhere, and I feel like you've changed the podcast scene, and it's really exciting. So I'm thrilled to be here, and I am but a minnow in your shark's wake, Jen. A minnow.
A minnow. Thank you so much. That is so lovely to hear. You know, there are so many people like me that are blue dots in red states that have lived in MAGA supermajorities and know the imminent danger. Because when you live in New York,
right, you don't sense it.
You can get, it cracks me up when people are like, Kathy Hochul pisses me off. And I think, what a luxury.
Right.
The governors in these red states are taking away rape victims' rights and saying that that's what God wanted them to do. I mean, it's really dire for women. But speaking of
Okay. Oh, wait. Is this where she starts off? I can't remember. Hold on.
MAGA, Trump has been hanging out with this little blonde.
Okay, no, I'm skipping past this one. I want to get to the TPUSA of it all. I'm trying to remember where they start talking about that. I think it's around here. Eh?
At the bottom of his ankles.
Yeah, I've seen it. It's
And they have gets moved around to try and block the view of Trump's cankles because it's on a low table.
oh my gosh.
When you take photographs, you can't quite see the ankles.
Okay, moving along to Erica Kirk. So I would say the MAGA movement is built on different buckets of support. And one of the youth support and the evangelical base would be Turning Point. Charlie Kirk is murdered, horrible. Erica Kirk bizarrely kind of comes out with a bang, a literal bang at the funeral. Fireworks, kind of WW. It was kind of
That was so strange. That was very strange. Who would have a funeral with Roman candles? It makes no sense unless you're creating a spectacle.
So you know what I think, Joanna? You know, once they all get in that bubble, they have no reference point as to how crazy they look. Because I know from even living in the Bible Belt that there are the mega church people, and they're all in the praise stuff, and you know, the funeral,
the hands in the
all
air.
the hands in the air, and all of that stuff is real normal to them. But I also know from living in the Bible Belt, like an Episcopalian or a Methodist or a Presbyterian looked down on the mega churchers, like, oh, they're so trashy.
Right.
Like
so they're kind of a white trash church.
Yes, the white trash church. And so then when you put that on a national stage, as Turning Point did with the funeral, I think it face planted. And there's been reporting that they are creating false numbers, Turning Point. And I think they're having financial problems because, pop this up, Kylie. Turning Point is trying to profit or fundraising off of letters that her husband wrote to her while he was alive. And she writes this one on the left. Charlie knew how much those little notes meant to me, and now I treasure them in a way I never could have understood at the time. I hold on to every word he left for me, and looking back, I think about the young women in the room.
Oh, this is so gross. This is just so gross. God, the Turning Point is dead. The fact that this is what they're doing right now, in the middle of a primary election, this is how they're fundraising. They've completely fallen apart. That's incredible. Wow. Wow.
Listening to us that night at the Women's Leadership Summit, and then it's attached to a fundraiser, which is just so grifty and gross.
These are my personal little love notes. I will never give them up. By the way, can you send me $50? Yes. I mean, should we give Erica Kirk the benefit of the doubt here that she is a grieving widow? No one should go through their husband being shot at her age. That said, Turning Point seems to have been really an organization built around one man, Charlie Kirk, and it's clearly struggling to survive. And we remember the recent rally that was featuring J.D. Vance, and tens of people turned up. Tens of people turned up.
Yeah. I think it is really in its last phases, which I think is really good for America.
Yeah. I mean, this is incredible right now. They're not fundraising on any political campaigns. They have no direction over at DPUSA. They're literally putting out fundraising emails on letters from Charlie Kirk, a guy who's been dead for a year now. They clearly cannot find a direction without him, right? And I said that they were really good. I told you they were going to really struggle to do this. That there was no way Erica was going to be accepted. First off, she didn't have the chops that Charlie does. She might think very similar things to Charlie, but she didn't have she doesn't have, the rhetorical skills that Charlie Kirk had when he was alive. I think everybody here knows that I disagree with Charlie a lot on basically everything, but he was talented at debate. He was talented at the narrative and at networking and in public speaking. Right? He was a piece of shit, but he had his talents. Talents that Erica does not have. And she will not, in my opinion, be making up for those talents anytime soon. Also, she's a woman in a space that was bred for young men. And I said that was not going to work for her from step one. They were going to have to find someone else if they were ever going to find a foothold, and they have not done that. Right? They haven't even kind of pivoted towards that. Is Jack Posobiec? Where's Jack Posobiec? Not according to Nightbot, it's still under a year. 267 days. Okay, you're right. We're a few months off. It's been 9 months. It's been 9 months. All right. Was there more of this? I think there was another. It's fine. It's fine. This is more rumors than it is news. All right, now it's time to talk about this shocking bombshell. Multiple shocking bombshells, honestly. But there's one in particular that's quite revelatory, really. I mean, the fact that Amanda Ungaro has finally spoken is somewhat bombshell, right? I mean, we've been waiting for this for, what, like a month and a half, 2 months now? Like, when did we first get wind of that? It was around the time we had, like, the ceasefire, the fake ceasefire started, right? It was like a month and a half ago. How long has the fake ceasefire been going for? But yeah, TPUSA, Toilet Paper USA, can go straight to hell. And I'm fine with that. I'm fine with it collapsing. I'm here for it. I'm here. 100% here for it. That's all I got. 6-7 weeks. Okay. Perfect. Perfect. Thank you, Amanda. All right. Let's start here. status coup. Actually, before that, I almost forgot. We can't talk Epstein files without this.
First, thank you, President. I know you want to move past all this intrigue over the Epstein files, but I do want to ask you to clarify something you said this morning. You said this was all a hoax. Has your Attorney General told you this was a hoax? What evidence?
No, it's not the Attorney General. No, I know it's a hoax. It's started by Democrats.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
Are people still talking about this guy, this great
The Epstein hoax.
Jeffrey Epstein? Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
That is unbelievable.
I call it the Epstein hoax.
This guy's been talked about for years. I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein. This guy, this great.
It's all a big hoax. It's perpetrated by the Democrats, and some stupid Republicans and foolish Republicans fall into the net. I call it the Epstein hoax.
There we go. There's President Dr. Trump. That's a doctor outfit, right? Is that what doctors? That's what doctors wear. I know a doctor uniform when I see it. President Dr. Trump saying, are we still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been
This guy's
talked
been
about
talked about
for
for
years.
years. What are we doing? That's what he calls it. Yeah, that's right. That's what he calls it. The rest of us call it the Epstein cover-up. But, you know, these comments, Trump's handling of the Epstein files, his responses to questions about the Epstein files, just the general lack of accountability, the lack of accountability that we've seen around the Epstein files, I think is starting to become more and more clear as time goes on that Trump has a lot of personal reasons for why he doesn't want to talk about Jeffrey Epstein or the Epstein files. We've talked about his own sort of rather, I suppose illustrious is the wrong word, horrifying track record with women. You know, whether it's the litany of allegations, the bus tape, the, you know, which one do we want to start? All of his wives that he's treated so fucking terribly. You know, we've talked about how, you know, everybody around Jeffrey Epstein seemed to have something to do with modeling. And so did Trump. It's weird. And then, of course, in recent weeks, months, we've been talking more about Melania Trump. And this, you know, strange way in which she seems to have arrived in and stayed in this country. The Epstein visa, Paolo Zampoli. And then, of course, we come to now, where this week, Paolo Zampoli's ex, I don't think they were ever married, ex-girlfriend / baby mama, Amanda Ungaro, has been speaking with the media about what she knows.
I know that she worked and earned money for a long time while undocumented.
She was a escort of Jeffrey Epstein. That's how she met Donald Trump.
Covering what the corporate media covers up.
Hey, it's JT Siskowski with Status Coup. Well, some of the speculation and rumors swirling around First Lady Melania Trump and her relationship and any ties that she might have had to Jeffrey Epstein are really coming to a head right now because a Brazilian former model has come out and made some pretty salacious accusations against the First Lady. And she did it on video. This is Amanda Ungaro. I'm going to play the clip for you. She was, again, Brazilian model, worked with Paolo Zampoli, who is an Italian agent who also worked with Melania, and Paolo and Melania remain close. Listen to what listen to what Ungaro is saying in a voice message recorded and apparently sent to Paolo Zampoli. She just posted this on her X account within the last day.
Let's tell the public you never was the one introduced Melania to Trump. It was Jeffrey Epstein. She was a escort of Jeffrey Epstein. That's how she met Donald Trump. Okay? What? You are like a fucking piece of shit.
Wow.
What? Wow.
Whoop. Holy fuck. Amanda Ungaro coming out and straight up saying it. Melania Trump was an escort of Jeffrey Epstein. This is coming directly from a woman who was deported by the Trump administration because her baby daddy, who is in the Trump administration, Paolo Zampoli, basically asked for them to do it because there was like a custody battle. And he's like, I'm sick of her fighting for the kids, so he got her detained by ICE and deported back to Brazil. Like a woman who has spent time with the Trumps, quite a lot of time. I mean, Paolo Zampoli had like, I can't remember which event it was, but like one, I think it was, I can't remember if it was the inauguration dinner, but I think he was like sitting with Trump at the table. They're very close. It's wild. I mean, he's been given a job, I think, in both Trump administrations. This is wild.
Okay? You are like a fucking piece of shit that supposedly like ask a favor to be in the power with the titles, and then Melania cover you and you cover Melania. Let's be honestly, nobody's a fucking stupid here. And I know because I was with you 20 years and you always told me it was not you, was Jeffrey Epstein.
So there you have it. She is coming right out there and saying that Melania Trump was introduced to Donald Trump via Jeffrey Epstein, and that Melania Trump was allegedly an escort for Jeffrey Epstein. Now, those are two.
Yeah, okay. Well, thank you, Status Coop, for that. Just wild. Utterly wild shit. Let's quickly look at this one as well. This is a I believe this is a transcription of something that she said. I was introduced to Melania by Paolo Zampoli. At that time, we were already dating, and that is when I was introduced to her. What was Melania's immigration status and who handled her case? The same lawyers who handled yours? I cannot answer that specific detail. However, she was already in a relationship with Trump, and I was already aware that Paolo Zampoli was the person responsible for negotiating visas to legalize his model statuses in the United States. Everyone knew that this was a task he performed, like everyone else. I know that she worked and earned money for a long time while undocumented, and that too fell under Paolo Zampoli's purview. He circumvented the law.
Illegal.
Enabling the models to work and earn money illegally. He did the same with me when I joined the agency. Okay, so now there's another interview that she did which hasn't gotten a ton of attention. She went on to this very, very small a show that's smaller than this show. It's actually sort of mind-boggling to me. I don't like it's I watched this, I listened to this whole fucking thing. It's like an hour long. This is the While We Still Can podcast. It's just fascinating that they got this interview. And apparently, one of the interviewers, there's 3 interviewers, 2 women, 1 man, and Amanda Ongaro. And apparently, I think Tony, I assume Tony, I could be wrong. Tony is sort of a gender neutral-ish name. But Tony, I'm assuming, is the, I could be wrong, I could be proven wrong, is the guy who I think got her attention on Twitter. And, like, so she, like, reached out to him? Like, the man on the podcast, they had this conversation, but I can't remember anybody's name aside from hers. And, like, I'm just reading the fucking thing right in front of me. And it's like, oh, it's wild. Like, like, this is a tiny show, and it's incredible. We don't need this whole thing. It's like an hour long. I'm just gonna listen to a few bits of this.
Hey everybody, today is June 1st.
Oh shit.
And you're listening to the
Was it this quiet?
Podcast.
I don't remember it being this fucking quiet.
Oh man, what a week. We're going to do a little bit of an update overview today. And
that's
we may or may
bad.
not be broadcasting live. You know, tech issues get in the way and whatnot.
How high is my drive right now in the audio? It's already pretty high. I don't want to jack it up too high. Also, it's gonna fucking. You know, I'll try and. God, this is. I'm gonna try and find the video version. There's 2 different versions of it. Maybe the video version has better audio? I can't remember. I could have sworn that I watched this one because this one had better audio. It's really quiet, right? I'm not the only one who thinks that that's wildly insane. And if anything else happens on my computer, like if I hit a sound shot, it's gonna obliterate your ears. I guess I could just hit no sound shots for this. And like really jack up the drive. You could still hear it.
Hey everybody, today is June 1st,
Okay, that is louder,
2026,
though. That
and you're
is louder,
listening to the
though.
While We Still Can podcast.
Okay, hold on.
Oh, well, man, what a week. We're going to do a little bit of an update overview today, and we may or may not be broadcasting live.
Okay. The regular version does have louder audio, at least. I know that much. All right.
Columbia Arican _9505 just cheered 1000 bits. Got to love how repubs are the party of family values. I'm sure that the First Lady being of the sex trade embodies those wonderful right-wing values they staunch to push forcefully on all of us.
Yes. Yes, the family values. The First Lady of the evening. Melania Trump. Thank you for the incredibly generous 1,000 bits, Columbia Rican. That'll get us started on the galactic content goal. Speaking of which, do consider contributing, everybody. $1? I mean, 50 cents, even. Spread out across the entire... If everyone who follows on Twitch or subscribes on YouTube were to give 50 bits, or whatever extra change they had in their PayPal or Cash App account, or... If you decide to become, say, a Patreon member, $3 a month, that's slightly more than that, but still, incredible benefits and opportunities await on Patreon. And unfortunately, if you look down in the left-hand corner, we have the largest galactic deficit in history. Number of what's the word? My brain just fucking broke. Combining, let's just call it combining factors. A confluence of events has led to this massive fucking galactic deficit that we happen to have right now. Only way to contribute to that, of course, Cash App, PayPal.
Columbiarican
Patreon memberships.
9505 gifted 1 subscriptions to the community.
Gifted sub from Columbia Rican. To who? Ribs with. Yeah, unfortunately, we are in a real bind right now. Since we got demonetized from YouTube last month. Well, now it's been 2 months now. Back in April. And it's somehow gotten worse between then and now. Probably because I still got money from
Columbiarican _9505 just cheered 100 bits. Hype train.
What?
Come and ride.
Hype
Choo
train.
choo.
Hype train. Can you start a hype train on your own? I mean, I guess you could. I don't see it happening right now, though. Twitch isn't giving us the hype train right now.
Be best.
Be best, Twitch. So yeah, this guy, I don't know what this guy's name is, but this blank space is Amanda Ungaro. She did not video in.
You know, tech issues get in the way and whatnot, but that's our goal right now. So Tony's here today. Tina's here.
And
yeah. Introduce. Go, Tony.
we have Amanda Ungaro, who I consider a very good friend now because she's been through a lot, and I appreciate her giving me the opportunity to share her message. So thank you, Amanda.
Thank you. Thank you so much, guys.
Yeah, so Amanda's going to sit in while we shoot the bull here and catch up on the week and talk about things.
I mean, it's Monday.
Okay, I just figured I'd play that very original, the early part of that clip. We could get context for who's here, what's going on.
Tony, you've been kind of hitting the mainstream news yesterday or today. Someone sent you yourself in the Daily Beast, so
yes,
you want to?
You know, of course, and I sent it to you already. But so I had someone sent me a message on X and in DM, and they're like, "Hey, congratulations!" And I'm like, "What?" So it's a Daily Beast, and they quoted me. Based off of what we posted last night, Amanda, and then what we took off this morning, and it had to do with the stuff with Melania, but basically Paulo's mad now, which is fine. He can be mad. It doesn't mean he's right. And he says that everything. Did you see Amanda where he said that that what you're producing is AI? And I'm like, no, I can assure you, it's not AI. He says it's all AI.
It's not AI, guys.
Creative. Like, I'm not creative. I don't know how to. I feel like they have a lot of expectation there, and I'm like, no, I don't even know how to turn the TV on half the time. No one's doing that.
I know. So he's scared, obviously, and he's still only kissing up to Melania, which is all I've ever talked about, and he doesn't like it being talked about. But so, I just found it interesting. The Daily Beast ended it with one of my posts from today about me telling him he doesn't want to get into a pissing match with me. And again, my only weapon is truth and facts. I mean, that's all I ever try to do, and it's so easy when that's all you have to worry about is sharing the facts and the truth. And I know, Amanda, you're seeing that now. The whole
Yes.
world is listening.
Why don't you talk a little bit about my cell phone?
Okay, yeah, you're right.
That's crazy. That's
Yes,
so
you're
Yes.
absolutely
wild.
right. So one of the things I did see the notes, and Becca had sent it to me, and then Amanda, you shared it with me too earlier about the oversight committee notes, right? And
Yes.
they do talk about the phone in there and the fact that when you were arrested in June last year in Aventura, Florida, they confiscated your iPhone. And recently, you just pinged it. It's been about 10 days now, but we had posted about it a few days ago. You had
Right.
pinged it, and it showed that it was at Paulo's home, the Gramercy Park diplomatic residence in New York City. And
This shit is insane. If this is true, and I mean, the Trump administration has no fucking credibility, right? So like basically anybody but them has more credibility than they do. I mean, he's saying Paulo Zampoli's upset about it. Great, but this is wild. If her phone is in this man's house, it means that he has effectively, I mean, what is evidence? I mean, why else would the government have someone's personal property aside from it being supposed evidence in a crime, right? If she was detained, they have her phone, they don't give it back to her, and it ends up in his house. That is fucking wild.
question is, how would Paulo Zampoli get a hold of evidence that's in a court case that hasn't even completed? Why does Paulo Zampoli have your phone at his home in New York City? And you were telling me,
Exactly.
yeah,
Well, the police gave the phone to him, so
yes,
he's behind orchestrating all the crime,
yes, absolutely, and they're working with him, they're protecting him. I mean,
Her face is this is this is exactly how she's exact. Her face looks exactly as disturbed as we should all be by this fucking news. This is wild corruption. A Trump friend who's been given, what is he? Is he ambassador or some shit? Albania or something? I can't remember. Where? Hold on. No, it's not Albania. That's what job did he fucking get? He's a special representative for global partnerships at the UN. This is ridiculous. This is just such blatant. There's like he has this man right here. If this is true, has used his power to not only have his baby mama forced out of the country, deported because they were in a custody battle, but then used his power to illegally obtain her phone, which is supposed to be evidence in a trial. I mean, the swamp has taken over. Trump said he was gonna drain the swamp. He has built a fucking golden palace on top of the swamp and filled it with a whole new set of monsters.
look at what he said, and I know you talk to Victoria Drake also,
Be
and
best.
I talk to Victoria every few days, and she was saying about how he was going to pay with the drone fund from the White House. I mean, so that's our money, the United States people. He's trying to pay off people from the White House. So how is he having access without them supporting it, right?
Exactly.
Okay, Amanda, how did he not think that you were gonna not ping your phone? Like, I feel like that's super ballsy.
And it's so funny because when I find my iPhone, because I lost my AirPods, and then I see like the device just show up like 4 days ago at Gramercy Park. And then I look, I'm like, that's my phone, you know? I'm like, how come it's with Paulo? I mean, honestly, I'm not that surprised But like I spoke with the lawyers, I'm like, this is very seriously. Like it was with the detective, the prosecutor, and now the phone is showing on Paulo's house. I'm like, we knew it, he was behind, but we didn't have that much proof yet.
This is fucking ridiculous.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
The Epstein class runs runs the fucking government now, in full. These guys are just running around doing whatever the hell they want. They do not care. Say it's not true, right? Like, I mean, really. Tell me it's not true.
Colombiarican_9505 just cheered 400 bits. The corruption and evil from this admin is so blatant, I won't be surprised that Trump will end up building some golden statue and put it on the very top of the White House. He's already destroyed it at this point, it wouldn't surprise me at all.
Yep. I mean, he's already building that stupid Arc de Trump. The Arc de Trump. Well, he's trying to, at least. He's building the fucking ballroom. But the fact is, somebody already built a fucking 50-foot statue, a golden statue for him. In Florida or something. Florida or something stupid. I'm sorry, I'm skipping ahead a little bit in this clip. This is a really long interview. They probably talk for about 45, 50. For most of this, she is in here just talking to them about a bunch of shit. Mostly about, but not entirely about Epstein and Paolo Zampoli and, of course, Melania Trump.
Be best.
From the truth. And the truth isn't pretty. It never is. Sometimes it's bad.
Never.
But once.
So Amanda is Melania without the accent. She's got an accent, it's just a different accent. Rather than a Eastern European accent, it's South American. She's Brazilian instead of Slovenian.
And it's hard to say, because I've been so much trauma. Like I spent 2 decades with Paulo, and I've been abused sexually, like physically and mentally. I was so young when I started.
Oh, I think she does have a better grasp of the English language than the first lady of the evening.
Paulo with 17 years old,
You're just a kid.
Just a kid, exactly.
You had already been exposed to.
Sorry, I was speaking over that. But good God. You hear that? She was 16 years old when she was around all of these guys.
That crazy lifestyle when you were with Jean-Luc Brunel as your agent. You told me about your.
But then nothing happened, Like I know I took a ride on a Jeffrey Epstein plane with 16, 17. And I was going to work from Paris. I was going to work in New York, and it was just a ride. I never saw them again, like not Ghislaine. Ghislaine, I met her again because Paulo was working with her on Terra Mar and Oceans at the United Nations. So he keep giving interviews and saying he was never connected to Ghislaine Maxwell. And I have all the emails.
Are you still talking about
between
Jeffrey
them.
Epstein?
Like, oh, where are you going to spend the summer? Oh, you are part of Terra Mar now. Oh, you have the passport of Terra Mar. So they was well connected, doing cocktails at her house. Thanks God I never went to these places, because Paulo used to send me so much emails. I didn't even look. So. And then I start to look at my emails because of the investigations. And when I put it, Ghislaine Maxwell show up on my email. 10 emails are never open.
Laney, dude. What? Oh my God. Oh. Lady Maxwell? You got a nickname for the world's most dangerous sex pervert.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Lainey Maxwell. Oh, wow. So these are the kinds of people that are in the Trump administration, and you wonder why we're not getting any transparency on the files.
Let's get the files and figure it out.
Lainey, when I heard that earlier, when I was listening to this, Lainey Maxwell, are you fucking kidding me? Like, I'm still just like floored by this. Oh, you can't be a good guy if you had a nickname for Ghislaine Maxwell. Like, yeah, I mean, you had to be pretty familiar with what kind of lady she was. You would think to have a special nickname for her in emails, like, oh, hey, Lainey, good to hear it for you. I'm glad everything's going so good with the trafficking operation on Epstein Island.
2012. And there was conversation between them like best friends. I'm like, whoa, that's God. I'm shocked now.
So do you think maybe that's why your phone pinged at his house, because he wanted to extract information off of it?
Who knows?
Yeah, honestly, because the other thing is that, like, he let's not forget. I mean, this guy, he may have done any number of crimes, but he's also literally still technically, even though, at least I believe this is the case right now, I believe he is still fighting Amanda for custody. Like, that case, I think she's been deported, but I think the case is still in court, right? So, like, you know, he could be trying to get information for that. Who knows? But just the fact that he's able to get the phone is the disturbing part of it, right? The fact that he has that phone just shows how much power this man has. Who is not only on first name basis, but on nickname basis with Ghislaine fucking Maxwell. Woman who is now sitting in a cushy day camp for bad girls in America. Rather than, you know, an actual jail where, you know, predators, sex predators would be long normally. Talked about that, of course. It's just fascinating. It's just truly fascinating. And by fascinating, I mean disturbing to think that this man is just going, like, all these people. This is why, right? Like, this is exactly why we do not have accountability on the Epstein files. Why, when we have heard in the past that this will hurt people in the Trump administration, those claims must be true. Not just for Trump, but all of his associates, right? Paulo, who, you know, people who are now out of the administration, Pam Bondi, Alex Acosta, Witkoff, Steve Witkoff. I mean, like, we go down the list. There's so many people with Epstein ties. And who knows how many Trump donors? It's got to be a lot. This is why all the co-conspirators are being protected. Why we do not have the files as we were promised by law.
Let's get the files and figure it out.
All right, one last one on this Melania revelation of the week. Back to I've Had It.
Melania's former best friend says she was a big old hooker. All right. So the Daily Beast is reporting the following. Pop this up. A former Brazilian model has claimed the first lady was an escort for Epstein and met the president through the notorious sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. And so you may go, Melania, when's the last time we heard from Melania?
Yeah.
It was when she did a random press conference and said the following. Play the clip.
The lies linking me with the disgraceful Jeffrey Epstein need to end today. The individuals lying about me are devoid of ethical standards, humility, and respect. I do not object to their ignorance, but rather I reject their mean-spirited attempts to defame my reputation.
How dare they?
It sounds to me
That's
like
America last.
this is just the way I see it. If somebody calls, if you're
That is America last behavior. To be spreading the lies about the first lady of the evening in this way is very wrong. Everybody knows this. This is very clear not best behavior.
Be best.
You're not being best. That's what I'm saying. Not best. America last. Oh, the terrible, despicable lies which are being spread on me and around me. It's very rude. Very rude. You go right to jail.
Right to jail, right away.
We've had everybody. Jeff Bezos came, Bill Gates came, Mark Zuckerberg came. Many of them came numerous times. The bankers have all come. Everybody's coming. I haven't had anybody saying anything
lady of
bad
the United
about
States
me.
of America, and somebody says you're a hooker, you just ignore it. I mean, think about all of the insults and all of the shit hurled at Michelle Obama. She didn't have an emergency press conference to deny some salacious allegation. So obviously, I look at this through the same lens that I do when Trump talks about acing his cognitive. He failed them. And I would have never thought, I wouldn't have given this that much credit, except for the fact that she went out of her way to try to play offense on it because she was allegedly a hooker introduced to her husband, the president of the United States, via Jeffrey Epstein. And I didn't know that she was a high-end call girl. I think this might have even been a low-rent situation. The press conference was in response to tweets Angie sent from the same model who is...
God damn, Jennifer is not holding anything back on the First Lady of the evening of the United States. Flodius. She is pulling no punches on Flodius tonight. That's spelled Floteous. First Lady of the evening of the United States. Flodius.
These claims, let's pop this up. Amanda Ungaro tweets, and basically she's talking about Melania here, all right? She says, I will tear down your corrupt system, even if it's the last thing I do in my life. I will go all the way. I am not afraid. Maybe you should be afraid of what I know, of who you are, and who your husband is. I love this shit. I love it. I love it.
Makes me so happy. And here's the thing. At the time that she made that press conference, and that was released, the early April, the release of her talking about the
First escort of the U.S., perhaps more accurate than what I'm saying. Here's the problem with that. It's not close enough to FLOTUS. I'm trying to get it as close to... You're going further away from FLOTUS. You're FIOTUS, right? What is FIOTUS? That does... FIOTUS? No, FLOTIUS. FLOTIUS sounds... You're about to say FLOTUS, and then you end it differently, right? And that's what's so good about this one. Yeah, I'm a little biased. I'm the one who made it up. But I also am set with I set the bar, too. And we'll accept better versions. Somebody comes up with one. I think Flodius is pretty good.
that UpGuard talking about it was to be imminently released. So that's why she tried to get out in front of it. And she just made it a billion times worse. And here's the thing. We now know that Todd Blanche Pam Bondi, they went in and handpicked stuff to take from the Epstein files that will never see the light of day under Trump. We also have learned that Jeffrey Epstein didn't limit his sex trafficking to Americans, but had many, many, many girls from different countries all over the globe. This tracks perfectly with what he was doing. And I will just say this, coming from her, that she thinks people are mean-spirited and not respectful. They're not ethical. Like, shut the fuck up, lady. You are married to the most mean-spirited, least ethical, and disrespectful person on the planet. So your be best policy, start that at home.
Be best.
Even though I know you don't sleep in the same bedroom, I'm sure you see him enough to tell him to pipe down. So this whole thing to me is theater.
My favorite part is lacking humility. Trumps can lecture anybody about humility, but
not enough humility. Nobody understand the difficulty of being humble in great situation. You're doing so good, and then bad thing happen. The Humanist Report with a raid on Twitch. Mike Figueredo. Much appreciated.
Do you know what we're here for?
Another raid from Matt Binder. My God. Raid from the boys. Raid from the boys. Hopefully the leftist mafia went well tonight. I noticed Lurinati was amongst the group back in the scrum. I didn't get a chance to listen to much of it. Hopefully it went well. I'm talking a lot of stuff here. We were just finishing up talking about Melania's Epstein secret. I don't know if you've heard, but Amanda Ungaro, Paolo Zampoli's ex-girlfriend / baby mama, came out this week. Spoke about her knowledge on
Rogue Gerb gifted
Melania
5
Trump.
subscriptions to the community.
Gifted subs. Rogue Gerb. Incredible generosity. 5 gifted subs to the community. Incredibly beautiful. So beautiful. Much appreciated. Who got him? Oats Gakey. Fresh Brew. Princess Kimberly. Super Sorceress. And Stiffafifin. Enjoy. Thank you, Gerb. Your generosity. Much appreciated. I think there was a little bit more of this IHIP I wanted. I just totally lost track of where the fuck I was. I'm going back. Just going back.
Get into the meat and bones of this. So Amanda Ungaro, listener, was married to a man named Paolo Zampoli, all right? And Zampoli and Ungaro regularly dined with the Trumps and celebrated holidays at Mar-a-Lago. Ungaro even sat at Melania's personal table at the 2017 inauguration dinner. This isn't somebody that's like 5 degrees of separation from the...
Oh, shit. Hype train.
Yeah!
Let's go.
Come on!
Level 2 hype train, 50% complete. That is gorgeous. Yeah, I guess I was just confused about which inauguration it was. I thought it was the 2025. Apparently it was 2 inaugurations back. And Trump won.
This is somebody in the epicenter of the Trumps' lives. Zampoli, who is the baby daddy of Amanda Ungaro's child, is credited with introducing Donald and Melania. And this is an important tidbit here. Basically, Zampoli is providing a cover story for Donald and Melania because, as Amanda alleges, she was actually a low rent call girl from Eastern Europe. No disrespect to low rent call girls from Eastern Europe. You have to work really hard, and I support sex workers. But Melania, the champion of all the Christian nationalists, this beacon of femininity, this great homemaker, right, was a 2-bit hooker from Eastern Europe, allegedly. All right. So they use Zampoli.
Oh my god! After that sentence that she peppers in an allegedly is fucking hilarious to me. She just called the Floatius a 2-bit hooker from Eastern Europe.
How rude!
Columbia
My God.
_9 505 gifted 5 subscriptions to the community.
Columbia Rican with a sweet gifted sub. 5 gifted subs. I'm sorry, 5 sweet gifted subs to the community. Good God. So much generosity over on Twitch tonight. Heartfelt Metal. Naps with Cat. Frizer Burn. Minecraft. And El Rose Arcana. All getting a sweet gifted sub from Columbia Rica, New York. Beautiful. Incredible. We're making huge progress on the galactic content goal tonight.
To provide a cover story that he introduced them. Zampoli flew with Trump to his Mar-a-Lago wedding to Melania in 2005 and now serves as Trump's special envoy for global partnerships and sits on the Kennedy Center Board of Trustees, which, friendly reminder, Donald Trump's name is going to be removed, and that decision is final, from a federal judge. The Daily Beast obtained audio of Ungaro contradicting Melania's claim that her husband introduced Melania to Trump. Let's play this clip.
Let's tell the public you never was the one introduced Melania to Trump. It was Jeffrey Epstein. She was a escort of Jeffrey Epstein. That's how she met Donald Trump. Okay? You are like a fucking piece of shit.
Love her, and love everything about.
We are, yes, we already heard that clip, but I felt it was worth a second listen. Whew. I mean, there you go. There's Amanda Ungaro coming directly at Melania Trump, completely contradicting her story, which she came out and gave to us at that podium on that fateful day right after that ceasefire, that fake ceasefire was declared. She felt this was her opportunity to come out and fight back against apparently this. I think it's all become fairly clear.
Columbia Rican _9 505 just cheered 500 bits. Let's keep this train going. Come on and ride the train.
Awooga.
Yeah. What?
Keeping the train. We're a level 4 hype train. My God. My God, this is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
Thank you for the bits, Columbia Rican. What the hell was I saying? Oh, right. I think it's all become quite clear that the reason Melania held that press conference is because she was trying to get ahead of the interview which Amanda Ungaro was slated to do on that weekend. I think it's all been, and it happened to coincide with the moment where, they had the ceasefire in Iran, and she had a chance to get out there and try and craft her own narrative on this. I do not feel it worked well then, and after having heard from Amanda now, I do not feel it has improved. If anything, it's gotten worse. Because before that, we were just speculating, and now, and now we have at least evidence, hearsay, but evidence of Melania's possible past. Good God. All right. Let's move it on from Melania's Epstein bombshell this week. Amanda Ungaro. I'm actually shocked that more people haven't listened to that While We Can Still Can podcast, because that piece of information of Paolo Zampoli having her phone, right? Because for those of you who missed it, right? And if you're on Twitch, you probably can't rewind. But Amanda Ungaro on this tiny podcast that I found while trying to prepare for today's show called While We Still Can podcast. Go give them their seriously, their videos get less views than I do. Go check them out. They are give them a follow. A subscribe on YouTube.
That's on YouTube.
But the God, sorry, I need a drink. I need to hydrate over here. But if you don't know this, she was detained by the Trump administration. We all, according to her, on the behest of her ex/baby daddy, Paolo Zampoli, who, they would just said, was is currently in the Trump administration, right? Not in a high-profile job, but he's actually got two different jobs. And the Kennedy Center is a no-show job. You do nothing. You show up to performing arts events. Oh, that's a tough job to go watch shows sometimes and vote once in a while. It is a no-show job that you give to your fucking best friend.
Kooky just cheered 100 bits.
So that is how they know each other, right? Or how they're all but how they're all connected, right? And this guy, her cell phone, after being detained, was taken from her. She was then deported to Brazil, and then a few days before that podcast, used her iPhone Find My iPhone app to find her AirPods, and then saw that her phone pinged at his residence. Not at the court, where it's supposedly evidence in a crime, but at his home. That is bonkers. How do you explain that situation? But it's not just that situation that needs to be explained by the government. And one man who's got a lot of explaining to do, especially in the wake of the testimony of Pam Bondi, is current acting Attorney General Todd Blanche. A man now who has to answer solely for the Epstein files. If you recall, Pam Bondi said in her testimony, after having left Congress, that she didn't even deal with the Epstein files. She never saw them. Even though on Fox News 9 months before that, or actually more like closer to a year before that, was saying that they were on her desk. But she put it all on Todd Blanche and the FBI. Basically, I had nothing to do with it. And what do you know? Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche was testifying in Congress this week, attempting to explain things about stuff.
All right, we got to talk about this. So Todd Blanche is Trump's attorney general or acting attorney general, and he went in front of Congress here. We had some Justice Department oversight. And, man, this guy absolutely made a fool of himself and got dressed down by some Democratic representatives. So first, let's start with this. When talking about the corruption and the pay-to-play pardons, he gets it laid out in front of him in clear terms, asked very direct questions, and look at how he just crumbles. He just folds like a cheap lawn chair. Watch this.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
Now, before we talk about corruption, Todd Blanche, I just want to remind everybody, of course, that he's Trump's lawyer former lawyer turned attorney general. And he, of course, said this.
I will say thank you very much. I love you, sir.
In regards to if Trump were to fire him, I think in a Fox News interview, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I love you, sir. In regards to what he would do. He is as loyal as it gets.
Why haven't you appointed a special prosecutor to take a look at this? This looks, on its face, it just looks like a quid pro quo scenario that should be investigated. Why haven't you taken that step?
Well, the power to pardon in our Constitution is given to the President of the United States. The Constitution does not require him to provide any explanation for who he chooses to pardon or not pardon, or commute or not commute. And so I very much reject the idea that the premise that this looks like something is a basis for me to appoint a special
Let me
prosecutor.
reclaim my time. The Constitution gives him absolute power to pardon. It does not give power to pardon in exchange for payments, clearly. And a $2.1 billion payment to his family, and we'll set aside the fact that he should have divested from all of those interests anyway, but the fact that he gave that he gets the $2 billion piece, and then a few months later pardons the guy who was guilty of money laundering and providing money to, or helping to finance the money laundering operation for ISIS and Al-Qaeda and the guys we're fighting in Iran right now, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. That's not a problem?
Who he chooses to pardon is not a problem, period. And you're saying all these things that are just not true.
What's the legal basis for that statement?
The Constitution of our United States.
The Constitution does not give him the authority to pardon in exchange for payments.
This is Trump's attorney general just forthrightly making an argument that corruption is good and legal and acceptable. That's what he's doing here. He's directly arguing that somebody going to Mar-a-Lago and giving Trump $1 million, and then Trump pardoning whoever that person wants, that is a perfectly sane and reasonable state of affairs.
No, that is like, to take a term from Donald Trump, asylum level crazy, okay? That is utterly ludicrous.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
But let's get back to talking about the Epstein files. I just felt we get a little bit of that one in there.
The corruption of this regime because it's so over the top.
But if he finds that there's a problem with what the president did or his family, then he should.
No, wait, I went too far back.
With prosecuting that case.
Has expired.
$1 million.
King.
You were paid $10 million to represent the president. You hang a 30-foot banner of the president's menacing face over the entrance to the Department of Justice.
He did that? Oh my days. Now we know why he was picked. Could you imagine being such a weirdo that the president asked you, can you put a big picture of my face above our government buildings? He's like, oh, yes, sir. I'd love to, sir. But he probably knew, oh, if I do this for him, shit, I can be VP, right?
I mean, he knows where his bread's buttered.
I will say thank you very much. I love you, sir.
He'll try to find a way to kick J.D. Vance to the curb, as he is, by the way, and bring me in that bitch.
You said that if you were terminated or not moved forward as Attorney General, you would say to the president, I love you, sir. So I have one question for you.
He did say that.
Is your obligation to the victims and survivors of Epstein's heinous crimes and all his perpetrators, or is your first obligation to the President of the United States?
So without a doubt, we want to bring justice to every victim.
When will you bring that justice?
Can I please finish?
Oh my God.
In decades,
Wow,
when will you
dude.
When will you bring the justice?
Wow, dude. Why is he yelling at this congresswoman right now? That seems unnecessary. He seems a little wound up. It's not quite. It's not like Pam Bondi level. Like he's not quite yelling as much. He's not quite as combative as Pam, but
the Dow right now.
But this guy is really he seems really worked up. And she's just asking pretty simple questions about, ethics.
So as I was saying,
When will you prosecute? And who will you prosecute?
Like, as a lawyer, like...
You told me in our conversation.
Like, as a lawyer, he should be able to answer a question about ethics without getting so worked up. That's all I'm saying. You know?
Blamed the victims.
Every victim
Let the
of
record
Mr.
reflect.
Epstein,
He told me that the victims didn't give good names.
let me be crystal clear, that this Department of Justice will always protect victims and will always prosecute anybody we can, okay?
I'm sure you will. I'm sure. The Epstein files are packed full of names of well-known elite fredophiles. 0 of them have been arrested. 0. We got an investigation into fucking Hassan Piker before we got any of the Epstein criminals arrested. Think about how insane that is. We got multiple attempts to take down James Comey and Letitia James and Don Lemon for doing his job before we got a single Epstein criminal arrested.
No ifs, ands, or buts, okay? What you are showing in a game of showmanship are redactions because of victims, because that prosecution memorandum talks about, excuse me?
Perpetrators, too.
How do you know that?
No, actually, we only redacted the victims. We didn't redact the perpetrators. Meanwhile, you're going to see in a second, but she's like, look, I have some of the Epstein files here. Every page, it's like you ran out of black ink on planet Earth because you redacted so fucking much. We know! It's a fact. A lot of the victims' names weren't even redacted, but the perpetrators were. This is all a matter of record. This has all been reported extensively, and this idiot's over there playing stupid. Look at the face on Congresswoman Dean. Look at her face. She's like, are you fucking kidding me?
You're a moron.
Just denying basic reality.
Go ahead.
Talk to the
Exactly.
victims.
So
Talk to the victims.
they're victims' names, which we are required to redact, required by law to redact, which we did. Okay. So I take
Mr.
umbrage
Chairman, I
to the
realize
idea.
I'm over time. I thank you for that indulgence. I want to ask for unanimous consent to enter records onto the record. May I do that now?
Without objection.
Thank you. The
Time of the gentlelady has expired.
What a piece of shit, dude. Wow. Yeah, go right ahead. That time has expired. Fucking hell. Was that Oklahoma? Yeah, that's not shocking. That's not shocking. Mr. Rogers. I think it says Oklahoma. Time for the gentlelady expired. Yeah, go right ahead. Now you're expired. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, you wanted to read that? No, it's too bad.
Like, everything is backwards in Republican land. It's like protect Epstein and the criminals at all costs and shit on the victims and hide the truth and obfuscate and deflect. And you're literally witnessing it right here. All right, still not done. Here we go. Then we have this. So Representative Dean, again, listen to what she says here.
What's true is that the president has lied about being on Epstein's plane, and the unredacted files prove that. There's a lot in here. I'm shocked at this. There's also this set of files in the file. This is investigation into the potential co-conspirators of Jeffrey Epstein. I almost used up all the blank ink in the hallway because it's all covered up. It's all covered up. The American people are not stupid. They know that when members of Congress have to go in and actually unredact to try to find the truth for these victims, something is corrupt. Something is corrosive.
And what did Trump do? What did Trump do with the Israel lobby? He destroyed Thomas Massey's career because Thomas Massey supported releasing the Epstein files. So God forbid if you're a Republican and you want to stand up against the Epstein class, the criminal cabal, they will ruin you over that.
Now there you go, people. That's on the Epstein files for tonight. Still got a hell of a lot left to talk about. Just a reminder, if you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. Let's move it on to talking about the elections a little bit. Wait, this is in the wrong order. I take it back. Why is this here? No. Sorry, not elections yet. I guess we could... No, how are we doing on time? Sorry, hold on. I am sorry, space fans, please hold. 1.5... I had one video on the election way out of order. I knew something was wrong. No, you're not doing that. Let's actually go to a guy many of you may very well know. Talk a little bit about MAGA's cultural relevance right now. It is, of course, Pride Month. Happy Pride Month, everybody. Did I mention that? Happy Pride Month. Sorry, I've been sort of beside myself over here, dealing with a lot, as you all probably very well may know. Demonetized on YouTube last month. Been working my ass off on trying to do primary election coverage around here, as well as creating that list of galactically endorsed candidates. But happy Pride Month. We're going to be trying to celebrate it as much as we can here. But let's go to the Humanist Report. Because some people haven't been dealing with Pride Month super great over on the right. Mike Figueredo.
What's core MAGA now?
I have no idea.
I think I know. Trump has said from the beginning...
Pedophile supporting Israeli lobby? Well, I mean...
Wow. Whoa, dude.
You just heard from...
I only listen to this. I tend to do this. I think most of you know. I tend to listen to these. I don't always watch them. I did not know that was fucking Sean Ryan talking. If I had known that was... Oh my god, that was Sean Ryan saying those words. Wow, fascinating. I thought that was some raging lefty or something. Ugh.
A communist.
Ryan, a pro-Trump podcaster who's become increasingly disillusioned with the MAGA movement because, as he put it, it stands for nothing but pedophilia and the Israel lobby at this point. And he's one of many MAGA pundits that has hopped off the Trump train recently. And even though Trump still holds a lot of influence over the GOP electorate, his cultural relevance has completely collapsed at this point, which is significant because at the start of his second term, it really felt like fascists had conquered us politically and culturally. Multinational corporations rolled back their diversity initiatives to align with Trump's new fascist values. Social media sites announced the Twitterification of their platforms. Mark Zuckerberg, for example, greenlit hate speech towards LGBTQ plus people on Meta platforms again. Not to mention, Trump's popularity among the bro podcast sphere in conjunction with the rise of the manosphere genre really made it seem like the brains of an entire generation of young men would be lost to the fascist mind virus for a very long time, but polls show that they've generally soured on the MAGA movement, and that's significant because at the start of Trump 2.0, right-wing degenerates like Glenn Beck, they expressed that for the first time ever, it really felt like the conservatives were the cool kids, and even though I hate to admit that, I would agree, yes, they were very culturally dominant at the start of 2025.
There's been a sea change. We're at the very beginning of it, but you know, it's strange. I was just talking to Donald Trump. I was doing a fundraiser at Mar-a-Lago a couple of days ago, and I said, I think like we're like the cool kids now. I've never been at the cool kids table.
This is wild. But just 2 years later, we're already reverting back to homeostasis. All of the vibes-driven, wave-riding grifters are already jumping ship. Losers like Anna Kasparian in that video, who were trying to ingratiate herself with MAGA, was forced to eat shit and admit that she was wrong about Donald Trump. Painfully so. She had to recalibrate in order to align with conservatives who all...
Wait. For it.
So I just want to address something. I was wrong.
There it is. There it is.
Turned on Donald Trump like Candace Owens because she quickly realized that the MAGA trajectory she was on was a dead end. Right-wing ideologues who were titans of the online right like Ben Shapiro are fading into obscurity faster than anyone thought was possible. People whose political ideologies and entire identities were based purely on the Trump cult of personality are now left in this weird state of limbo, wondering what to think now that their entire worldview and theory of change has fallen apart before their very eyes. And you're seeing former MAGA diehards like Sean Ryan grapple with that reality in real time and try to learn how to think for himself, perhaps for the first time ever.
I don't know. I don't know what to think anymore. I don't even trust my own intuition when it comes to politics because I thought things were going to be so different. And
Oh, poor Sean Ryan. Maybe you should have focused less on the core at the podcast and more time on the information. You know, and like having an ounce of skepticism in a number of different areas. You know, rather than stocking the bar and working on the mood lighting in the fucking Ryan cave, whatever we're calling this fucking place. Maybe, just maybe, could have thought about these things just a little bit. Just a teeny tiny little bit. It might have helped. Might have helped.
You have a mental health problem.
But I'm sorry. Yes, now let's go here. Let's go here.
But to bail now unless she wants to have Trump stink on her permanently, which is what a lot of them are worried about right now. It's why there's speculation about J.D. Vance and whether or not he might wait to run for president until 2032 because he knows his association with Donald Trump is going to be an albatross around his neck in 2028. It's just too soon. It's why MAGA darlings have been reduced to laughingstocks even by their own movements. Just last year, think about this. Sydney Sweeney starred in a jeans commercial that was applauded by Nazis due to its eugenics dog whistle. And less than a year later, she's already the subject of viral transvestigations along with Erica Kirk, the new standard bearer for Turning Point USA, which has all but become irrelevant. Even libs of TikTok is pointing out how corporations once too afraid to even acknowledge the existence of queer people are back to virtue signaling to LGBTQ plus people again because the fear of MAGA backlash is obviously waning. In fact, the opposite is starting to happen. To show you what I mean, Republican fascist Andy Ogles tweeted, "Homosexuality has no place in America," and the backlash was so severe he actually deleted that tweet and blamed it on a staffer. And I just want to emphasize how rare it is to see a Republican, any Republican, back away from anything ever, especially a bigoted tweet in the Trump era. That is
seriously. I mean, all we need to do is go on Twitter right now to literally anyone, any of these fucking Republicans' accounts. Based Mike Lee comes to mind of Utah. He's perhaps one of the biggest perpetrators in the government right now, aside from the president himself. A couple of other choice individuals who just truly live by that standard, like to the umpteenth degree, like just posting and doubling and tripling and quadrupling down, straight up like Twitter reply guys. But just generally speaking, none of them are backing down on their bigoted comments. Not even close. Like America loves it.
Right now.
Like America voted for it. It's bigotry has a historical mandate from America. I too found this reversal quite fascinating.
Significant because a year ago we all know he would have doubled and tripled down, and the fact that he didn't indicates that politicians know Americans are fed up with the Trump-style shenanigans. There's just no appetite for it at this point. This behavior that we've been subjected to by Donald Trump, it's not cute. Nobody finds it funny or endearing in a weird way. We're just fucking tired of it, and they know that we're tired of it. And on the subject of pride, Formerly pro-LGBTQ plus Republicans like Nancy Mace, which was a rarity, decided to hitch her wagon to MAGA by monopolizing discourse when it comes to the trans bathroom panic issue in order to elevate herself among MAGA diehards. But fast forward to today, and she's having a mental breakdown because she's polling in 5th place in South Carolina's gubernatorial race, and she resorted to pretending that Trump endorsed her when he didn't. He endorsed her opponent.
No.
And you could see the crash out in real time. And we've reached the point where some of the biggest names in the MAGA...
Yeah, there's going to be a few of these tonight. Trump, in recent days, has been tweeting some of the longest, and I think we all know too well how insane some of these can be. But look at this thing. And this is not alone. This is representative of what this man's been fucking truthing over on Tweet Social lately. It's out of control. Highly respected and very popular Lieutenant Governor of South Carolina, Pam Yvette, is an American First Patriot who has been with me from the very beginning. She never wavered, never let me down, and was the only South Carolina gubernatorial candidate to endorse me as soon as I launched my 2024 presidential campaign. She crisscrossed South Carolina and other states for me. And I said at the time, this is a truly something which I cannot forget. Now Pam is running to be the next governor of South Carolina. A place I love, and one big, all caps, in 2016, 2020, and 2024. Getting the capital H highest vote, by far, all caps as well. In the state's history, a successful entrepreneur, businesswoman, and civic leader, prior to becoming a distinguished lieutenant governor, and working with my friend, and all caps great governor, Henry McMaster. Pam has proven she has the courage and wisdom to deliver strong results for the people of her wonderful state and our nation. As your next governor, Pam will fight. Oh, she's going to fight really hard to grow the economy, cut taxes and regulations, promote Made in the USA, all caps, champion our amazing farmers and ranchers, keep our border, all caps, secure, stop migrant crime, strengthen our military/veterans, safeguard our elections, and protect our always under siege Second Amendment. That's how I wrote it. Pam Yvette is a good friend, fighter, and all caps winner, and will be a terrific governor of South Carolina. Pam has my complete and total endorsement. She will never let you down, all caps. A big added plus for Pam is that I hear Henry McMaster Jr.,
Rogue gifted a tier 1 subscription to Manda_the
the brilliant and very competent son of Henry and Peggy, will be running with her as the next lieutenant governor. All caps, I love South Carolina. President Donald J. Trump. He didn't thank anybody for their attention to this matter. I'm a little offended. After all of that, am I the only one? We just gave the president all of that. We deserve to be thanked for our attention to this matter. I feel nothing is right. You know what is right? Actually, I take it back. At least one thing is right. Rogue Gerb just generously donated tier 1 sub to Manda. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. And you know what? I'm just doing the math. That completes the galactic content goal. We made no movement on the galactic deficit, which is quite concerning to me. But, you know what's not concerning to me? The fact that we completed the galactic content goal an hour and a half into this goddamn stream. Yes, that's right, people. In a very short time, we have together, the Space Fams, as a community, ensured that we get all of the sweet, sweet content that I have prepared for us tonight. And boy, oh boy, do we have a lot. So rest assured, we'll be going for at least another 6.5 hours, if not longer. I've got a lot to talk about. It's been a busy week, and all we've been talking about is elections. I took a whole day off. I took 2 days off. Monday and Wednesday already. That's just ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
Help, I'm being repressed.
Yeah. Look, it was a big election dealio. Anyway, rest assured, we're gonna get the whole stream tonight. But I would also like to remind everybody that we do, unfortunately, have the largest galactic deficit we've seen in quite some time due to our being demonetized on YouTube, having our finances completely screwed up. I didn't calculate last month's deficit. I shorted last month's deficit somehow, which is why we have such a large one this month. I'm still technically behind on a bill right now. Won't prevent us from doing the show, but it is quite concerning. Yes. Right. Now let's go to another group that Republicans love to hate. Immigrants. And lately, the ICE center that has been most notably in the news. What does that sound? Sub goal completed. Sub goal completed. What does that mean? Did somebody just re-sub? That was weird. Alright, I'm ending the goals on Twitch. So people know. There we go. Alright, let's talk about ICE. Now lately, like I was saying, Delaney Hall in Newark, New Jersey has been talked about a lot lately in the media as a result of the worsening conditions and the labor/hunger strike, which was going on there for weeks. New Secretary of DHS, replacing Christy Puppy Killer Gnome. R.I.P. Cricket. R.I.P. Christy's job. Mark Wayne Mullen had some stuff to say here at a press conference in Dallas about airport security. This is from Monday. Mark Wayne, tell us.
Yes. You suggested that you're going to consider pulling CBP officers from airports you consider sanctuary jurisdictions. Is there any specific plan to do that in the works right now? And What I specifically said in New Jersey was, since the state police and the local police says they don't have the resources to be able to respond, then we're going to have to get our resources from someplace else, because we're going to protect our men and women that work for us. And if they're not willing to do that, then we're going to pull resources too. And to pull those resources, the closest resource we have is our CPB officers at the airport. We can flex with those individuals, bring them out. They're licensed officers. We can help provide perimeters, provide security, and then we can allow our SRT to be able to go out and start clearing the streets and doing crowd control. When that takes place, I have to make a decision on my resources, just like the governor and the mayor was making decisions based on their resources. And if we do that by pulling them out of processing flights going into international airports, we will do that, because we have to have resources too. Keep in mind, we're still shut down. So our resources may not be where they should be, but our men and women are still showing up and doing their job. In place right now, where this is right now, yes. Do we have a plan to initiate it? Yes, we have a plan to initiate it if required. We're not required to do it because the state is cooperating with us, and I hope the governor will continue to cooperate with us. The mayor has been very cordial to work with too. The chief of police has been very cordial, and
everybody's being real cordial. Everybody's being real cordial. That's good, Mark Wayne. Everybody's being so cordial. But I don't know if you caught it in there. Mark Wayne is claiming that if blue states and well, blue cities, I think he said blue cities specifically, need to either cooperate, like the police forces, the state police and the local police, I guess, need to cooperate with ICE and their immigration efforts, collaborate with them on do their jobs for them, essentially, right? Then, and if they don't go in, if they don't, break up protesters and whatever else, then he's going to rescind CBP from international airports in blue cities. Now, I don't know if Mark Wayne knows this, but some of the busiest airports in America are in blue cities. So that's going to be a problem, I think, right off the bat. Right? Like, people, are not going to want to, do a connecting flight through Oklahoma rather than Chicago. In fact, the infrastructure in Oklahoma probably would not be able to sustain the same level of traffic Chicago O'Hare, or I don't know, another, LaGuardia or JFK or something would be able to deal with. I just say Oklahoma because that's a state that Mark Wayne Mullins is from. That would probably cooperate. They're currently cooperating with ICE. Yeah, I just don't think it's going to work out for him the way he thinks it is. He's kind of an idiot. Let's be real. Mark Wayne's not the smartest guy, And there's no way that policy, even, the Trump administration's dumb, but they're not that dumb. I don't think they're going to do that. Because you'll have, a bunch of, super wealthy people who are going to be like, what do you mean I can't fly through, into New York? Or, through New York to London? What are you talking about? And that'll be the end of that. While we're talking rhetoric, we should go here to creepy, I think state representative of Texas. I can't remember where, but Brandon Gill, who looks like, I don't know, he looks like, I was going to say, no, that's not it, though. He's very annoying. He's a very annoying guy. Let's say that. Let's see what Brandon has to say about rhetoric.
Thank you. And first of all, I want to thank Secretary Mullen for taking the time to come out to Dallas and to these genuine heroes for our country and everything that they've been doing. ICE and Border Patrol are on the front lines of not only defending American sovereignty, but keeping our communities safe and ensuring that murderers and rapists and gangbangers are not running loose within our neighborhoods. These are the guys who are making sure that America...
rapists, murderers, and gangbangers are not the people that ICE is picking up. And it's this sort of deranged rhetoric that is obfuscating the facts. These are the lies of the Trump administration that Brandon here is spitting at you, America.
Stays America, that it is a place where we can raise our kids safely and in communities that are conducive to American flourishing. And we're so thankful for the work you guys have done. Over the past several months, we've heard increasingly, really the past year, we've heard increasingly deranged rhetoric from the other side of the aisle. And I hear...
Oh, God, increasingly deranged rhetoric from the other side of the aisle. Fascinating. Now, speaking of deranged rhetoric, before we go to talk about the other side of the aisle, I think Brandon should look at his own rhetoric. He called for Somali-born Minnesotan Congresswoman Ilhan Omar to be deported. All right, she's an American citizen and an elected congresswoman. That's racist. That's racist rhetoric.
Somalia
makes you a piece of shit, I would also say. He's described remigration policies as desperately needed. Remigration is full-on Nazi rhetoric, and this guy is talking about, inflammatory rhetoric. Oh, yeah. He also said that Zoran Mamdani doing a campaign ad in Arabic was humiliation to New York City. This douchebag is from fucking Texas. What does he know about New York? He said the humiliation is the point for Mamdani to speak in Arabic in a campaign ad. Talk about rhetoric. Maybe look inward, Brandon. FJB. You know, 15 guys that look like him. He does look like he came out of a mold. But a bad one. A not so good mold. Now, here's somebody who I'm quite sure Brandon Gill has a problem with. Who was campaigning earlier this week. Get elected to New Jersey's 6th? No, whatever. I can't remember which district it is. Adam Hamawi on the Majority Report.
We are back, folks, and we are joined now by Dr. Adam Hamawi, candidate in New Jersey's 12th Congressional District. Dr. Hamawi, thanks so much for coming on the show today.
Thank you for having me.
So, of course, I'm from New Jersey, by the way. I'm from Essex County, so I do have to ask you some quick questions right off the rip. Your district is what I would say is in Central Jersey. Some people deny that Central Jersey exists. It's just north and south, so I would like your answer here. Do you believe that there is such a thing as Central Jersey?
Of course. You know, there is something else that exists below Newark, and there's a Central Jersey, and then there's South Jersey, which is really out in the middle of nowhere, but you could bring that up with them.
Okay, I'll bring it up with them. You accept the existence of Central Jersey, and then I need to follow up in that instance, because if Central Jersey exists, what is it? Pork roll or Taylor ham?
Neither one. I'm halal, so I...
Okay.
That's a cop-out. That's a cop-out. I mean, it's fair, though. It's fair, but, I mean, not taking a stance on this critical New Jersey issue? Oh. Pork roll or Taylor ham. You have to choose one. This is a critical issue. Thankfully, not taking a stance on sandwich name of choice did not hurt Adam in the election.
Your work as a physician, I think it's important for us to mention how incredible your work has been in war zones. I did not know that you treated Illinois Senator Tammy Duckworth, who lost both of her legs in Iraq, and she was integral in lobbying the Biden administration at the time because you and your team were in Gaza performing surgeries on victims of the Israeli genocide. And there was no one advocating for you, and Tammy Duckworth was like, this man treated me. I mean, speak about your story, because it's quite remarkable.
Yeah, our connection goes back a long time, and I was a combat trauma surgeon in Iraq in 2004 when her Black Hawk was shot down with an RPG. and I was the surgeon that took care of her and stabilized her, was able to, have her survive that initial injury and get onto an evacuation back to Germany and eventually back to the United States. So.
Yes, indeed. Okay, now is this open? Yes, thank God. All right. Now I just want to go over here. Take a look at the elections. Now, there's been actually a lot here. Adam, like I said, his decision not to take a stance on New Jersey's beloved sandwich was not the determining factor in his election. Adam Homowy winning in New Jersey's 12th. Now, when we last left off, I was pretty down about how California turned out. But I think some of the problem is that I am expecting California to be like the rest of the elections. And for us to have results immediately, if not sooner.
Illegal. Immediately, if not sooner.
However, actually, wait, don't I have... Actually, we'll get... When are we going to do California? I was planning on doing... Wait, didn't I have... Where did this one fucking go? What in the hell? Anyway, Adam Homowy, he stood up for a lot of great things, as well as the immigrants in that Newark detention facility. I believe multiple occasions. And he won his race. But, I'm just remembering, I combined these two things. So I actually don't want to go too deep. But if you missed it, I will at least show you the rest of the results in New Jersey. New Jersey 2nd, 6th, 7th, and 8th. Our preferred candidates did not win. Terry Reese, John Shu, Brian Varela, Musab Ali. 4 no challenge Democrats, incumbent Democrats, went ahead to the general without a primary, essentially. Rachel Peace, Monica MacGyver, Annalelia Mejia, and Adam Homowy all won theirs. And these 3 are the best of the 4 there that won, in my opinion. Adam going to the Congress is going to be hugely important. But I just remember that I wanted to keep talking about ICE a little bit. I did not organize this as well as I thought I did today. So yeah, let's talk about ICE a little bit more here. And ICE has been brutalizing protesters, showing up in solidarity with the immigrants who were on hunger strike over recent weeks. But before we go to this Kyle Kalinske video over at Secular Talk from Tuesday, I just want to say thank you to different donos over on PayPal. Incredibly generous. Making big progress. There we go. Wow. Crazy progress. Oh, shit. I can't see this whole... I have to open this one up. One of them I can't shout out yet because I have to I have to open up PayPal on a browser. But PerfXL, 15 bones, funds for the gunship. All right, Kyle Kalinske. Nope. What the fuck did I just do? Sound.
So it's kind of crazy that this isn't being covered more in the media, but all hell is breaking loose in New Jersey because there's this massive protest outside of one of the ICE concentration camps, and it's been growing more and more by the day. It's now gotten to the point where the state government is sending thugs to crack down on these protests along with ICE. You have a curfew now being implemented in Jersey. So first, let me show you this. More than 6,300 children have been detained by ICE during President Trump's second term. 97% have no criminal record. Guys, how insane is that? 6,300 children, 97% no criminal record, and ICE is rounding these.
Exactly. So when deranged, disgusting demons like Brandon Gill of Texas says that the ICE is just cleaning up neighborhoods and getting rapists, thugs, and drug dealers off the streets, that's a lie. Maybe 3% of the people are that. Maybe. This is CBS News, by the way. This is Trump approved. This is like as like Trump approved media as you can get at this point. Like more so than even like Fox News, I feel like.
It becomes even more disturbing when you remember they literally don't give a fuck about due process. They need warrants, but they don't get warrants. So they're arresting whoever they want. The Supreme Court basically said, yes, you can racially profile when it comes to immigration enforcement. This is truly, truly Gestapo-like shit. The way immigrants are being treated is with zero rights. They have no fucking rights. And by the way, if immigrants have no rights, that means none of us have any rights. Because if they take away the constitutional rights of one person, immigrant or not, then everybody's rights are gone. So all they have to do is just assume you're an immigrant and do whatever the fuck they want to you. Okay? That's where we're at. And of course, there's torture going on. Of course, there's rape going on.
Just gonna skip ahead slightly.
For these protests. And there's been a violent crackdown by the regime. Let's watch some of this. Here we go.
If you take us directly on my foot, the horse literally just hit our camera.
Covering what the corporate media covers up.
Firing tear gas directly at the media.
They targeted us specifically. They just targeted us specifically. They threw it at us.
All right, guys, that was directly at my feet. I know that was intentionally targeted at me.
Now ask yourself, why is the media not covering this? It's that old saying, the revolution won't be televised. That's what this is. The revolution's not being televised.
Yep. It's true. And actually, I think this might be the same video that Kyle was just looking at. Hard to know for sure because I look at so many of these. I think in the same fucking video, you can see how they're treating the media, forcing them away from active scenes, trying to repress even further. The media's ability, the independent media's ability to cover these stories.
Let's go.
Keep it pushing. Let's go.
All right, guys, that was a tough one for me. I did not want to leave. That was a tough one for me.
that credentialed press would be allowed to remain in the area as long as they had verified credentials. There was no verification of credentials. They're brutalizing. They're arresting a man right now.
Why are they fucking arguing with them? It's so stupid.
We're seeing them arrest someone over there very roughly. You can see them arresting people right now. People who are simply protesting, exercising their First Amendment right, and they forced the press out, obstructed our ability to keep them accountable for their actions.
Come on, you can tell them back. You're getting arrested. Let's go. Let's go.
What are we going to be arrested for? Sir.
What is the threat of freedom because of
You guys can hear a lot of yelling and banging, so they're probably hitting them with shields. As you see, one by one, they are being thrown to the ground.
They keep stacking up guys to try to block our view because they don't want to be recorded arresting free American citizens who are just.
Yeah, you can also see here that they are going through their bag. And that's your personal property. That's their personal property. They're just going through without a warrant, without an actual, I'm fairly certain without any crimes having been committed. It's a violation of the Fourth Amendment.
They keep stacking up guys to try to block our view because they don't want to be recorded arresting free American citizens who are just practicing their First Amendment rights, trying to freely assemble. Hey, they don't want their crimes shown. That's right, John. And we're over 100 feet away. We're over 100 feet away, and they still are unhappy that they're being recorded arresting American citizens. And there go the police. Maybe they've finished doing their violence.
Yo, walk down that way. We're not going to tell you again. You arrested some of us. We arrested everybody, and you will get arrested if you don't leave. This is the fourth time they told you. Let's go, move.
We're outside half a mile. Where are we allowed to stay? Where are we allowed to stay? We're on a public sidewalk outside half a mile. Where are we allowed to stay? Where's the line?
There's no clear communication, just bullying.
You came from fucking Ohio. I don't care. Get out of here.
Wait, why does the press have to go home?
Get out of here.
Why does the press have to go home?
Sorry. Why can't we stay here?
Can you tell us why the press has to go home?
Let's go.
It sounds like an army, and that's the type of energy that the state police are bringing out here to control what, they have their riot gear to control what they were worried a riot was going to happen. Instead, it was peaceful protesters. Exactly. Yeah. Thank you, John. They riot.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
More government repression. Dissolution of civil rights in front of our eyes. First Amendment, Fourth Amendment, all just meaningless. To the state police, to the federal government, the more the state police and the local police collaborate with ICE. I've been saying it since these ICE enforcements started, essentially, under Trump. That the more they collaborate, the more complicit they are, and the more that they should prepare themselves for defund 2.0. And of course we've always meant by defund, take their funding and give it to people who aren't going to assault citizens and take away their rights. Take away funding from police and give it to social workers. Take away funding for riot shields and fucking grenade launchers and less than lethal munitions. Take away all their little toys and give it to people who are going to try and make society better rather than brutalizing it. So they can still have jobs, just no more toys. In fact, I think we're going to have to take it down to batons and tasers, no body armor, These guys, they feel too safe. They're running around dressed up like it's fucking Afghanistan. Just unleashing hell on people. Top to bottom, head to toe. Geared the fuck up. against peaceful protesters and fucking press. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of watching these emboldened police forces receiving billions and billions and billions of dollars. And let's not forget, under Biden, police budgets went up. After Trump left, police budgets around the country went up. Broadly speaking. So there's been no defund, right? There's really been very little reallocation of resources in most cities. In a couple of places, maybe. Portland, an example. But in very few places have these sorts of things actually come to fruition in any shape or form. Now, Fox News was in the streets asking protesters how they felt. It turns out Fox News didn't like what they heard.
Inside Out game with the protests here in New Jersey. AP just did a report showing rampant suicide in these detention centers because they're so horrific. All sorts of report in California that you've got detainees, as it were, in these concentration camps, not getting food, not getting medical care, by design. Here's Senator Andy Kim talking to Jake Tapper on the squalid conditions at the Delaney Hall Detention Center out in New Jersey.
And this is in Newark, and I just want to point out that Cory Booker was not out there. Andy Kim was the junior senator. Cory Booker, who was the mayor of Newark, he tweeted something, didn't mention ICE once in his long scroll.
Hold on, we're going to skip the Andy Kim interview. Yeah, this is the part that
AI was really annoying.
Let's
only 17%. I put it into a checker, so probably not a high AI thing. But I
Okay.
did have the same instinct you did.
Here is a demonstration outside of Delaney Hall, and you got Fox News there fishing around for protesters, and like she is. This is how a Fox News correspondent makes their bones. Go out and talk about how rude the protesters are. Protesters are rude, protesting the literal like torture of some of these people.
And so the other situation is there's people like this. You are a protester who's been out here and you have a dirty mouth. But okay, so that's just what we deal with. So just for people that want to know.
You're one of the protesters and you have a dirty mouth. Oh. That, how dare she? Oh, I can't believe it. Oh. Good God. How could she? Dirty mouth? She sounds like a grandma or something. These Fox News people are such fucking losers.
Like to cover these protests.
Oh, you have
It's
a dirty
constant
mouth.
with this. This is what these people do. They want people who are in.
I'm an adult, and you're an adult, and you have a dirty mouth. That's like how you talk like a child, not to another human being, not like another adult human being, right? Oh, you have a dirty mouth. My pristine virgin ears can't possibly hear your profanities.
Country illegally to be released out onto the streets. DHS says that's what they're gonna not be doing. So we'll see.
Nazi bitch.
Yeah, I mean,
dirty mouth.
She's right.
We report,
fucking
you
suck.
decide.
Yeah,
That's
why
what's
you
going
suck
on
it?
there.
That's that Jillian Michaels shit again too, where it's just like,
Oh.
I don't like your filthy mouth.
Oh,
Those
first of all,
ICE agents
how
were
could
so
you?
polite to me.
First, have you considered sucking it, bitch? God damn. Terrifying. How could she possibly withstand such horrible words in person? Just terrifying. Oh, wait, sorry. Staying with the majority report. This is what I mean by I screwed up. I meant to put the other one over here. So we're just going to go back to the majority report. Different clip, though. Talking about the elections. They happened. There are going to be more happening next Tuesday. Oh, God. Just saying it gives me stress out loud. It's like, oh, God. I still haven't done everything I need to do for next Tuesday, and it's already Friday. Still behind. Although yesterday, I took the day off. I was hella productive. I cleaned the shit out of my apartment. 80%, I would say. 85% cleaner. Well, maybe 85% of the cleaning I needed to do done. Still got some laundry left. Why are you laughing at me? Huh? Why are you laughing at me? I don't appreciate that.
Let's get into what happened across the country last night. Again, California, we only have some results in, and to the extent that we do, not necessarily stuff that we're going to be super psyched about. Again, at the end of the day, the most important thing, in my estimation, is that the Democrats take the House and the Senate. Progressives did fair last night, I would say. Fair to not so fair. But there wasn't necessarily huge races. Like, we're not talking the difference between a Plattner and a Mills. We're not talking the difference between a Haley Stevens and an Abdul El Sayed. That's not what we're talking about. Congressional races come and go. Although this one is pretty exciting. Dr. Adam Hamawi, who was on the program last week, Emma interviewed him, pulled out an impressive win in New Jersey. And here is his acceptance speech. And you understand, this is a very blue district. So he's going to win this district.
As a doctor, I see my patients struggling in the richest country in the history of the world just to be able to afford their health care. I met people every day drowning in medical debt because the billionaires and the insurance companies decided that we need to make profits over taking care of the sick. I became a doctor to take care of people and to save lives. But I end up spending half my time just fighting the insurance companies to be able to provide care. I knew that the system was broken, rigged, and that it was serving only a few and not the many. And when I came back from Gaza, I went to the halls of Congress to share what I saw. But what I found is many doors that were closed in my face, people didn't even want to listen. And I realized that these doors weren't just closed to me. They were closed to everyone. For everything. That's right. Unless you were one of the oligarch lobbyists with a check in your hand. Yes. So 6 months ago, we launched this campaign. Almost no one thought that we were viable. No one thought we had a shot. Even those who called themselves progressives laughed us out of the room. And they said that we didn't ask permission to run.
So there it is.
Yep. Adam Hamawi took that 12th district, and it's hugely exciting for sure. Now, one thing that Sam said, I think they might have cut it out when talking about the race, was regarding the Senate race in Montana, regarding Josh Turek and what was his name? Jacob Wall? John Wall? I can't remember his fucking name. Honestly, there wasn't that much daylight between their policies, aside from on Israel funding, and it was not made clear on the website of this guy, this Josh Turek guy who won, who I mistakenly endorsed, who was technically Chuck Schumer's preferred candidate in the race. There really wasn't that much daylight. Like, going back looking at them, they intentionally tried to hide that part of his policy from people. And the rest of their policies are hella fucking similar. Fairly progressive, honestly, the rest of it. But would have preferred the other guy, probably, in that case. Now, do California now. I think we should do California now. Yeah. I think it makes more sense to do it this way. I'll do this, this, and this. Just makes more sense. Okay, sorry. I'm a little thrown off right now today. My list isn't great. Oh, okay, by the way, I finally got the... I can't see on the mobile app when people type long messages. I can't see the whole fucking thing. But here is the dono message from Arvin Trevino. We see you part of the women's sphere. Thank you, GSL, for always supporting, fighting, and loving us as human beings. I hope every MAGA is shamed to oblivion.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
Thank you, Arvin. Incredibly generous. Thank you for helping with the galactic deficit. Of course, the only way for people to help with this massive galactic deficit is through Patreon memberships, Cash App, and PayPal donations. If you're not already a Patreon member, I'd recommend that first. Duck went to bed early. Wow, wow, wow. What's the old adage? Early duck gets the first gold medal. I believe that's what it is. Oh, wait, actually, no. Because Duck didn't get gold medal. Who got gold today? Mo and Noah? I think Moe got gold medal today. Sorry, I'm trying to get us to the California elecciones. And you know what? Maybe we'll do it this way first. Yeah. Let me... pause. Okay, now do you remember how around this time, Tuesday, I was sounding pretty down, and I said that we would be lucky to get 6 of these house seats in California? Well, I was, for the first time, perhaps for the first time ever, too pessimistic.
What?
Yes, that's right. For the first time, I was not the Nostradamus of terrible events, and the large mail-in vote, and the system, the vote counting system in California stumped me. Like an idiot.
You're a moron.
I'm a perfectly stable individual.
And like the perfectly stable individual like I am, I took some time reassessing those feelings, and have come to the conclusion I was very wrong. Not only was I wrong about the number that we would get by, first off, we have 6. We already have 6. I'm going to say this right now. We have 6, and we might be able to nearly double it. We got Latifah Simon. We got Sam Liccardo. We got Ro Khanna. Sandra Van Scotter. Angela Gonzalez Torres went ahead. Esther Kim Barrett went ahead. Not the best, but the best in the race. Like, you know what I mean? Like, she could be better, but best in the race, in my opinion. But then, now these ones are a loss. Joel Lava, Marianne Shama, Todd Lombardo, they've said, like, from the 30th to the 43rd, I can almost guarantee, unless something crazy happens in those races, they're not going to win. But so far we got 6. Now, Angelica Duenas, who I was saying people should vote for, she was way back when we were talking about this, when I was going to bed. It was like, when I was ending the stream, she was back by like 20 points to the next person behind the next person in the race. Now she's back by less than 7. She's back by 6.1 points. 45,000 votes left. Only back by 5. Only behind by 5,000. And of course, the mail-in votes are heavily Democratic. I'm not saying they're all going to go to her. Luz Rivas will certainly benefit from those. But what portion will she get? She could do it. Angelica could do it. I'm telling you, just watch from everything I've been watching, she could fucking do it here. I am not giving up. Haven't given up. Not gonna do it.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Never give up. Never surrender.
Oh, shut up.
Okay, I will not shut up. Going up now, Teresa Lynn Hoge. Even better situation for her. California 23. All districts, please. She's in second place right now, leading by 6,000 votes. Up by 5%. That's another seat. That's 2 potential seats right there. Randy Villegas in the 22nd district. Look at my boy Randy. Second place. Up by 2,000. You still got a lot of votes coming in. Anything could happen. But Randy's in second place.
Yeah!
That's 3 seats we could get. Now, Matt Ortega, probably not going to happen. Sorry, Matt.
Oh.
At least I'm pretty sure. I mean, I guess anything could still happen in any of these things, but which one is he? 14? 14. Matt. Oh yeah, he's 2%, okay? Some crazy shit would have to happen. So probably not for Randy. Not Randy, for Matt. For Matt Ortega. Mitch Maisler in the 10th. Not doing great. Same situation, 2.8%. Mai Vang still fighting it out, though, in California's 7th for second place right now. She's behind by 200 votes, but there's half of the vote is still coming in, and the person in second place is the GOP candidate. She could do this. Definitely do this. With only half the vote in, and the vast majority of the mail-in voting is being done by Democrats. Oh, she could do it. Oh, yeah. Come on. Eric Jones, District 4. He was way back as well. Now he's in 3rd place, fighting the GOP candidate with only 47% in, back by 2%. Come on. I'm telling you. I went to bed sad, woke up determined to unpack these results, and was happily surprised by what I saw. 2nd District, Rosie, unfortunately, not looking good for Rose. Granted, there is a sea of Republicans ahead of her, which could be advantageous to her with the fact that, once again, there's only 40% in, and there's mostly mail-in that's being counted. But that's quite a hurdle. She's got nearly 5%, 5,500 votes behind. But I'm not giving up. I'm not giving up on Rose either. But I'm just saying. Just saying.
Never give up, never surrender.
Never give up, never surrender. That's basically double what I thought we could do. I was too pessimistic. For once. For once in the first time. All right, not the first time, but feels like the first time in like the last 2.5 years I was overly pessimistic on a situation. We had a surprise to the upside. But a nice surprise.
Columbiarican_9505 just cheered 100 bits. Since we celebrating some potential wins, maybe you can treat the space community with the Lego drama that happened in Utah, a story full of Legos, police drama and corruption and action. That would be an awesome Sunday fun day.
Okay, maybe Sunday fun day. Maybe Sunday fun day, but like, there's no way I have time for it tonight. Friday or Saturday. I just know. I can just say right now, unless this gets like even more out of hand, like the Trump administration gets involved somehow. I just don't see it as being one of the top stories for me between now and Sunday Fun Day. But by Sunday Fun Day, that may make its way into the list for that stream. But I can't promise anything right now. I do know what you're talking about. It's fucking insane. It's fucking ridiculous. I don't even have got time for that right now. The Randy Giga whatever. I no, I can't. Can't do it. Not gonna do it.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Staying in California. Let's talk a little bit about the mayor's race and the delusional, deranged douchebag by the name of Spencer Pratt running to be next mayor of Los Angeles. Francesco Fiorentini.
Let me just show you the latest results of the mayoral race. It was a good night for Karen Bass, the current mayor of LA, the incumbent, got 34 at this point. Again, there's an estimated 40% more left to count. She got 34.8%. Spencer Pratt with 30.4. Nithya Raman at 22.3. There's a fair amount to make up, but not impossible. And again, with the late votes, I think anything is possible, including booting Pratt out of this.
Yeah, and I actually did the math on this, and I think this is the latest updated version. I don't. Hold on. Here, I'll do. Well, actually, no. We're already on the topic. I don't want to get sidetracked. Actually, fuck it. No, I'll just let him go. I'll let him go. Yeah.
Thing, but just give me your take initially on Bass, the person who sort of seems to be a little bit at sea in this role, whether it in terms of the fire response, in terms of the even the ice response and other elements that we have not been subjected to. But give me your thoughts on Bass and this result.
Yeah, I mean, she, in my opinion, is not
right. I thought this was a little old. Those numbers looked a little different than what I was looking at. So this is what I was looking at very recently. This is the latest, very latest numbers. The very best numbers. Everybody's saying it. Everybody's saying it. The great GalacticStreamLord. But right now, I want us to do the math here, okay? Let's play a little game called math.
It's science.
No, I said math. Where's my fucking calculator? Oh my god. There it is. Let's do a little bit of math. How do I do this again? Right. Okay, so we are currently Nithya Raman is behind by 33,000 votes, right? 33,100 votes. And it's important to be specific in this case because boy, oh boy, does this get close. So there's 311,000 votes. I don't know how everybody here would want to split that up, but considering what we have in front of us, right? This is the currently counted in-person vote. And as we know, Republicans are much more likely to vote in person than vote by mail. That has only increased in the Trump term, right? Era. Karen had 35% here. Spencer's got 29, and Nithya's got 23. Now, if we assume that these three are getting the vast majority of the votes, because if you look here, that is the case, right? You look at everybody else, and the number of votes here, nobody. The next closest person, Adam Miller, Ray Wong, Juanita Lopez, right? These all have 3.9, 2.8. So you can assume that these are going to be the top three vote getters at this point in this race. No matter how many candidates they are the ones who've been getting all the votes. But you got to assume that there is going to be a heavy weighting towards Democrats. I don't know how I want to break. I could break it up any number of ways, right? But if you assume a slightly oversized portion of these votes going to Nithya and Karen rather than Spencer, you do get really insanely close to this result. Let's just assume for fun that mail-in voters were more leftist and they wanted a change. They wanted Nithya Raman rather than Karen Bass. So let's say that Karen gets 35, right? Nithya gets 40, and Spencer gets 25, right? That adds up, right? 35 and 25 is 60. If Nithya gets 40, I mean, that'd be crazy, but it could happen, right? If that happens, right? If you get 0.4 times 311, that's 124,000 plus 130 is 254, right? If you give 0.25 to Spencer Pratt, he's losing by 15,000, right? And so you could take that number down. As you can see here, you could get more conservative than I just was by a bit. I don't know the exact number. It would take a second to actually come to it. You know what I'm saying? You could play out all sorts of different fucking scenarios here, but you see how close it is. Like, this could go down, and she could win. Whoopsies, don't do that. Okay, there we go.
A strong enough personality to be mayor. Again, I don't think we need someone who's timid in the face of all that we have to, in the face of what we're facing. With her response to the fires, to ICE, I just think she comes up short time and time again. This does not surprise me, though. She's an incumbent.
Oh, by the way,
she has name recognition.
By the way, I almost forgot to mention this. Like, this is one of the outcomes I keep saying in California that would be amazing as a result of the jungle primary, is having, like, Democrat against Democrat, right? Not making it so that they cannot get into partisan politics and they have to fight over the issues, right? Because it makes the elections about the issues. And I think that's important. If you can just get away from that, Californians be like, okay, we're getting a Democrat. Now, who's the fucking best one? Like, that's the conversation we need to be having. And that's what I forgot to mention. That in the House races, I can't remember exactly how many of them, but you got a couple. You got a few Dem against Dem general elections that are shaping up, or could be multiple ones that are already seemingly going forward right there, right? Simon and Joyce. You got, but then like in a bunch of these other ones where you have like Democrat candidates already as the first to advance, the next one coming is possibly a Dem, right? Like, very likely almost, in my estimation, to be a them. So you could have like I think like a half a dozen or more like them v them, like just fights in California. I think that would be a great thing for the party. You know, force people to actually take a stance on something potentially. Otherwise, I guess the other option is that it'll just get really dirty with like Oppo, like sort of, you know what I mean? Just like they're just get in the mud and start like slinging ad hominem attacks at each other, which of course would be the least productive possible. I wouldn't put anything past our government.
She's well known in the city. It does not surprise me. I always figured she would be top 2. We would go to a runoff. I did not think she was going to win outright. But I do agree with you. Like, I think our best case scenario is that Nithya collects the rest of these votes and Spencer Pratt is out of this conversation within the next week.
Yes.
Hopefully. But if not, I also kind of wouldn't be surprised if it's Pratt versus Bass because, you know, it was also Caruso versus Bass. And I don't think that they had that much distance between them, if we're being completely honest. And I also think that Caruso, someone like Caruso, his personality probably would have been better in the fires. I don't agree with anything he said, but he would have at least been stronger and more of an advocate for the Palisades, certainly. But I think the city overall, I have been so underwhelmed by Bass. That's like an understatement. I don't know what.
Yeah, and that's why I think it's likely that leftists, who are once again are more likely to vote by mail, may outnumber the centrists in the mail-in votes. We'll see. We will see. But Spencer Pratt's a piece of shit. Just gonna skip ahead a little bit in here to a clip that Francesca prepared for us here.
That call this city home.
What are your plans for the over 40,000 homeless in Los Angeles?
Yeah, they're not homeless. They're drug addicts. Most
They're
of
not homeless.
these people are addicted to.
Well, they're not homeless. What does that even mean, dude? This guy is a fucking idiot. Like, how stupid do you have to be? Like, really? They're not homeless? Then where are they? What are they? They're not, if not homeless. Like, I mean, I know he says drug addicts, but you can be a homeless drug addict. Like, you cannot have a home. And like, what is he talking about? This guy's a fucking moron. They got homes. They're just drug addicts. That's basically what he's saying. It's like, these people actually have homes. They just like to be in the streets because they're doing drugs. What a fucking moron. Who can listen to this and be like, yeah, this is my guy. Dumbass Spencer Pratt. Fucking idiot Spencer Pratt. Homeless people aren't homeless. They're just drug addicts.
Fentanyl and meth. This isn't Spencer
Are you
making
saying they
it up.
don't have homes?
There is places for all of these people to sleep in LA. No matter what anybody tells you, we have housing and shelter for everyone that's living on the street. They're choosing to be on the street because they want to do drugs. They don't want rules. They don't want to listen. They want to have animals to abuse. This idea that they're forced on the street right now is a lie that our...
Wait, people are intentionally becoming homeless to do animal abuse? What kind of psychotic... What happened to Spencer Pratt's brain? What did he just say? People are intentionally becoming homeless, living on the street so that they can abuse animals? Couldn't you technically abuse an animal in a home? What does being homeless have to do with this guy is a fucking idiot. Oh my God. This is wild.
Is perpetuating. We've paid $24 billion to house these 40,000 people. There's spots for all of these people. They are choosing because they're an addict, and you can do fentanyl and sewer meth on the sidewalk with no repercussions.
Okay, so he quite literally disputes.
Wouldn't there be less repercussions off of the sidewalk? What is this guy talking about? People are going to the streets so that there's no repercussions for their... People are clearly facing more repercussions on the streets than they would be if they were in a home, right? Like if they were safe in a home of their own, right, that they owned, that they, you know, wouldn't they be safer there than on the streets from repercussions any kind? Whether it's like, I mean, I can think of just a whole host of repercussions of like living on the streets that would be solved by just having a home. And he's like, no, actually, they're going to the streets for less repercussions. What?
What you talking about?
I've never heard anything so ignorant. He really doesn't understand people's like life situations, does he? Like he's been a social media or like a reality TV star for too long, and he just doesn't understand like real life. He's just like living in some other. He's like living in some fantasy LA world of privilege that like does it like, you know, is only broached by the existence of poor people from time to time. And he's like, that's the problem with LA, is that my existence is bothered by the existence of homeless people who actually aren't homeless. They're choosing it. In the same way that Ben Shapiro says that people are choosing not to sell their homes that are being obliterated by climate change. You know, like people living on the side of cliffs that are eroding and nobody will buy the home, or because they now live in a swamp instead of a land. They're just choosing. They're all choosing it, don't you see? No one is homeless involuntarily. What a fucking idiot. Oh my God, it hurts my brain.
You're a moron.
You're a little baby.
Seriously. He's a little baby who's like got no life experience. He's like, people just choose to be homeless. They're like, I just want to be homeless. Yeah. They're a little more complicated than that. Now, Donald Trump is making some accusations in the wake of the California primaries. You will be shocked to hear what the president is saying. Here's Forbes breaking news from 12 hours ago. Trump baselessly accuses Democrats of stealing the California primaries. President Donald Trump, without evidence, accused Democrats of trying to quote-unquote steal California's gubernatorial and Los Angeles mayoral open primaries as mail-in and drop-off ballots are still being counted with a Republican candidate in contention to make the runoff. Oh, I'm sorry. I couldn't finish it. I was laughing too hard. I couldn't get through the sentence. How dare they? Stealing the election with mail-in and drop-off ballots. As usual, nasty Democrats. Voting different. Why can't they just show up in person? Voting with mail in the same way that I vote. So where's Donald Trump fucking votes by mail? Every goddamn election. But he's here claiming that Democrats are stealing the election with mail-in ballots. Nasty, nasty Democrats dropping off ballots. Illegal. Republican candidate in contention to make the runoff in each of the races. Whoopsies, what did I just do? God damn it, I meant to press play. How did I hit that? In a post on Truth Social, Trump attacked the Democrats and basically accused them of trying to quote-unquote steal the two races, quote, all caps, away from two great Republican candidates. The president didn't offer any evidence to back his assertions and attacked, quote, very late and massive numbers of, quote, mail-in ballots, as he had appeared to echo false claims that he had made in the 2020 elections. He's such a sore loser. Oh my god. In a follow-up post, Trump again accused the Democrats derisively, calling them quote-unquote Democrats of all caps big cheating, and claimed votes were quote all tied up. And results may not be in for quote-unquote weeks. Yeah, that's because, yeah, that's how it works. Okay. California has a very strong election integrity system, so it's not shocking Trump is doing this, but it is potentially an issue if the federal government tries to intervene. I'm laughing now because he's just doing a rerun of 2020. But the laughter is immediately replaced by a sense of dread. Because, of course, we know how that all wound up. Makes it feel like this midterm season's about to get a little weird. Remember, we're still in the primaries right now, right? We're still in the primaries. What happens when it comes to the general elections and you have people who are actually going to be like, who are actually like being elected to their positions, right? Like right now, it's still technically a race. Like nobody's I mean, some people have lost, but nobody's actually won. But of course, he's talking about the fact that, like I was telling you all, there's multiple races where it looks like, and maybe more than half a dozen races, I think, where you could have Democrat versus Democrat in the general. Meaning that Republicans wouldn't even have an opportunity to fight for a seat. Which would be everybody, I'm sure, would be very sad about that. No, it's not sad? Okay, that's fine. I can understand that too. What are we doing on time right now? Jesus, 3 hours in already? How did that happen? You're still waiting for Dan Harmon to make that damn movie? I mean, that just makes you a typical fan, honestly. I think that just makes you a typical Dan Harmon fan. Displeased that you're still waiting for some media from Dan. I find that funny. I'm honestly fine. Like take your time, Dan. I haven't even gotten done watching the latest seasons of Rick and Morty, okay? I don't need him putting out more stuff. It's just making my life more difficult. I'm too busy. All right? I'm too busy. He's got plenty of stuff for me. I'm satisfied, Dan. If you're listening right now, I'm perfectly fine. Your own pace. By all means. I wouldn't want you to rush perfection. Let's go here. To former Representative Jamal Bowman, talking with Dropsite News yesterday about the efforts of America's most influential political action committee, AIPAC. Whoopsies. Whoopsies. We got no sound. That's a problem. Take two.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
What they did was give birth to a new iteration of the movement. That's all they've done. And so we're here, we don't die, we multiply, and we're stronger than ever.
All right, standing here with former Congressman Jamal Bowman. He's here with his friend, Dr. Adam Humawy, who's just declared victor in the New Jersey 12th District Democratic primary. How you feeling? What did we learn tonight?
This is huge. I'm feeling inspired, uplifted. I was actually emotional. Adam is an incredible person. His resume is just, I mean, he's a surgeon. He's literally gone around the world saving people's lives, like putting bodies back together. And from day one, when I was canvassing with him, I was trying to just mentor him and coach him as much as possible, just to tell him certain things to do.
What's your message? I mean, you're somebody who was literally forced out of Congress by dark money, by big organized money from the pro-Israel lobby.
Yeah.
What's your message to those people tonight when another progressive, populist, insurgent candidate rises up, and you're seeing across the country perhaps a movement that, if it was happening when you were pushed out of Congress, could have kept you in there?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, there's more of us than them, right? So while AIPAC and Trump and MAGA and Peter Thiel and all of them supports fascism and techno-feudalism and the Epstein class and genocide and apartheid and all that horrible, evil, inhumane nonsense. While they support that, they have to double down and concentrate their power to wield against the billions who are on the other side of that. So the more we organize, the more we win. And so Chris Rabb a couple weeks ago in Philadelphia, Dr. Adam Humawy now, Zohran Mamdani a year ago in New York. We got other races in New York, Brad Lander.
Yeah, we got a lot of big races here. I mean, honestly, we need to be focusing in on them more and more. Hopefully I can manage to pull shit together, pull myself together over here. I've been struggling, as you all probably know. To like pull myself out of the hole from the YouTube demonetization. I think I'm getting close, knock on wood. Space wood, to be specific. Yeah, one race coming up soon. In Michigan, I believe. What, July? No. Sooner? Is it sooner than that? Hold on. When is Michigan? No, August, actually, later. First week of August, Michigan Senator, well, hopefully future Senator, Abdul Al-Sayed. We're looking for everybody's vote in the Michigan primary. Represent Michigan in the U.S. Senate. He utterly decimated. Honestly, we have so many, like, I didn't even know which one to do. Like, some of these, I feel like I should, like, save. Just for content's sake. But I love you all too much. Maybe I'll just do this again. But, like, this is, I mean, Abdul El-Sayed did an interview here on MSNBC with Katie Turr. He obliterated her.
Thank you for joining us. I imagine you're going to argue that this can be a decision based on your head and your heart. Why?
Well, I'm actually not. I think we need to vote with our heart. And when we build a movement of people who come together around the things these seats were for, that's how we win. It turns out that to win an election, you have to have enough people who want a thing. And the problem with our politics is that we assume that people don't want the same things as we do. I've been now to 101 different cities up and down my state. You could be at a VFW hall in Escanaba or a church in Detroit or a living room in Grand Rapids, and people say the same thing, it just shouldn't be this hard. And so I'm asking people, what is it that you want from your government? Maybe if we broke the chokehold that corporations have had on our government for so long, maybe if we actually used this to put money back in our pockets rather than into our politics, and we guaranteed everybody health care, maybe life could be a little bit easier. And if you believe that, I promise you your neighbor down the street believes it too.
Can you guarantee health care in just the state of Michigan? Massachusetts did do it at one point.
Well, look, we need a nationwide movement. And here's the thing about it. No matter where you are in this country, our medical debt is $225 billion. That's more than the GDP of half of U.S. states. And the
I'm trying to remember. I think I know what she's talking about. Romney Care. Now, she's asking a guy who's running for Senate about state efforts that he would almost have nothing to do with. It was the Governor Romney at the time, if I recall correctly, who did Romney Care in Massachusetts. And you need to be asking fucking, oh fuck, why can't I think of the name of the governor of Michigan right now? God damn it. You know who I'm thinking of. It's just, what a stupid question, Katie.
Single way to do this is actually to guarantee it at the federal level. That being said, there's a lot that states could do, but guess who's holding them back? Federal politics. So we need a movement at the federal level that says, actually, this is about what we can do when we're not sending our money to drop bombs on other people and their kids, if we're using that here at home.
You'd need.
Yeah, and he answers it even better than I, would have. Just absolutely kills it. We don't have to talk about it. We shouldn't be talking about it on a state level. We should be talking about it on a federal level, guaranteeing to all people in America, rather than spending all of our money on wars in the Middle East.
A supermajority in the Senate to do this, and control of the
Yes,
House,
Walls.
and control
Thank
of the
you.
presidency. Maybe you guys.
Thank you, or Boomer.
Omega 5 Tar just cheered 100 bits. You expecting a lot from the Fourth Estate?
I'm expecting a lot from the Fourth Estate. Okay. I feel like I'm expecting the bare minimum. And it's just become a lot. I'm expecting the bare minimum, and it's become a lot to ask. Because they're so so inept and or unwilling to do these bare minimum things.
And the Democratic Party get
But I do understand the sentiment.
a majority. Maybe you retake the House, but you're not going to have the presidency for at least 2 more years. So what do you do about that?
Kate, I'll tell you this. That means we got a 2-year runway to actually do the things that Democrats haven't been doing for a very long time, which is about persuading people. I think Democrats, we do this thing where we have these polls, and then the poll tells us what's popular. And then we just say the thing that's popular, and we wonder why nobody wants to join us. Well, it turns out you actually have to have a righteous fight to get people to say, actually, you know what, I can't have those things. And we have given up on the idea that you can actually persuade people. There's a reason that I go to 101 different cities. It's not because they're all Democrats. It's because I want to prove that if you're willing to take your message, if it's authentic to you, if you believe in it, and have that conversation with folks in places where they say you can't, you actually can start to change people's minds. We need more of that in our politics.
Michigan is an interesting state. You've got a Democratic governor. You've got a lot of Republicans in the state. Donald Trump won the state. And this race is going to be really tight. Slotkin beat Mike Rogers, who's going to be the Republican nominee, by 0.3 points. I mean, that's nothing. And there is concern that you might not be right for as purple or potentially lean red as the state can be because of your progressive politics. How do you convince Democrats that once you get to a general election, you'll be...
Do you hear what Katie's saying? Are you sure you should even be running? Are you sure you're not conservative enough of a Democrat? Like, this is how this is framed so much. Over and over again. I think most people are getting really fucking sick of it. Because nobody wants this, like, centrist candidate. Most people are now to the left or to the right. And the center has been eroded as a result of our current system. Right? And they've heard to be like, oh, are you sure you're not a centrist enough of a Democrat? I think you're unelectable. Because you want people to have health care. You know, and you think like Palestinians shouldn't be getting genocided, which is going to come up here in a second.
Win over the independents needed, maybe the Republican waivers that you're going to need to win this Senate seat.
You know, when I first kicked off this race about 14 months ago, everybody counted me out too. And now we're leading in almost every poll. What that shows you is that campaigns themselves matter. Being able to have a conversation with the voters really matters. Now, I know I was not supposed to run for office. I got the wrong name. I got the wrong skin color. I pray the wrong way. My family comes from the wrong place. But I'm also not going to use this seat to tell you what you cannot have and should not fight for. And I know that when we're willing to have a conversation across the divides they tell us we can't breach, that we really can build big things. That's the story of this country. I'll also tell you this. I don't know what progressive means. I don't know what left and right is. I don't know what purple is or blue and red. What I do know is this. There are a lot of people who feel locked out of their politics, and there are folks who are locking them out. And too often it's the establishment, I hate to say it, on both sides of the political aisle. So I'd rather be with the people who are locked out, unlocking the system against both establishments, than have to ask this question about like, well, if we hedge our bet.
And with the people who are locked out, trying to break their way into the system. When she heard that, did you see her body language change? Like, he's so good with the messaging, dude. She just like, oh, like, and she's going to pivot now because that was such a good answer. She's going to try and pivot this conversation in an even worse direction than that. Even worse direction than, are you sure you're not centrist? Are you sure you're not like too much of a leftist for Michigan? Like, it's going to get worse than that somehow. Prepare yourselves.
And find this, in theory, political middle, then maybe we can win an election. But that's not inspiring to anyone.
You reference this religion and the way you pray. There are people who pray very differently in Michigan as well. A big Jewish population in Michigan. And a lot of them, feel uncomfortable in this moment about anti-Semitism, about the way that campaigns sometimes speak about what is anti-Semitism and what is not.
This is anti-Semitism. What is happening right now is anti-Semitism. This question is anti-Semitic. She is just asking a Muslim man, an Arab man here. It's just Islamophobia, right? Like this is just bigotry packed up in a question on mainstream media. The only reason she's asking this question is because of who Abdul El-Sayed is. This conversation, this question pisses me off to no end. Like, Katie Tur has no fucking shame.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
About the way that campaigns sometimes speak about what is anti-Semitism and what is not. What do you say to the Jewish community who you're going to want to vote for you about your positions on Israel, on AIPAC funding, et cetera, and how they shouldn't feel alienated by a candidate like you?
Well, Katie, I'll tell you this. Nobody understands what it's like to be discriminated against for how you pray. Like,
I'm sorry, I'm gonna let him respond. But can you believe her? This is the most Islamophobic fucking thing that you could possibly. What about all of the Jewish people who may feel what was the word she said? I gotta hear that word again.
Like you.
well, Katie, I'll tell you.
And how they shouldn't feel alienated.
Alienated. Essentially, it's calling him an alien in a way. Right? This is disgusting. This man's running for Congress. He's leading in the race, right? I mean, I'm sorry. Yeah, he's leading in the race, right, for Senate. And she is like, what about all the Jewish people who feel, alienated by your existence? If you feel alienated by the existence of somebody who's Muslim, of somebody who is Jewish, of somebody who is black, you are a bigot, and you just don't realize it, and you need help. And for her to say this question, I mean, oh boy,
You have a mental health problem.
Where my unstable girlies at?
By a candidate like you.
Well, Katie, I'll tell you this. Nobody understands what it's like to be discriminated against for how you pray, like someone who gets discriminated against for how we pray. And most of the time, we don't ask how we pray. Most people are asking, what do you pray for? And I pray for peace and dignity and basic goodness for all of our kids, whether they're Jewish kids who are neighboring a couple of houses down from me or my kids who are Muslim. And I'll tell you that it's really important for us to be able to differentiate between Judaism, the Jewish people, Jewish culture, Jewish contributions to this country, which are vast, and AIPAC and Israel. Those are two different things. When I'm elected, will be the chief opposition to what the Egyptian government does. Now, my family immigrated from Egypt. That doesn't make me anti-Egyptian. That just means that I want my tax dollars to be spent here rather than sent over there to cement the chokehold of a military dictatorship on its own people. And I apply the same exact principles to Israel. I don't want my tax dollars being spent to backstop backstop apartheid and genocide when they could be used to provide things like glasses or healthcare or schools for our own kids. And I worry that a lot of times people want to use the word anti-Semitism to spread to defend a foreign government. And I think it's just really important for us to differentiate between those two, because I don't want to be held accountable to what another government does simply because I share ethnicity with the people who live there. And I know the same for my Jewish sisters and brothers.
You've got support of Bernie Sanders and a lot of other progressives in the.
Oh, he decimated her. Oh my God, look at her. She's like, hey, you've gotten support of Bernie Sanders. She's.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
Every single question, Abdul just hit back so hard. Like, he managed to pivot from being accused as an alienating element in Michigan politics to all Jewish people in Michigan, to talking about how we need to stop spending money in the Middle East so that we can give people healthcare and glasses. Basically, like, he was like, dude, like, can we stop playing this stupid? Like, he actually laid it out. Like, he's like, look, stop conflating. That's the thing about it. I think I enjoyed most is that he decided to be like, look, this conflation needs to stop. And this happened on live television on MS Now. People saw this shit. Millions, you would think. Or it was, I don't know exactly how many people actually watch MS Now on the regular, but I mean, holy cow. He decimated this fucking narrative. It's like, look, my existence is not anti-Semitic. I just have issues with the government of Israel. If you have issues with me having issues with the government of Israel and you want to call me anti-Semitic for it, you're being disingenuous. That was posted to Abdul's channel earlier on Thursday. That's how I ran into that puppy. And people in Michigan will have the opportunity to vote for him in the... God damn it. Not in the goddamn it. In the Senate. I'm fine. In August. Almost 2 months from now, exactly. All right, speaking of the elections, let's go here to our friend, the very best, the guy with the very best numbers. Everybody's saying it. Even your mom. The great Harry Emden, CNN.
Hey friends, it's me, Harry Enton, and today we're discussing how Democrats and why Democrats are in their strongest position in decades. I dare say it's a historic position heading into a midterm election. And if you stay tuned till the end, we'll talk about Donald Trump and how he's in a historic position as well and how that is fueling Democrats in the midterm opportunities. But let's start off with the economy, because as Jimmy Carville is fond of saying, it's the economy, stupid. And in the case of you, the audience, it's the economy, smarty pants. And this number really just jumps off the screen, because take a look here. When you poll Americans on how they feel about the current and future economy, we get the worst ever consumer sentiment ever. And this measure has been taken since the mid-20th century. And awful. Weak. We are now in the 21st century. It is down, get this, 38% since the start of Trump's term all the way back in January of 2025. Just a massive decline. And this is fueling Democrats. It's fueling Democrats on the most simple of questions. That is, you identify as a Democrat, Republican, Independent, etc. And when we allocate those independents, look at this, to the Democrats, Republicans. Democrats right now have a 13-point lead. A 13-point lead on Republicans on this most basic of measure. And when we look back at prior midterm cycles, at this point, this 13-point lead is bigger than any in at least 20 years. It even beats 2006, when Democrats easily took back the U.S. House of Representatives and gained 6 Senate seats, which if it happened this year, Democrats would be, yeah, that is perfect.
Yeah! Okay. Yeah, the numbers for Democrats are looking quite good this year. And by the time the general comes around, could be even better. If the economy continues to implode, gas prices continue to go up. And that's what a lot of economists are predicting right now. All right, now one guy.
One guy, one time.
One guy you may know by the name of Zohran Mamdani. Recently won an election. He's now mayor of New York. He's been killing it. The short time that he has been in charge. Some people aren't big fans of Zohran, unfortunately.
Zohran Mamdani.
And those people tend to be kind of weird. You know, just sort of like villains, you know? Just terrible, terrible people. And creepy.
Don't be creepy.
Let's move from one disturbing thing to another disturbing thing.
I'm not even sure anyone's prepared to see what we're looking at.
We have two shots of this. And
Okay.
He's as wine colored in each of them, so.
Well, so I thought that this must be somebody making fun of him and doing some color correction, but then I saw that it was the Jerusalem Post, which is a right-wing pro-Israel paper, that had posted this. And then I realized that
It's at the J-Post conference.
there's no possible way that this was edited by them.
It could be a poor white balance thing, but we do see other
Poor
human
white
beings in the
balance.
footage.
Exactly.
There's only so much damage white balance can do.
This guy is a longtime radio host on WABC, which is the right-wing station in this.
Wasn't he the one going to war with Curtis Sliwa over dropping out?
Yes, I think so, definitely.
He earlier in the year accused Mr. Met, the mascot for the Mets, of being anti-Semitic.
This is mascot on mascot crime right there.
He looks like a mascot.
I mean,
I'm just going to put it
you're just
out.
gonna have to put it up. Look at me.
Jesus.
Me when I get hot wings instead of mild.
Why does he look like that? Why is his face so... It's like mauve. You know, it's like a deep maroon color. It's almost darker than the fucking jacket. Something fucked up is going on here, dude. Some real some failed science experiment happened here. I don't know what is going on.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so
But I mean, what he says is also equally disturbing, but...
Equally? I don't agree.
It's disturbing.
it's more typical, but it's not.
I mean, I've never seen someone with a grape juice like tint to their face like that. Holy moly!
And so I mean, here's another clip of it. So,
Oh my
See, that one
god.
looks normal.
Oh my god. Showing
That's how
him,
he looks.
He has drank a gallon of Cloyd.
when you put him up next to like a bunch of like normal colored stuff, like gray and white stuff, all of a sudden all just look the same color. Like he just makes it look. Like in comparison, like you look at this, and much of the rest of this is all the same hue in comparison to the incredibly bold color of his face. And the fact that he chooses to wear this jacket, which is very close to being the same color as his skin, really adds to that effect, I feel. Doesn't it seem like the rest of the room is just kind of muted by his presence? Just color balance wise, it's just throwing it like negative space, like like it's just really throwing off the whole environment. She looks off put by it. I'm not sure if it's what he's saying or what he looks like, but
silver
or
Oh my God.
grape juice or so. I mean, I don't know.
I don't know how you get that.
it looks painful.
Honestly, it looks like if he were to hit like an edge, a sharp edge, that his whole body would explode.
Yeah, his entire body's a bruise. Here he is talking about Mamdani so people can know why we're making fun of this guy.
I mean, that was enough, honestly.
Well, Omega 5
there's a moral to the story.
Subscriptions to the community.
God damn, Megastar with a sweet gift of 5 subs to the Galactic Community. Cornvet. Xenomut. Matt Binder receiving a sub. Wow, a celebrity. A Twitch and YouTube celebrity just got a sub. Protect your neck. And Arden Otto. But I mean, Smurfs. Of course, Thanos. Looking a lot like Thanos.
9505 just cheered 100 bits. He is right-wing Barney, and he's out there singing I hate you.
Barney,
hate me,
yeah, sure.
I will deport your entire family.
He does, I mean, certainly a similar color. Although he's even darker than Barney. He's even, like, Barney is like a... he is like a Concord grape purple. Barney is like, I'm trying to think of what color this is. It's like a fuchsia, right? Barney's like a fuchsia. This guy is, I mean, wow.
Grape juice or so? I mean, I don't know.
I don't know how you get that.
It looks painful.
Honestly, it looks like if you were to hit like an edge,
Sharp
a sharp
edge,
edge,
burrs, yep.
that his whole body would explode.
Yeah, his entire body's a bruise. Here he is talking about Mamdani so people can know why we're making fun of this guy.
I mean, that was enough, honestly.
Well, there's a moral to the story. If you're a reporter in New York City and you think you're tough and you got a story you want to go out and you come at me with an attitude at the Israel Day Parade, you're going to walk out crying. So Melissa Russo of NBC yesterday.
What does that mean?
I was.
If you come at me at the Israel Day Parade, you're gonna leave crying. Okay, tough guy. Don't even think about it.
A big event on Wednesday night in the city, MJE.
I will pop. I will literally pop. There will be red, there will be purple grape juice everywhere. You won't be laughing then.
You may know Bruce Pearl, great college basketball coach, and Aaron Molan from Australia, and James Maslow, a bunch of us. And I said at this event, I said, Mamdani wants us dead. Oh, wow. You can't say that. Okay, I'll say it again. Mamdani wants us dead. He wants every one of you dead. That's what he wants. You can't say that. Anyway, they made a big deal about the whole thing. So Russo comes up to me at the parade. She goes, did you really say that he wants us dead?
Now, I know Zohar Mamdani is an elected official, so I don't think he can sue for this, but if he wasn't, this would be this would be slander. And if he was Trump, I mean, the lawsuits would be coming in hot. Right? Trump doesn't give a shit. I don't expect Zoran to sue him, but I mean, this is clearly slanderous. The only thing protecting him is the fact that you can't, I don't think you can technically slander a public official. First Amendment.
I said,
but this is
yeah, can you prove he doesn't?
This is wild Islamophobia, though. Can you prove that he doesn't? You can't prove a negative, stupid. What?
I said, wow, that's a tough thing to say. I said, okay. Have you heard him lately? I'll leave it with this.
He just dispenses Hawaiian punch. Oh, God. It's exactly what it is. Or actually, you know what happens when he shows up? He's like the Kool-Aid guy. Comes busting through the wall. He explodes all over the place. It's red juice all over the furniture. Mom comes in. What the fuck is going on in here? What have you people been doing?
Got to do is come out once and say, I'm not about globalizing the Intifada. Just say it once. Tell us one time that Israel exists because of the Jewish people, right? Stop celebrating bullshit Nakba Day. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Stop doing stuff like that, and I won't say stuff like that.
He is, what he says is almost as repulsive as just like him being there. I mean, I don't know how people sit on the stage with him and just like aren't like.
Well, it's they're all in agreement at that conference, right?
But you still got to look over
Yes,
there.
I know.
Like, wait, why is there a cartoon villain?
Talking bottle of Manischewitz.
And when you say cartoon villain, I mean, look, it's hard for me to make Thanos references on this show because of all of the baggage
lore,
associated with it.
We're already lore heavy in the Thanos department.
Unfortunately, though, he's given me no choice as a bald man who is as more purple than Thanos.
I don't think it's him. I think it's the one. What's the movie with the raccoon? Galaxy, Guardians of the Galaxy. I think there's a guy in that.
They're all the same kind of aliens, right?
No.
No.
It's Thanos. Who's you talking about?
Yeah, that's who you're talking about.
No, that's not Thanos.
I don't know.
I love how Sam has been studying up on his Marvel Universe lore lately. Which one does he look more like? I mean, this is the question. Here's Thanos, and here is Drax, who I think Sam is talking about. I mean, it's hard to say. There are some aspects that are more similar, others. Skin tone certainly on point here. It's about this color purple.
Omega 5 Tar just cheered 100 bits. I don't care.
I don't care. Okay, that's fair.
Columbiarican _ 9505 just cheered 100 bits. Purple Rain thinks he's looking tough, Lamau. Washed up racist California raisin showing his true colors.
Washed up raisin, California fucking raisin. Wow. Wow. That's disturbing. That is quite disturbing. I don't think he's healthy. You know, you can't look that color like that and be at peak health. There's no way. Like, something's definitely wrong. But before we get done talking about people with weird health conditions, let's talk about the President of the United States.
Cyclone Cheeto.
Kyle Kalinske. Secular talk.
All right, y'all. It is getting weird out there. And as you all know, the president is hiding something terrible. His physical health.
What? I thought President Trump was a pristine physical condition. Peak form. Columbia Regan, more bits over here. We're on a hype train right now, I'm realizing. Or an incoming... Oh, I see. We have an incoming hype train. We got 3 minutes for another dono. Get a second hype train of this stream before we even take a break. Granted, we've been going 3.5 hours without taking a break, so... You know, but... Still is an achievement, though. 2 hype trains in one stream is fairly unusual.
Failing, his mental health is failing. They've tried 1,000 ways to Sunday to sort of keep this thing under wraps, but no matter how hard they try, they cannot truly dot their I's and cross their T's and make sure we don't witness any of it, okay? First, take a look at this from Aaron Rupar. He says the following. Trump has no public events on his schedule again today. The last time he was seen publicly for something other than a pre-taped interview was 6 days ago. 6 days. Wednesday, May 27th for his cabinet meeting. He went to Walter Reed the day before. The day before. Remember, he's been talking about hospitals. Like, he was showing everybody the Epstein Memorial Ballroom and the construction that was going on, and he kept saying to the media, oh, we're going to have a drone port at the top. We're going to have a drone port, and we're also going to have an amazing hospital underneath with all the best doctors in the world are going to be there, and I'm going to be right by those hospitals. Why do you keep bringing that up? Why does he keep saying stuff like, I don't think I'm getting into heaven. I think I want to get there, but I don't know if I'm going to get into heaven. It's very strange. It's very bizarre. Another point, at the beginning of every month for quite a while now, he's always disappeared for at least 2 days. At the beginning of every month for at least 2 days, he always disappears. And there's been rampant speculation as to why that is. And, you know, one of the pieces of speculation is, remember when he was gone for about a week? Not that long ago as well? Well, the speculation was he was having mini strokes. And, you know, he was getting treatment for that. Another piece of speculation is that he has Alzheimer's. And he gets this drug injected called Leqembi. It's a drug for early Alzheimer's. And one of the side effects of that is brain bleeds. So they have to inject it in the hand. It would explain the bruised hand too. And when he got that MRI, remember when he was very cagey and weird about getting that MRI? Well, it could be for this, because one of the side effects of Leqembi is brain bleeds. And so they would have to MRI the brain to make sure there's no brain bleeds happening.
Good God. Columbia Reed with another sweet gifted sub, but not triggering the hype train. Piers Turkey. Piers Durley getting the sub.
An anonymous user gifted one subscriptions to the community.
An anonymous user just gifted a sub to the community. There we go. Hype train initiated.
Yeah! Come on! I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
There we go. There we go. Beautiful hype train. Second of the stream. Started before the first break. There'll probably be one break stream again tonight. I got a long ass list and we are not making very good progress right now.
So hot right now.
I'm doing really bad, actually. I'm gonna have to skip some shit. Hold it over for tomorrow's stream. At some point. I'm sorry. But to keep it to 8 hours is gonna have to happen at some point. Oh my
Columbia
God.
_9505 gifted one subscriptions to the community.
So much incredible generosity. Columbia Rican gifting another sub to Igloo BC. Was, I believe, a small lefty streamer on Twitch. Thank you, Regan. We're now at second level hype train. My God. Double hype train tonight. Rated by Humanist Report and Matt Binder. A lot of good stuff happening here.
So, what is going on? We're not exactly sure, but we know something's up. Something's up. He disappears at the beginning of every month for at least 2 days. He's got the bruise on his hand, which they claim is from him shaking hands too aggressively. What? No, it's definitely some sort of injection. What's in that injection, we don't know. The doctor's note he released the other day was the most comically fake thing I've ever seen. He says that, like, oh, an AI analysis said I'm 14 years younger than what my actual age is. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? This is like when he had his other ridiculous fake doctor say, like, he's in the best health of any president ever, better than...
There's no way. There's no way anybody told Trump that. He's 14 years younger, health-wise. The dude lives on Diet Coke, Big Macs, and zero exercise. There's literally no way. There's literally no fucking way. 14 years younger. Get out of here.
And Obama. And it's like, fuck, Obama's in his like fucking 40s. You're damn near 80 years old. What the fuck are you talking about? That's insane. You're obese, bro. You're obese and 80. What are you talking about? So, no public events in the last 6 days. I didn't know that. Everything, if he's done anything, it's been, audio only, by phone only. He's been...
Yeah, that is strange. Something we didn't notice because he's constantly tweeting, and so it's like it's like he's never not there. It's always there to remind us that he's still the fucking president. I'm afraid. Now, the director of the CDC, guy completely unqualified to have his job, Dr. Oz. Speaking to reporters on Wednesday, I think it was. Maybe Tuesday? Tuesday.
I just wanted to follow up on her question behind me. If the president's in such perfect health, why does he keep going back in for checkups?
I think he likes the results. He does really well. He aces the test every single day.
I think he likes.
He just likes the results. That's the dumbest thing I ever heard. It's the dumbest thing. Nobody's ever done that. If it's true, it's fucking insane, right? But we all know there's no way that that's true. He just likes the results. What kind of psycho would go into the doctor all the time just to get the same results? Is he? It's like, what does that imply about Donald Trump? About like his health, like his mental health, right? Like he's a man who is so needy for.
Colombiarican _ 9505 gifted 1 subscriptions to the community.
Columbia Rican and Don James, both gifting a galactic sub to the community. I almost missed Don James. Thank you. To Kemizan and somebody else. I can't see the name. But thank you, both of you. We're almost at a level 3 hype train. Making serious.
From The6 gifted 1 subscriptions.
Serious progress now. So you're only 6% away from completing it. After that gift sub from CJ from the 6. Good God. So much generosity on Twitch tonight. You're all beautiful. But like, what does that say about Donald Trump's mental health? That he needs like wins so badly that he's such a failure as president and like in his normal, just like everyday life, like with his family or his friends or whatever else, right? Like it is like as like this guy as president, by the way, right? Like he should be focused on, I don't know, the war in Iran or the gas crisis, which are, you know, interlinked, or the energy crisis, which could be solved in ways opposite to what he's been doing lately.
Colombiarican _ 9505 gifted 1 subscriptions to the community.
Good guys. Good God. You guys are out of control today. Another gifted sub taking us to level 3 hype train. That is crazy. But like, this is the president of the United States whose every moment should be. Oh wait, what? It didn't count it for level 3? No. No, we've been robbed. We've been robbed. How is that even possible? That came through. It came. What? It don't. That is highly offensive. I'm highly offended.
How rude.
Oh, Jeffy Bezos is laughing his dick off. Stealing our beautiful hype train. Highly disappointing. We had it. We were 6% away. That gifted sub would have taken us there. CR just got robbed. No, this is ludicrous. Like he's so needy that he needs like the win. Even if we accept the premise that the results are so good that that's why he's going in. Right? I don't believe that premise, but I'm just playing devil's advocate here. Just if we accept that the results are so good that he just wants to come in and keep getting them over. I mean, what does it say about how fucking needy this guy is? He just needs to be told that he did a good job over and over again. And that's if we believe that this man is in good health, which nobody believes. So I think this is ridiculous messaging to be like, oh, he just loves taking medical tests.
What now?
Nobody loves taking medical tests. I don't care how good in how good shape you are. But like, I mean, first off, that shows an incredible lack of imagination. Like, he's a fucking billionaire. He's a billionaire. He's a president. He's a billionaire president. He's got a ton of stuff that are like his responsibilities to do, right? And then he's got unlimited options in life. He could go and literally do anything. And you're telling me he's going to the fucking hospital for fun? Shut up. You shut the fuck up, okay?
What? Shut up.
That's a lie. That is a lie. That is not what's happening. You can't tell me that. Stevie, thank you for the follow. You need snacks. Yes, snacks. Good call. He's got to get the narcissistic supply. But I mean, really though, is that the best way to do it? Especially for him. There's no way that it's actually that going to the hospital all the time is actually good, right? You got to assume he has a bunch of bad health stuff. Like most 80-year-olds do. And there's no way he's going to the fucking hospital for fun. To have doctors tell him he has high blood pressure and that, you know, his mental faculties are slipping. Because there's no way he's coming in and they're saying perfect bill of health. We all know that's a fucking lie, right? That guy, the one with the bruises on his hands and the cankles, the flowing over his shoes, that guy is in perfect... Shut up. You shut the fuck up. He's in perfect health, my ass. The guy who tweets endlessly into the fucking night all the goddamn time was the president of the United States. We all know that's a crock of shit.
He aces the test every single day, and I do actually believe that he is curious to make sure everything is going in the right direction. He's a very meticulous person.
These people are such fucking brown nosers. Oh my god, it's incredible. They treat him like their father. Daddy can do no wrong. Daddy can do no wrong.
Daddy can do no wrong.
I will say thank you very much. I love you, sir.
In so many ways that are often underappreciated. But for him to want to know all the numbers and keep on top of them, it's the same reason he calls people at odd hours, because something's on his mind and he wants to deal with it.
Hear me now, quote me later. Write it down. Bookmark this. He's either dealing with congestive heart failure, or he's dealing with mini strokes, or he's dealing with Alzheimer's, or he's dealing with a mix thereof, right? Because he's got the fat ass ankles, which they say is chronic venous insufficiency. It's not chronic venous insufficiency. That would be something that comes on over a long period of time. This was acute. When it's acute, it's indicative of something like heart failure. He's dealing with congestive heart failure or mini strokes or Alzheimer's or a mix thereof, and they're well aware of it. They've given him the dementia test 4 times within the past year. You only do that if you're very certain something is fucking wrong. You only do that if you're certain something is wrong. Nobody gets it that much unless there are signs, unless they know something's up. And let's remember, Trump's dad died with Alzheimer's, okay? So Trump's risk, it runs in his family. His risk is 3 to 15 times higher because of his dad.
I actually didn't know that about Trump's dad. It's not a remember. That's new. That was a news to me. First time hearing it here from Kyle. Somehow I missed that little detail here.
End of his dad's life, as I've told you guys, they used to let him pretend like he runs his business, but they would give him a desk and some busy work, and then they would have an actual professional run the business. Because he wanted to feel like he's always in control, but he wasn't capable of controlling shit. That's exactly what they need to do with Trump right now. They need to give him some crayons, give him a little oval off his desk, put him in the corner, and say, yes, sir, you make all the decisions, and then have some adults make the fucking decisions.
This is ludicrous. 25th Amendment, dude. This guy needs to be 25th Amendment.
Understand something.
Out
There's
for
something wrong
fucking
here.
Office. You know, shit is out of control. Where is Congress? Trump is literally sundowning in front of our eyes. And the same people who are saying Sleepy Joe over and over again
I'm staying in the race.
are nowhere to be found. Where's the Jake Tapper book? Where's the Sleepy Don stickers? And tattoos, and hats, and shirts, and... I'm not going to say the last thing I was thinking of.
He's rotting on the outside and on the inside. His brain isn't working anymore. He's probably getting those Leqembi injections. The very first thing to go with this is impulse control. Does that sound a little bit like the president to you? Dealing with impulse control, dealing with behavioral disinhibition? You know, I don't know. Here's a couple examples. Maybe screaming "quiet piggy" at a journalist. Quiet piggy. Maybe screaming "you're a stupid person" at a journalist to their face. Maybe stopping a campaign event, which is supposed to be a town hall, to turn on Ave Maria and awkwardly sway back and forth as you're supposed to be answering questions. He's also showing classic signs.
Maybe he's saying, maybe calling Joe Biden and Barack Obama the R word, or maybe was it Kamala Harris? I can't remember who he called, but he referred to at least one of our former presidents as the R word on Easter. Well, not Easter Sunday. It was I think it was Orthodox Easter Sunday. It was at the Easter egg roll with a bunch of children and the literal egg bunny present in front of cameras. The guy has zero inhibitions. He just saying whatever comes to mind. Like, it's insane. He is deranged.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Yeah. Now, you know what you need for your health? Aside from, adequate exercise and, drinking, like 8 glasses of water a day, getting adequate sleep. Well, you need food. And unfortunately, things continue to get more and more expensive and unaffordable for absolutely everyone. Oh, I just realized what this is. How did I not notice this? I still haven't unsubscribed from CBS Evening News. I subscribed from the regular CBS News channel. And like a couple of other CBS channels. But I still have all the local channels and I still somehow have CBS Evening News. Fucking hell, screw it. This is the last time. It's the last time CBS Evening News. Tony, 2 Cuts. Look at Tony 2 Cuts over here. He's going to tell us about the difficulties restaurant owners are facing.
We turn now to the U.S. economy and your dollar tonight. Inflation jumped to 3.8% in April, the highest level in 3 years. And some prices are rising more than others. Fruit and vegetable prices, for example, have climbed more than 6% in the past year. Tonight in our series, Affordability in America, the big buyers, wholesalers, and restaurant owners talk to our Jason Allen about how they're trying to absorb the cost, not pass them on, but they can't do it forever.
Grapes from Chile, tomatoes from Mexico, watermelons from South Texas.
That is so sweet.
Nando Gonzalez has trucks arriving to his cold storage warehouses daily at River City Produce in San Antonio.
From Washington, from California, Arizona, Texas, of course.
Produce prices are sensitive to whichever way the wind blows or where the rain falls.
The component that a lot of people don't realize is that all of these were affected by fuel.
Since February, the price of diesel is up 47%.
How is it different between the normal ups and downs that you have and this sudden and somewhat sustained extra cost that you have with fuel?
You hold your breath a little bit and you keep thinking it's going to go down until you can only get to a point where you can't absorb it anymore.
When the wholesaler can't absorb it, restaurant owner Luis Barrios has to figure out if he can.
Well, our CPA advisor, he's the one that keeps telling us, if you guys want to be around much longer, you have to raise your prices.
Los Barrios can't exactly go without jalapenos, limes, and tomatoes, which were up nearly 40% in April over last year. So the nearly 50-year-old institution recently had to raise prices.
Most consumers understand because they go to the grocery store as well.
Back at River City, Gonzalez told us he expects more restaurants and markets to decide that after eating the increased cost of produce for months, they can't stomach it any longer.
In an economy like this, they're counting their pennies. They're not counting their dollars. And it's a pennies business right now.
It might just cost you a few pennies extra for each avocado that you buy, but also each potato and each tomato. And those pennies, they can turn into dollars pretty quick.
Yep. Things still continue to get more and more expensive. And as you said, this is to be expected. And by harvest season, there's almost a guarantee we're going to see higher prices than we are seeing right now. Because yields are most likely going to come in light. Because a lot of producers weren't able to get a hold of as much fertilizer as they may have liked. Either due to cost or to shortages in some cases. Depending on where you are. Because of course we have a global food system, right? It's not just U.S. farmers, right? Like when you eat, you probably don't think about it, like where each element of what you eat on a daily basis may come from. But like, you could, if you unpacked all the different ingredients and all the food that you eat on a daily, weekly, monthly basis, you'd realize very quickly that we're very much intertwined. Some of your favorite stuff might suddenly be way more expensive. Things like mangoes, which we've seen crops suffering for multiple reasons. Because heat wave has hit the region, the biggest mango producing region, on top of that region being affected. Like we're talking about like Pakistan and India, right? Those are the two biggest mango producing countries on the planet. I think Brazil's the third. I don't know who the third one is, but I'm pretty sure there's like 1 and 2, India, Pakistan. And they, of course, being in Southeast Asia, been very much affected by Operation Epstein Fury, the oil blockade in the Gulf. But also, those crops are getting doubly hit, not just by a lack of resources to buy the necessary fertilizers, but also because of this. Actually, are we going to talk about this later? We talked about this recently. I don't think I have a video for this today, do I? No. But we talked about this recently, and the El Nino right now is affecting India and Pakistan. That has been decimating mango crops. Because who knew? Apparently there's too much heat for mangoes. In my mind, I assumed that there was no limit. Apparently you can get too hot. Okay, we are 4 hours into the stream, or just about. This is the time for us to take a quick galactic intermission. Actually, wait, we'll do that after these next 2 clips. Yeah, while food is getting more expensive, food pantries are seeing a decline in donations. And on top of that, of course, the U.S. government's decision to slash SNAP benefits. It's a triple whammy.
Back here on your Monday, a local food pantry is putting out a plea for donations. As Lauren Maxwell reports, summertime may not be the season of giving, but the need hasn't gone away.
At Catholic Social Services St. Francis House,
So this is one of our donated food shelves.
many of the shelves are bare.
We have a lot of empty shelf space.
Donations to the pantry that provides food boxes to as many as 140 families a day are running very low.
A big portion of our food comes from community members who clean out their pantries or go to a store and purchase stuff, to bring to St. Francis House. And those donations have dipped recently.
And it isn't just here.
We are seeing the donations down across the board.
The Food Bank of Alaska says many of their partners are struggling as well. They blame it on the high cost of food in general. More people need help, while others don't have as much to give. Another reason? Grocery stores aren't donating as much food that's been sitting too long on the shelves.
Grocery stores are being smarter with their food ordering, so they're ordering less food to produce less.
A disaster. Empty shelves of food banks. Well, with prices higher and less government assistance, people are just going to go hungry. The worse this gets. Unfortunately, we've got another issue relating to food prices popping up in, I think it's Texas. Yeah. You know how we just got done with bird flu? And you remember that? Just causing egg prices to skyrocket. People paying like $10 a dozen. Beating each other for an omelet in the streets. Well, I'm afraid it's possible we might be heading into a similar situation with beef. Here's Forbes breaking news from 8 hours ago on the recent discovery of a scourge to livestock populations. Screwworm. Screwworm in Texas. Cattle could drive up beef prices after DOJ axed prevention efforts. A flesh-eating parasite that was largely eradicated from U.S. livestock in the 1960s has been found in a 3-week-old calf in a South Texas border town. The USDA has confirmed a threat that could drive the already soaring price of beef even higher after Elon Musk-led government cuts slashed ongoing efforts to prevent its spread. New World screwworm, a parasitic fly with larvae that burrow in healthy tissue of cattle, deer, horses, and other warm-blooded animals, was discovered in La Pryor, Texas. The case is the only one that has been identified in the country so far, according to the USDA, but a wider outbreak could severely impact already suffering cattle numbers and put even more of a strain on ranchers as they spend money on treatment and prevention. In turn, the price of beef, which has gone up roughly 75% since December 2020, could continue to rise. The U.S. cattle herd is already at its lowest level in 75 years, and a major screwworm outbreak would cause more calves to die, adult cattle to lose weight, and limit what animals are suitable for sale. Shock of shocks that more Doge cuts that were done without thinking are potentially going to bring back what was thought to be eradicated pest in livestock in the United States. Great job. Great job, Elon. Okay. I'm gonna skip this story. I have to skip that one. I'm sorry. All right, I'm just thinking of what I have to cut tonight. Because we're 4 hours in. Somehow I'm moving hella slow right now. I'm less than a third of the way through the vids today. I should have known better. But I did not know better, apparently. I have like 110 videos. Oh, all of the heroic whites. Thank you, Omega Star. So generous. All right. Well, we've been going for too long. 4 hours. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. And don't forget that we are completely funded by individuals like you. And your donations are what keep us alive, keep the show on the air. So many great ways, of course, for you to help produce the show. Things like Twitch, bits, subs, gifted subs, Prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal. And Patreon. Unfortunately, YouTube not an option, as we are still demonetized. Have been demonetized now for a month and slightly more than a month and a half. Still no movement on that, and I'm trying to figure out what needs to be done to rectify this situation. I just realized I calculated these donations improperly. Slightly. It's close. Did not do the math quite right. Okay, yeah. Oh, right. We're actually going to break. I just did the... Whatever, screw it. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. The break is over, and the stream is about to begin once again. So you better get back in your seats. Otherwise, you're gonna miss it. By the way, I just want to say thank you to the anonymous gifter who donated on Throne a few days ago, actually. I don't always get immediate notifications from Throne. I have to be looking at it. I actually have to send out some thank yous. Yeah, thank you for the green tea and for the granola bars. The snacks. Gonna come in handy. No doubt. All right, we're going to skip the CBS 60 Minutes situation you may or may not have heard about. Probably talk about it tomorrow instead. I just need to move this along. I'm just so far behind. But let's stay on talking about the economy a little bit. At least money. Because Donald Trump continuing to spend a whole bunch of money. Seemingly over $1 billion now. $1 billion of taxpayer money and $500 million supposedly of random billionaire money. He gave a sneak peek to his daughter, Laura Trump, who is a Fox News contributor for some reason.
This will be the entrance into the ballroom. The ballroom will be right here. This is a beautiful glass tunnel.
Beautiful
tunnel that goes right into the ballroom. Ballroom's right there. Pretty good, right?
You've had so much fun, I feel like, designing this.
Well, I did. It's going to be one of the greatest. I would say it will be the greatest facility of its kind ever built, by far. There'll never be anything like it. And we're ahead of schedule. We're right on budget.
That's par for course.
And it's a gift from me and from great patriots that, you know, it's going to cost the country nothing.
You know, it's going to cost the country nothing, Lara. Right, Lara? Nothing. Lara, you know that it's not going to cost anything, right? Even though Republicans are asking for $1 billion to build it. It's incredible that Donald Trump is the president of the United States and that his daughter-in-law is an anchor at fucking Fox News and this is the media. This is the Trump-bought media that we have. We have a literal Trump. We have a literal Trump bringing us the news from the President Trump. It's disturbing.
Laura Trump getting a
Welcome to the swamp.
peek of the new White House ballroom, where construction is currently
Welcome to the beautiful swamp.
underway, despite Democrats fighting tooth and nail.
Look, Lara, look how great the swamp is. Beautiful, beautiful swamp. All right, we're not going to listen to the rest of this one. Although we will be going back to Lara and her conversation with her dad. Have you heard that he wants to name a part of the Lincoln Memorial after him? He's fucking insane. Okay? He's insane. He's trying to name everything after himself. He has an actual problem. The guy has an actual problem. He's trying to make part of the 250th. You know, he's trying to put his face on the $250 bill. All right, while we're in an economic crisis, he's building this Epstein ballroom over here for $1.5 billion. He's waging a war in Iran. He is. I mean, he's celebrating. He's trying to turn celebrating America's birthday into celebrating his birthday. Right? Like, I mean, that's the other thing about all of this is happening amidst all of this. I mean, there's a lot of construction happening at the White House. It's not just the Golden Ballroom. Of course, the America Fest 250 at the White House, which is supposed to happen on Trump's birthday. Which is the 14th, 9 days from now. So what is that, Sunday? What is it? I think it's next Sunday. And unfortunately for him, it's not going super good. Like 90% of the artists who were supposed to play are now no longer playing, apparently.
Huge celebrations that they're planning for America 250, a big concert that's supposed to take place. Several of the artists, though, who were announced to perform are now pulling out of this. And just a few of them, Morris Day wrote on Facebook, "It's a no for me." We've got Bret Michaels citing a similar issue, saying that unfortunately what was presented to us as a celebration of our country has evolved into something much more divisive than what I agreed to be a part of. Others have said, "Young MC, I have informed my agents that I will not be performing. They were not told about any political involvement."
I just gotta say this. How much of a fucking idiot do you have to be to think that it wasn't gonna be political? I'm just asking. Like, how much of a fucking moron do you figure you have to be to have not known that Trump was going to turn this into a fucking political spectacle? I think people just started to realize how unpopular the president is right now and how it's probably going to hurt their brands. Which, to be fair, you know, is a decision for musicians to make. I just find it funny that anybody would be surprised that Trump is going to turn the like, really? Were you born yesterday?
Have said, "Young MC, I have informed my agents that I will not be performing. They were not told about any political involvement in this event." I mean, you could see on and on. There are multiple artists here who say, "I thought this was going to be just a patriotic celebration," and now fear that it is becoming political.
Yeah, well, one of the artists that he had booked was Milli Vanilli, who were notorious for being a fake Grammy recording band. And so it's a problem for an administration that I think people look at and say, what's real inside this administration? They're even booking fake musical acts to come and perform. The president, for the 250th anniversary, should be finding ways to bring us together. But we are finding he's doing things like wanting to produce a $250 bill with his face on it. Those aren't things that unite the country around something that we should all be cheering for. Instead,
it is pretty incredible that they wanted to bring out Milli Vanilli. And even Milli Vanilli was like, ah. Or at least Milli, or Vanilli, I can't remember which one's which. But one of them dropped out. So I guess we'll just have either Milli or Vanilli.
Sticking his finger in the eye of people who disagree with him at a time when he should be bringing us together.
We did hear from Vanilla Ice Scott, who said this on TikTok about the event.
Honored to do this concert with everybody. We're going to bring back the 90s. Put your dancing shoes on. We don't take anything too serious, man. We're going to bring the 90s. That's how it works. Go Ninja, go Ninja, go.
Scott, what do you think
about? These guys are so fucking cringe.
Well, I think we should all stop, collaborate, and listen to Vanilla Ice. He's excited.
He's such a loser.
Well, I think we should all stop, collaborate, and listen to Vanilla Ice.
We should stop, collaborate, and listen. Scott Jennings, collaborator, finally coming out and saying everybody needs to collaborate with the Trump administration. Fascinating. Yes, you are a collaborator. You are a collaborator, Scott. With the fascist regime, Scott. That's what you are. You're a fascist collaborator. Great job. Great job identifying that. Everybody stop, collaborate, and listen. So fucking cringe, dude. Just painfully cringe. All right, more on Freedom 250.
Billed as the ultimate birthday party for America. But tonight, the Trump-backed Freedom 250 concert series, well, it's unraveling. Only 48 hours after the lineup was even announced. From country stars to hip-hop legends, a wave of artists are bailing out, all who claim that they were tricked into a partisan rally. Let's discuss now with former advisor to President George W. Bush and the late Senator John McCain, Mark McKinnon. Also here, LA Times columnist and the host of the LZ Granderson Show podcast, LZ Granderson. Good to see you.
I don't need almost any of this. I'm going to skip to the very end of this discussion. Here.
All it does is divide their audience.
All right, stop. Collaborate and listen. Vanilla Ice is one of the acts who, see what I did there? That was funny, fellas. It's Friday night. It was hilarious. Are you guys serious? Then you fell for it. Come on. Vanilla Ice is one of the acts who's going to perform. You know what? Listen to him explain it.
I'm here to party with America, man. Music is made to bring people together. If Biden called up, and he said, my daughter's getting married, we need Vanilla Ice, I'd go play. It's not a big thing. I'll go play for Putin, and I'll play in Iran if you want. It don't matter. There's fans everywhere. Music is not political, man. It's universal. Just get out, shut up, and play. That's what I say.
I'll play for Putin. I'll play for the Ayatollah. I have no scruples. All I care about is paychecks. That is not a shocking take from Vanilla Ice. Not a shocking take from that guy.
It's shameful.
Concert series called Freedom 250 is quickly turning into the White House's Fire Festival. The reaction from most of the acts announced is given that meme where Homer Simpson is just kind of backing into the hedges. Morris Day was one of the first we saw react to the backlash after being included in the lineup. He denied he'd be performing, adding, "It's a no for me." Young MC calls the event a bait and switch. He says the artists were never told about any political involvement with the event. The Commodores posted, "Our music has always been our voice, and we choose not to publicly affiliate with any single political party." So who's left from the original lineup that was posted? Well, Vanilla Ice is still there, so we got that. Plus, one member of Milli Vanilli, Fab Morvan. Yeah, that Milli Vanilli.
You got Millie and you got Ice. You get Vanilla Ice. You get Vanilla, right? You get Vanilla Ice, and that's it. That's everybody else is gone. Vanilla Ice. The 90s are sad.
Aww.
Yeah. Well, that's what you get for trying to turn your birthday into a quasi-political celebration. Trying to bring people there on false pretenses. I mean, he's got a real sickness, you know? Like the fact that, I mean, why do we need to celebrate his birthday every fucking year? First, it's got to be a military parade. Now it's America 250. It shouldn't be about him, but that's really all he cares about. Is it being about him? He's got a real fucking problem.
You have a mental health problem.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
The president of the United States is completely gone. His brain is completely cooked. The evidence for this arises every morning when you wake up because he's in bed, fluffed up, eating McDonald's, going on these crazy AI benders like an unhinged lunatic. Look at this scroll here of his feed. Look at this crap. Him on Mount Rushmore, him as Top Gun, like he's that skinny, Tiger Woods, all of this crazy shit. This is like the worst person you know on Facebook times a billion. That's what this is. I mean, this is just utterly insane that we're at war and this man is chronically online posting all of this insanity. This is something, could you imagine if President Barack Obama did this crap?
No, absolutely.
He would be hauled off to the slammer. I mean, they wouldn't tolerate it for a second. So my thing here is every single Republican voter and or politician, it's especially Jeff Bezos, especially that prick who got on TV about 10 days ago and said Trump was more mature and more measured this time around. I mean, are you serious? I mean, like, this is what pisses me off about all these people. They know their base is stupid and they treat them as such, but they assume the rest of America is that dumb. And Jeff Bezos thinks he can walk out on camera and tell people that are thinking people that Trump is more mature and more measured. Angie.
Well, a couple things I wanted to point out from the scroll on Truth Social. Several medals, gold medals, of course, that showed Trump's face that said the Trump Peace Prize. And I'm like, I cannot believe we're still talking about the Nobel Peace Prize when he is killing civilians probably on a daily basis and definitely killing the United States of America.
But he is really living in like an alternate reality right now. He is, I'm not even sure he knows what's happening in Iran. It's not clear that people around him are telling him what's actually happening. He's consuming only right-wing media. I don't know if he actually knows. He's like sundowning. The guy is like Alzheimer-riddled brain having moron who is currently the president, waging a war that I don't know that he actually understands. Like, I really don't. I really don't know if he understands like the details of what's going on. He's out of fucking control. Now, here is another incredibly long Donald Trump post for everyone. This is number 2 of the night. I told you there'd be a few of them tonight. I wasn't kidding. You know what? I think we need to go to the Oval Office for that. Let's go to the Oval. Actually, no, it's too small over at the Oval. No one will be able to read it. All right, forget it. I understand that artists are getting the quote-unquote yips having to do with their performance on Wednesday. So, I am thinking about bringing the #1 attraction anywhere in the world. The man who gets much larger audiences than Elvis in his prime. And he does so without a guitar. The man who loves our country more than anyone else. And the man who some say is the greatest president in history, parentheses, all caps, the GOAT, Donald J. Trump. Take the place of these highly paid, third-rate, quote-unquote artists and give a major speech rallying the country forward like I have done ever since becoming president. Oh my fucking God. He really is out of control. He's a megalomaniac that has lost all semblance of reality, dude. Holy shit. This is the president of the United States talking about himself as a guy who gets larger audiences than Elvis in his prime. The quote-unquote all caps GOAT in ellipses. Thank you, Justice Clarence Thomas, for the I mean, Wow. And like for him to start it off this way, talking about this man, like you're like, who is this man? Who is this great man? And then he goes, it's me.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Like he goes on in the longest winded fucking sentences of all time with like 10 different like separate clauses and independent statements about this man, this great man. And then of course it's him at the end of it. It's fucking insane, dude. Oh, I'm sorry. The sentence isn't actually over. I take it back. I ended on a parentheses. No, I'm sorry. A comma. Ended on a comma. Sorry. The GOAT, Donald J. Trump, to take the place of these highly paid third-rate artists. Oh, actually, that's where I didn't end. I finished that part. 2 years ago, the United States was, all caps, dead. Now we have the, quote-unquote, all caps, hottest country anywhere in the world. I don't want so-called artists, quote-unquote, to get paid far too much money who aren't happy. Aww. Smart people, successful people, and people that know how to win go by... So, by copy of this truth... I'm sorry. This is one of the most insane... He's a king. He sees himself as a king. Listen to this sentence. So, by copy of this all caps truth, I am ordering my representatives to look at the feasibility of doing an all caps America is back rally on Wednesday. Washington, D.C., same time, same location, only great patriots invited. It will be a wild and beautiful celebration of America. President Donald J. Trump. Only great patriots. If you're not a patriot, sorry. Can't come. By copy of this, he's like, by decree. He's like, by proclamation, I decree that there will be a much better show. Not including these low talent artists, quote unquote. Supposed artists. This guy is fucking crazy. He's a literal crazy person. I'm not the only one who sees it, right? Like this guy is actually a deluded, he's a deranged madman. He's the Mad King. He is the Mad King. Oh my god. We are so screwed. We are so fucking screwed right now, dude. This guy is out of control. By decree of this truth, by order of tweet, I decree America will be much better by celebrating my birthday with not a concert, but instead a long-winded speech, which will be in the style of my favorite orator, Adolf. Somebody Adolf. I can't remember his last name. Great guy. Everybody's saying it. I can't remember his name because I have Alzheimer's.
I'm staying in the race.
Now, it's not shocking that artists are canceling. Worried about ticket sales in the future, perhaps. But it's not just artists who are canceling and getting upset at Donald Trump. No, you will be utterly shocked. You'll be utterly shocked to hear that it's also a fairly right-wing group of individuals who are now starting a mutiny, I guess you might say, revolting against Donald Trump. And that is UFC fighters. Of course, there's a fight expected to happen at the White House on Trump's birthday. We've been watching them build this monstrosity on the front lawn. But now even UFC guys who are, you know, very much sort of the bro sphere, the manosphere world. And Trump, well, some of these guys I think are ardent supporters of Trump, or at least were. But even the UFC guys now abandoning him.
Is that our government is desecrating its role in society by entertaining sports.
The UFC higher ups called me, big names, and they said, Sean, I gotta apologize, but you're not Israeli enough to go to UFC 250 Israel edition.
Sean Strickland, who is the current UFC middleweight champion, as well as a far-right individual who supported Donald Trump, is MAGA, but is critical of Israel and critical of the U.S. government funding what Israel has been doing.
Wow, wow, wow. The fracturing is becoming more and more real. It's happening slowly, but we're witnessing it. It's been a long, slow process. And Trump still has not lost some large portion of his base. But it's happening. We're seeing it slowly. Inch by inch, the cracks are forming in the Republican Party right now. It's fascinating to watch.
Has just been kicked out of the UFC White House event. So in this video, I'm going to play for you his reaction to this, as well as the reaction of another UFC fighter who also at one point was a big Trump supporter and is now criticizing what's been going on. Let's just first acknowledge how ridiculous this UFC event at the White House is. And actually, the second UFC fighter speaks on that. But it's so absolutely absurd. This monstrosity of a stage in front of the White House looks so
Seriously, it gets worse and worse. The more it takes form, the worse it gets. Seriously, I can't remember who it was. I think it was like a random person. Like just outside, it was like a random person outside the White House fence. I think it was like the Associated Press. It was like doing interviews outside the White House about this thing, and they were like, "It looks like fucking Six Flags." Seriously though, it does look like some sort of. It's like White House Six Flags, like Six Flags White House edition or something. It's out of control. When will the madness end? Trump has ruined this place. Also, what the fuck is happening back here? What is this construction? Do you notice this? What the hell is happening back here? Did Trump get approval for this construction? Look, the back lawn's been destroyed now. The front lawn's destroyed. East wing's gone. Now the back lawn's destroyed. What the hell is happening back there? I think we deserve some answers. What the shit is this? I didn't even notice this until just now. It's like, this is so random, but what the fuck is that? What in the shit? Look, you got bobcats back here. There's something going on. Anybody? What the shit is going on back there?
Whoops. Monstrosity of a stage in front of the White House looks so absolutely ridiculous. And now Trump is apparently saying that he is maybe going to keep that until at least his birthday, so that there's going to be fights on his birthday. May I remind you, and you may be too young to remember this, but Obama was criticized for wearing a tan suit. And now you have...
This is hardly... I'm saying it's happening slowly, okay? I'm not saying it's all like come crumbling down all of a sudden. The poll numbers still show Trump is very popular in the conservative party. But you're just seeing... You're seeing a slow fracturing. People who previously were adorning Trump with every possible praise are now criticizing him.
Donald Trump holding a UFC event on the White House lawn. It doesn't get more ridiculous than this. But here is a Sean Strickland. Again, as you can see here, this is shared by Happy Punch.
Okay, I think this is good. This is good enough. Actually, we'll listen to Sean we'll listen to what he had to say real quick. I need to grab a drink, though. I just ran out of tea. Verb.
Donald Trump. Here's a video we put out after.
Columbia American
I'm not surprised.
505 just cheered 100 bits. Trump trying to act like a Roman emperor who used the Colosseum to distract the restless and impoverished masses with violent entertainment.
It's exactly
Sorry, Trump. This isn't ancient Rome.
That's
The
exactly what he's
majority
doing.
Hates you.
It's literally like the plot of fucking. It's like literally the plot of Gladiator, except in this one, who is Maximus? Is it Duck? Is Duck Quaxmas? Quaxmas to the rescue? Who will take down the emperor? Probably the Ducks.
I got the call. I got the call. The UFC higher-ups called me, the big names. And they said, Sean, I got to apologize, but you're not Israeli enough to go to UFC 250 Israel edition. The White House didn't clear you. And I'm not really surprised, I'm not really surprised. So, I think moving forward, I would like to just apologize to Israel. I'd like to say I'm sorry, I'd like to apologize to Trump. And I just want to prove that I'm Israeli enough for you guys. Like, for instance, whenever the list disappeared and Trump goes out there and says to everybody that he can't really go into it because people that by association will get prosecuted and their names will be tarnished. I want to apologize because, I don't want them to be prosecuted. Or, when Trump goes and bombs the fuck out of Iran that no Americans agree with, that cost Americans $5,000 to $15,000 to go fight Israel's war. I want to apologize. Sorry, I've been a critic of that. My allegiance was apparently in the wrong place, and I just want to apologize. Or when Trump goes out there and says, "Hey, Trump, your approval ratings are the lowest it's ever been across all demographics," and Trump says, "Well, you know what? I have a 99% approval rating in Israel. I want to apologize, and I want to repent, Apparently, I'm not American enough to go to Freedom 250.
Aww. Like these guys don't understand how fascism works, how authoritarians work. You have to tread lightly. You have to toe the line. Can't go rogue. You can't go disagreeing with what the regime wants. That's what you voted for, pal. Why don't you realize that?
Are you not entertained?
Well, before we get done talking about Donald Trump's birthday bash and his sort of self-dealing, constant self-aggrandizement and his never-ending decorations, golden filigree affixed to every surface, his name emblazoned on every building, is really kind of hitting a fever pitch as we head into the summer, it kind of feels like. However, people's opinions of Trump's doing of these sorts of things are souring, to say the least.
President Trump announcing now he is backing down from his fight to renovate and take over the Kennedy Center and says he will now turn control over to Congress. It comes after a federal judge stepped in and blocked the president's moves there, including now ordering that Trump's name be removed from the building. And this is just one example of the president's push to leave his name and image and likeness on many aspects of Washington and beyond. Now, just last week, you'll remember the Treasury Department announced the possibility of a $250 bill being introduced with the president's face on it. How does all of this branding, if you will, sit with the American people?
It's also his mugshot. Well, or at least it's supposed to be his mugshot. I think technically it's the photo. They took a photo after the fact so that they could say this isn't his mugshot, but they made him like make the exact same face and dress the exact same way. And like shot it the exact same way, like in front of the back, like a gray background. It had every intention of trying to make him make it look like the mugshot. But that's what it is. It's the mugshot. It's the mugshot photo. I mean, it's disturbing just how little fucking shame this man has when it comes to either enriching himself or trying to prop himself up in any way he can think of. And literally, I will give him this much. He really does have quite an imagination for that. He has a boundless creativity for ways and means of self-aggrandizement. You know, he's a man who knows how to inflate his own ego. Oh, he knows where it's, he can come up with all sorts. I mean, really, coming up, I could have never have come up with make a $250 bill and put your fucking mugshot on it like a deranged lunatic. I'm pretty creative, I think, but that's really... It also doesn't look anything like U.S. money. Like, people are supposed to be... And it's also not properly... So much of this is fucked. Right? And he wants his own signature on money. First time that would ever happen in human history. Or in U.S. history, excuse me, in U.S. history. It's just... He wants to build an arch with his name on it. He wants to build all these, or actually, no, it's the Arc to something. Is it Arc to Trump? I keep calling it the Arc to Trump, but I think there's a different name for it. It's still his art. It's still literally supposed to, his golden arch. Guy is fucking crazy, dude.
CNN's Harry Enton running the numbers on this for us and joining us right now. How are people feeling about the Trump name, the image, the all?
You know, I'm just going to quote Michael Jordan here. Stop it. Just stop it, the American people are saying to the President of the United States. You could see right here, Kate's laughing off there on the side. I mean, just look at this. Naming government buildings after Trump, acceptable right now, as he is President of the United States of America. Just 9%. Just 9%. Literally, you can put it on your two hands. When you can put something on your two hands, you know it's a very small section of the public. My little footnote on here includes just 17% of Republicans. 50% say not acceptable at all. The clear plurality here. And then you...
Wow. So basically, it's 71 to 9% on people who think this is unacceptable right now. What is that? 8 to 1? 8 to 1? Wow. Wow. People don't like Trump putting his name all over everything. And he's put his name all over everything. Now, this is an interesting comparison. Also a disturbing one when you think about it.
Both of them, and I like attempting Mission Impossible. Okay, Americans who believe it's okay right now to name government buildings for Trump, just 9%. To put that into some perspective, 10% of Americans believe that the Earth is flat, and 12% of Americans think that the moon landing was faked, which of course it was not, and of course the Earth is actually round. So fewer Americans think it's acceptable right now to put President Trump's name on government buildings than believe two conspiracy theories, either the Earth is flat or the moon landing was fake. And when you're lower than that, you know that you're doing something quite unpopular.
Oh, wow. That gets one of these.
Holy Toledo.
Holy Toledo. Yeah. Now, you know what also gets a holy Toledo? What the fuck? How do 1 in 8 people think the moon landing was faked? And 1 in 10 people think that the Earth is flat? You're telling me 35 million people in the United States think that the Earth is flat? We got some real stupid people in this country. We got a problem. We got to do something with the education system. We got a serious issue. The Earth is flat, 10%. And somehow Trump naming all these buildings after himself has less people believe in that than they do that the moon landing was faked or that the Earth is flat. That's quite a comparison. It gives you a real perspective. Do we need to listen to this? I hate to do this. But Trump's Secretary of Interior, Doug Burgum, came in here to talk to Anna Bash. Let's see what he had to say.
Is the Kennedy Center. A judge said that the president should not, his name should not be on the Kennedy Center, and that it should be taken down in the next 2 weeks. Is that going to happen?
That's the court order. I'm not sure if that's going to be appealed or not, but I think there's controversy on both sides of this about that.
There's controversy on both sides of this. It doesn't seem like there is controversy. 90% of people want this to not be a thing, while 9% of people want this. So it's not really both sides. One side is 10 times larger than the other side, basically. And the side of the minority is the one that wants the president to continue acting like a fucking deranged child mad king. He's like it's a fucking lunatic. All right, we're not gonna listen to this whole thing. By the way, this was out. I don't know. This was fucking crazy. We might have to listen to this again later, but just for time's sake, I gotta keep this moving. We can't listen to Doug talk all fucking night. Goes on and on about how actually everything Trump is doing is fine and or good, but he really struggles on the messaging part of it. Like he really. Yeah, they're struggling over there, the Trump administration, to justify the actions of the president. It's been difficult, to say the least. Flat earthers. No, but how is it possible that flat earthers represent 10% of America? It can't possibly be true. It doesn't feel right at all. But also, 9% of people, also doesn't feel right that almost the same exact number of people in America support Donald Trump's putting his name all over stuff. Like, I would assume that that's like literally 7 people, and all of their names are Trump. Except it's 9%. What is that? 27 million people? Unbelievable. How is that possible? Right? Like, there's lots of numbers that astound me all the time, and yet they are the numbers. I don't know what to do. I keep trying to fight back against misinformation and these anti-fact weirdos. We'll continue to talk about the corruption of the president. Representative Jim McGovern of Massachusetts had some things to say here in Congress. How do you like them apples?
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the gentlelady from Indiana for yielding me the customary time, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Republicans with a straight face come to this floor and pretend that these bills are about fraud, waste, and abuse. What a crock. I mean, you want to talk about fraud, Mr. Speaker? Let's talk about fraud. Let's talk about a president who had to pay $25 million after students got defrauded by Trump University. Let's talk about how Trump and his family have made more than $4 billion since he became president through crypto schemes, corrupt foreign deals, self-dealing government contracts, shady real estate transactions, and pump and dump stock schemes. Let's talk about the sweetheart deals, the pardons, the loopholes, the contracts, the favors,
Columbia
the corrupt giveaways that seem
505 just cheered 100 bits. Trump acting like that one roommate that just learned to use the label maker and put his name on all your stuff.
That is what he did. That's exactly what he did. It's very passive aggressive.
follow this administration everywhere it goes. If my Republican friends want to come down here and lecture America about waste, fraud, and abuse, then they should answer a very simple question. Do they support the deal that gives Donald Trump and his family blanket immunity from federal investigation or prosecution? Do they support what amounts to be an unlimited stack of get-out-of-jail-free cards for tax crimes, insider trading, bribes, kickbacks, sweetheart contracts, or any other crimes that could be investigated by the federal government?
Illegal.
Yes or no? Yes or no? I mean, I am outraged by this, and I think it is corrupt as hell. And I think the American people deserve to know why Republicans are so obsessed with attacking poor people, but suddenly lose their voice when Donald Trump uses the federal government like his own personal protection racket. But that is not what Republicans want to talk about. Their idea of cracking down on fraud is simple. Go after people with the least so they can give more to those at the top. Go after poor families. Go after hungry kids. Go after students trying to get an education. Go after parents trying to afford child care. Go after pregnant women who need help buying food. That is what these bills do. That is what these bills do. So let's go through them one by one. Their TANF bill does not help one struggling family. It gives the Trump administration more power to make the safety net harder to use and easier to weaponize. Their child care bill does not bring down the cost of child care by 1 penny. Not one. It just adds more red tape and more paperwork. Their student aid bill does not help students. It gives more power to an education secretary who has shown zero interest in helping students. And it lets them freeze aid based on a barely tested system. And by the way, CBO says it saves taxpayers nothing, zero. Then we have the agriculture funding bill, and this one is especially rotten. I serve on the Agriculture Committee. I represent farmers. I represent rural communities. I've spent my career fighting hunger. So I know what this bill does. It hurts farmers. It hurts rural America. And it is a disaster for hungry families. And at the exact moment when families are getting crushed at the grocery store because Trump's economy sucks, Republicans are making it harder for them to buy food. At the exact moment when farmers are getting squeezed by Trump's tariffs and Trump's war, Republicans are gutting the programs that support them. And at the exact moment when inflation is up and we should be talking about bringing prices down, Republicans are screwing over middle America. Republicans promised prices would come down on day one. Remember that? Well, here we are, a year and a half in, and everything is up. Groceries are up. Energy costs are up. Inflation is up. Their answer to pregnant women paying high grocery costs is to cut WIC by $200 million, to take nutrition help away from pregnant women and little kids. Who asked for that? Who asked for you to cut one of the most basic, effective, pro-family programs that we have? WIC helps pregnant women stay healthy. It helps babies grow. It helps new moms. It helps them buy milk and eggs and vegetables and formula and healthy food. And Republicans want to gut it. And by the way, they want to totally decimate the fruit and veggie voucher, which since 2007 has helped make sure moms of newborns can afford to eat healthy food. Mr. Speaker, why would you eliminate that? At a time when fruits and veggies are getting more expensive, why would you slash a benefit to help prevent postpartum moms from being malnourished because they can't afford healthy food? Come on! I mean, Republicans can always find money for another illegal war. They can always find money for billionaire tax breaks. They can always find money for corporate giveaways. But fruits and veggies for a pregnant or postpartum mom, formula for a baby, food for toddlers, then they have a problem? I mean, what the hell is wrong with these people, Mr. Speaker? And I thought they wanted to make America healthy again. I do too, but here's the problem, Mr. Speaker. You can't say that you care about children's health while cutting the program that makes sure kids can eat healthy. You can't say that you care about wellness while voting for a bill that will malnourish our communities. And this bill does not stop there. I mean, it weakens support for Food for Peace, a program that feeds people facing famine around the world, a program that buys from American farmers, a program that shows the world that America can still do something decent and...
That's one point I appreciate Jim McGovern making, especially. Because I've made it a bunch of times. I don't hear enough people bring this up when we talk about USAID. But you see American farmers hurting right now across the country. And Donald Trump and Elon Musk and Doge slashed USAID, which was one of the biggest grain buying entities. It was literally giving money to the farmers. People like Jillian Michaels want to claim it's big ag. Yeah, otherwise known as farmers. Does some of that go to Monsanto eventually because those farmers buy the seeds from Monsanto and whatever else? And do like do they fund like projects that also like go to like buying Monsanto or whatever seeds that go to like Africa maybe? Yeah. But also there's a bunch of farmers in the mix there, right? In the chain of events there. There's a, I don't know how many thousands of farmers there are in the United States. It may be in the millions. I don't know exactly the numbers. But those farmers are now struggling because of that. I mean, already because of oil costs, because of fertilizer costs, because of inflation. And then on top of it, Donald Trump slashed the one agency that was buying the most from them. This all adds up to a perfect storm of terrible. We've been saying. It's not going to be good. Harvest season comes around in the fall. Expect higher prices on your apple pies and your squash. Your delicious fall fruit foods. I'm thinking nectarine right now, actually. Oh, God, nectarines are so delicious. But they're going to be more expensive this goddamn season. It's going to be terrible.
Awful, awful, awful.
You just thank Donald Trump. Man who tried to give himself $2 billion of taxpayer money by suing the federal government. And was asked by a member of the media, Caitlin Collins of CNN, about that $1.776 billion slush fund for the Jan Sixers.
As you're about to hear in his answer here, the president seemed clearly irritated when he was asked earlier today why his administration says it is not moving forward with that $1.8 billion anti-weaponization.
Is the space station ready to take the entire space fams community because we need this? We need off this planet. Look, listen. I think you know that things are not good right now. We just got demonetized on YouTube. We're further away than ever than having a space commune of some sort. Columbia Rican. I wish I could say that actually it's fine and we're doing good and I am ready to beam you all up and start a new future together away from this nonsense. But I'm in fact not ready. I'm not prepared to tell you that at all. In fact, quite the opposite. We are very unprepared. That's sad but true.
Fund, as they have called it. And just to note, as you're about to listen to this, this first exchange actually occurred before I had yet to ask the president a question.
Can you explain why you decided to drop the anti-weaponization fund?
So I love it. I think it's so important. People.
Did you miss the PBD? No, actually, the PBD is coming up pretty soon. Very soon. That's one of the next things up after we get done with Trump's self-dealing and corruption here. And a couple more stories about infrastructure in this country.
This is a victim right here, but not only a victim, he was also a student of it. What happened to great people, great American people, the way they were victimized, the way they were savaged. You have suicides, they killed themselves, they went bankrupt, they were weaponized by the Biden administration, by a bunch of thugs, including Obama people, and like nobody's probably ever been. I mean, I can think of maybe 2 instances in this country where they've had it to somewhere that extent. I'm not even sure if it was so much. They were put in jail for long periods of time. They were accused of things that never happened. They had prosecutors that were radical lunatics, and their lives were destroyed. And frankly, we had a lawsuit that against us on the weaponization, where the judge, a radical left judge, ruled against it. And we'll see how that all works out. But a radical left judge ruled against it. But these people, their lives have been destroyed. Their families have been destroyed, many of them. I'm not just talking about a few people, many of them. I'm one of them. They raided my house, Mar-a-Lago. That never happened. Nobody ever thought of a thing like that. It turned out that it was a total fake. Everything about it was fake and corrupt. We have all the information. You know, the good advantage to sitting here is we can get information that you wouldn't get by what we have and what we are going to be showing over the coming weeks and months. You're not even going to believe. Some of you will believe it, like CNN will believe it because they knew what was going on. They're crooked as hell. CNN's a very corrupt organization, but with a corrupt reporter standing right there. Never smiles. She never smiles. She's a young, beautiful woman, never smiles. I never see a smile off her face.
This is so disgusting and misogynistic. Like, what in the fuck? Why is he talking to Catelyn like this? She never smiles. She's a beautiful woman. What the fuck is this? This is 1950. This is Mad Men. Why are none of the reporters saying this is unacceptable? The room's filled with women and men who could speak up for this, for that matter, and yet they all just stand there, slack-jawed. No real emotion actually at all. It disturbs me that nobody will stand up for Catelyn in this moment. Listen to him. It literally sounds like an episode of Mad Men. Very nasty, corrupt CNN with corrupt reporter Catelyn Collins, who never smiles. Very nasty. She's a beautiful girl, and if she just wore a shorter skirt and smiled a little more, maybe she'd get somewhere in this world. You know? Find a husband. Rather than doing all this nasty asking questions.
This is ridiculous!
Standing there with hatred in her eyes, like she has hatred because we have borders, because we have a strong military, because we cut our taxes, because we do things that everybody wanted, and then we win our election in a massive landslide. We win 87% of the counties in this country. Nobody's ever heard of a thing like that. And that's because we're doing the right job. And we took a detour down to Iran because we can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon under any circumstances. We can't let that happen. So the reporters should be happy. They shouldn't be unhappy. They should be very happy. Because you know what we're doing? We're saving our country.
Excuse me, Mr. President, just to clarify on what you were asked earlier, is the $1.8 billion DOJ fund dead or is it on hold?
It's, I'd have to ask the lawyers. I don't know. I know one thing, the weaponization.
But what's your
Are you
decision
talking
on
about
it?
the weaponization fund?
Yeah, what's your decision?
The weaponization fund as far as I'm concerned, was a beautiful thing. It was something I didn't make it, but I heard that. I thought that was the greatest thing because people like you have abused our people so badly. The fake news like CNN, like the New York Times and like others have abused our people. Wait a minute, be quiet. Have abused our people so badly, and you should be ashamed of yourself. You used to be a conservative.
Why?
She was a conservative.
Why should Catelyn be ashamed? I think she's actually one of the more competent reporters at CNN. You know, I've been saying it for a while, but I actually appreciate her style to some degree. I feel like she doesn't back down. You know, there's times where I feel like she has. I take that back, but like I feel like oftentimes like she at least stands up for herself, even if nobody will stand up for her, and I respect that. And I don't know, it's just crazy that Trump is like berating her right now, trying to dress her down like on national television for just literally doing her fucking job. The guy is deranged. I don't think she was ever a Republican. She was on a Republican network. She was like on News Nation, I think, originally. Or was it News Nation? It was like either News Nation or no, it was I don't think it was News Nation. I can't remember the name. It's like one of the like fringier quasi like corporate, you know what I'm saying? Like it's like one of these like kind of Fox Newsy. I just can't remember which one it is. It wasn't One American News. Maybe it was News Nation. This is the one with Chris Cuomo, right? But then, you know, like she's actually never like I don't think she's very like political, honestly. I think she's fairly like centrist. Which of course I don't know, it's like but yeah. But it's just crazy. Like, you used to be a Republican. And now you've betrayed me by asking nasty questions. Now, Trump had lots of stuff to say in recent days. Yeah, actually, both of these happened, I think, on Thursday. This is
from just a little while ago.
This is Donald Trump unveiling the finished Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool renovations on a laptop. Not in person. Not in person at the reflecting pool, but on a laptop. I don't understand why. Is he not able to like walk around properly right now? I'm starting to think that the rumors are true. That this guy cannot like walk anymore.
This is
like they're pulling like an FDR, aren't they? I'm trying to pretend that Donald Trump is still of good health, but they're like wheeling him around all over the place. They tell the press to leave, and then they like wheel him out in the chair.
From just a little while ago. Nice clean water.
Nice clean.
So we're here to talk about clean, beautiful coal. That's clean, beautiful water.
Clean, beautiful water. He really is crazy making. Like listening to this man for an extended period of time, every single day, is just driving me like loony. You heard a big, clean, beautiful coal. Well, clean. This is beautiful, clean water. Clean, beautiful water. Same thing, but different. How are those even? Why? He really does have dementia. He continues to do things that are like exhibiting like serious signs of sundowning. It's just like clean, beautiful coal. Clean, beautiful water. In terms of wetness, everybody's saying it.
The longest pool anywhere in the world.
The longest, best pool.
And here you can tell they're not progressive because this is not a progressive because progressives never wear or show an American flag. These are proud people from Oklahoma. They came from Oklahoma, a company from Oklahoma to do it. But you notice the American flag, he's proudly showing off his work. You know he's not a liberal and or a...
Oh my God, he really is insane. I also think that might be CGI. Is that a CGI photo? Am I wrong? That's hard to tell. I feel like this is another Gilmar Abrego Garcia situation. It's like, look, it says MS-13 on his knuckles. It's like, no, sir, that's Photoshop. Oh, look, there's a flag. He's got a flag. Yeah, that shows you just how beautiful and patriotic he really is. Probably real. Who knows? It's hard to fucking know. Still, it's so stupid and petty. And he's spending $20 million to do this. Something that we've been saying should cost like, I don't know, maybe like $100,000, a little bit more. I think I did the math wrong. It's maybe like $500,000. But when we talk about this, I feel like it's way over budget. Trump is supposedly trying to stop the leaking from the pool, but that is something that many presidents have tried and failed at, which I feel like is definitely going to happen here as well, because you know this guy is like just lining his pockets and he's not doing the best possible job. It will leak. It will almost certainly leak. It's been leaking for decades. Why would he start paying contractors now? I guess because he doesn't have to personally foot the bill in the U.S. Everybody else does. And it doesn't matter to him. It's just taxpayer money. Right? He's not personally paying him for this. This is your taxes at work. This is your taxes at work. Rather than, I don't know, solving the energy crisis, shoring up the grid infrastructure in the United States, Trump is dicking around with pools. Decorative pools. Not even ones you swim in. Just ones you look at. Clean, beautiful water. That's what the President of the United States said out loud. Those are the words he said. I'm just repeating them. Now, unfortunately, in northern Colorado, rapid growth in population is causing electricity, providing electricity throughout the state to be quite a challenge. Especially with data centers popping up all over the place. Got a problem. But Trump is actually, he doesn't give a shit about this.
As communities grow, so too does the demand for resources.
For years, we've heard about cities fighting to secure water rights, and tonight we're learning that may not be the biggest factor stunting growth. Your reporter in northern Colorado, Dylan Thomas, joins us live in Weld County. And Dylan, you've learned some major cities in our area are more worried about power than water.
Yeah, Congressman Gabe Evans tells me there are multiple cities just in his district alone that have the issue of lack of power. It's not necessarily lack of water that's stunting their growth. One of those cities is the city of Greeley. Those officials from that city tell me they have plenty of land, they have plenty of water to grow. Ultimately, it's access to power on the grid that they are most concerned with.
We are growing pretty rapidly.
To the point the city of Greeley needs more energy.
The electric demand has really shifted in the last couple of decades.
Smartphones, smart cars, smart houses, all needing more power. The demand for more power outpacing the state's energy generation.
I don't think the average Coloradan
Columbia
realizes how much more power is needed
9,505 just cheered 100 bits. Is Trump a sloppier version of Devo from Friday? Cause he has money but he wants to spend our money.
I mean, that's, I mean, he's not even like kind of He's not even kind of scary. Like, that's the other thing, right? Like, I can't accept that comparison because Trump's not even kind of scary. Like, physically imposing. Like, I feel like most people could beat up Donald Trump. He's never exercised one time in his fucking life. There's no way he could actually, like, defend himself. He's not scary like Devo is. Like, you don't want to run into D, like, you know what I mean? Like, that dude will actually fuck you up. Whereas Donald Trump, he'll poop his diaper. I just got thrown off. Oh, right. We were listening to this clip about the grid not being able to handle energy needs in Colorado.
To accommodate the lifestyle, the work life, and sort of how we live today.
The city of Greeley's Don Threewitt says they have the land, workforce, and water to welcome more residences and businesses. But the lack of power on the grid is what threatens growth most.
We don't have enough power.
A problem Congressman Gabe Evans says is impacting multiple communities in Colorado.
And I know of hundreds of jobs that Colorado has lost.
This is who Columbia Regan is talking about. Just for clarity, this is Devo from Friday. Tommy Lister Jr., a former professional wrestler, right? And who was sort of the antagonist of the movie Friday. And yeah. I think you'd much rather run into Donald Trump in a dark alley than that guy.
Because a company that wanted to locate here couldn't get the power. We can't attract businesses. We can't build new houses. Really, growth comes to a screeching halt.
Evans says he's working to create legislation that would focus on making it quicker and easier to create and distribute power throughout the state. But in the end, addressing the issue will take local, state, and federal teamwork.
It takes time and it takes deliberate effort on a large group of people. Let's identify the need, provide the resources, and then get out of the way so it can get done.
The city of Greeley is growing on an average rate of 1.5 to 3% a year, but the grid is not growing at the exact same rate, I should say. They also know that it could take years to implement and install power lines as needed. We did reach out to Xcel Energy to ask them what they're doing to help combat this issue. We've provided their entire statement on our website, which is cbscolorado.com.
Why provide it on the website? God, even CBS's local news coverage is getting worse and worse. I swear to God. It feels like it's getting worse. I don't know if that's just me intuiting this or if it's actually happening in reality, but if it does, it feel like it. And I watch a lot of local news and a lot of local CBS news. Those are the only CBS channels I haven't unsubscribed from yet. And I'm starting to feel like I need to even cut ties on those guys at some point. But then then you start running into situations where you have like news deserts in some places where you don't really have a lot of choices. Oh, we need like a actual like independent news network. I know I call myself the Galactic News Network, but I'm really one guy, the Discord server. No on the ground reporters really to speak of. I'm aware of. Certainly nobody on any kind of galactic payroll. A couple times people have uploaded clips of them personally out there doing shit, and that's about it. Which I appreciated, but it's a rarity. Oh boy. Speaking of infrastructure, this is a horrifying news story which happened earlier on Thursday. While the Department of Transportation continues to deregulate and not really do anything in the way of improving infrastructure, a tragedy happened on a road in Iowa.
About 12:37 this afternoon, the sheriff's office received notification about a semi versus train accident Originally, we were told that there was a fire involved as well. We got on scene and found out there was no fire. It was just the damage from the accident.
I don't know if I can find this immediately, but like Sean Duffy, like I saw a clip earlier this year of Sean Duffy saying that they were going to deregulate rail so that they could supercharge growth in the rail sector. I wonder if this is what massive deregulatory efforts look like. Ay. Looks like dead people. That's what it looks like. One last clip before we get to the Mehdi PBD debate. And this one I think everyone sort of intuitively understands, like on a base level. But to have it be confirmed by the people who put it together, it's pretty... what's the word? It's not cathartic, because it's in no way... like, I don't enjoy it. What is the word for this? Like, everybody's been saying it. Like, you know, people like me, people like this next guy we're going to go to, and a lot of other people on the left were saying, look, we got to take Project 2025 seriously. While the mainstream media and people on the right and Donald Trump himself said, who? Project 2025, who?
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
However, as we've watched this all fly by us, I've been saying, hey, I think we're getting close to completing Project 2025 at this point on a number of occasions. And one of the Project 2025 Arctics came out and said exactly that. That, in fact, this is true. A majority of Project 2025 has already been enacted by Donald Trump and Republicans. Kyle Kalinske.
I'm old enough to remember when a bunch of media outlets and a bunch of Democrats correctly pointed out that Trump is going to try to do Project 2025, which is basically the right-wing fever dream of how to rework the U.S. government, right? How to dismantle it and then rebuild it in the image of a fascist theocracy. And I remember being gaslit and lied to by virtually every Republican in the country, many media figures, saying, no, Trump's not going to do that. Why? Because Trump was asked about it on the campaign trail and said, I don't even know anything about Project 2025, when it was literally brought to his attention, hey, bro, like all of the authors were in your regime. All of the authors were people who you picked who controlled various parts of your government. The authors themselves are saying, Trump is going to do this thing. Trump's like, I never heard of it. I don't know what you're talking about. I have nothing to do with Project 2025, but it's also crazy. So wait, which is it? Do you know nothing about it, or you do know about it and it's crazy? Which is it? See, there were so many giveaways. There were so many tells even back then, because he would contradict himself. You go, well, that makes no sense. It was a thou dost protest too much type moment. The reality is he knew it's unpopular. He knew it was unpopular, which is why he said it, but he had every intention of delivering because that's all of his fucking donors. Like, obviously, all of his donors, all these right-wing think tanks who did work for him all the time, they're the ones who were crafting Project 2025. So anyway, yet again, complete and utter vindication. I wish I was wrong. I'm sure everybody who said this wishes they were wrong, but we're not wrong. Here is one of the architects of Project 2025. He goes on C-SPAN, okay? Project 2025 architect praises Trump for implementing Project 2025. Quote, we proposed 1,913 recommendations for Project 2025. 1,055 have been implemented. Holy cow. So according to the architect, a majority of Project 2025 has been implemented, and he's rubbing it in. He's on TV. He's showing it off.
Of his second term.
Well, thanks for that question, because since
first year plus of his second term. in this president implement Project 2025 in this first year plus of his second term?
Well, thanks for that question, because since 1980, Heritage has been offering presidential transition projects, which we generally call Mandate for Leadership. What's known as Project 2025 was done on such a scale that we proposed 1,913 recommendations. 1,055 as we sit here have been implemented. The person who deserves credit for that is one Donald J. Trump. If we played a role through our policy scholarship, through message testing and helping to craft public opinion upstream of electoral politics, that's great. Heritage is not to take credit, but to offer great ideas.
He admitted.
Oh, we're just giving great ideas. And Trump took almost all of them. Yeah. I think most of us have known this for a while. All right. I've held you all off long enough. Let's go to this, finally, the PBD podcast. Mehdi Hasan. Paul Bet Davidson.
Paul Bet Davidson?
Was this live streamed? I think this was live streamed. This was live streamed. I kind of want to watch the... I kind of... Hold on, wait.
What's your point? The future looks bright.
You are one. My son's right about it.
I don't think I've ever said this before.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
We have a special guest in the house, one of the biggest
You're
MAGA
about to be value-tamed.
spokesperson out there in the world, hardcore MAGA. Now a capitalist, he runs.
Live chat replay is on. I wonder if they've gone through the chat. I'm just wondering. I don't see any comments yet. Wait, hold on. It's on top chat. Wait, top chat, live chat. Give me live chat. I can't help myself. I gotta see. I gotta see what the people were saying during this debate.
Very successful business now after leaving MSNBC. Is crushing it. But it's great to have you on the podcast today, Mehdi Hasan.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Yes, of course. And, you know, obviously I've been watching you for many years, and we reached out. We said, let's invite him on board. And then Rob said, Mehdi said yes. I said, this is great.
It took a long time to get to yes, but I'm here.
Yes. So what took such a long time?
I don't know.
What were you worried about? Were you afraid
I don't know. We'll
of
find
sitting
out
with a
today.
capitalist? Is it like this guy's going to be...
I don't know. I've seen your show. It's an entertaining show. I know it's a very different format today. I don't know. I'm intrigued as to what we're going to talk about today.
And I'm genuinely interested in learning your story.
Okay.
So tell me your story, your background.
My background is, if the accent didn't give it away, I'm a British American. I'm a dual national, British American citizen, citizen of both great countries, born and raised in the UK. My parents, immigrants from India, moved to the UK in the 60s.
What part of...
I just realized nobody can see anything that's happening. I just ruined this start. I'm so sorry, everybody. Oh, I'm so very sorry, everybody. That's a big failure on my part. I was too excited about this. Got a little ahead of myself.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Suffice to say, I don't think anybody needs to see the intro all that much. Unless you want to watch, I mean, you know, the PBD podcast intro vid again. It is pretty hype. It really does get you hype, ready for valuetainment, of course. I'm prepared to be valuetained.
South India, Hyderabad.
Okay.
Best biryani in the world.
Best beer?
Biryani.
Biryani.
Yeah.
That's the best beer.
I'm not going to be the guy who gives you beer recommendations.
Best beer. Okay, got it.
So
I went to Mumbai 8 years ago, and I spoke at IIT Institute.
Oh, yeah, it's big.
Incredible experience.
Incredible place.
Yeah.
But Hyderabad has better food. So I have to say that as a Hyderabadi. So my parents moved in the 60s and 70s to the UK. I was born in 79. I think we're similar in age. And I moved to the US 12 years ago, come February. So it's been over a decade I've been here. Became a citizen in 2020, been a journalist all my life.
What do you prefer? UK or, and I know, listen,
Oh, this
Mom's
is a
watching,
controversial
so
question.
Just asking, I don't want to upset Mom, so you don't have to answer it if you don't want to.
They both have their brilliance. I go back to the UK all the time. I'm heading out there next week. I get to go for work and pleasure, and I love going back to the UK. But the US, I got to say, the US has given me opportunities and open doors that even the UK I don't think could have done.
Really?
And I think you hear that from a lot of black and brown folks from the UK. Because I'm someone who's criticized racism, obviously, in the UK and in the US. But what's interesting is you talk to people in the media space, entertainment space. You look at someone like Idris Elba. You look at someone like my good friend, my old school friend, Riz Ahmed, Oscar-winning, Emmy-winning actor. They've all talked about how when they came to the US, they got more opportunities than they got in the UK.
Why do you think that is? Is it just capitalism? Is it just business? Is it incentives?
I think there's also, I mean, the country is a bigger country. I think we can sometimes forget when we live here how this is a continent of a country.
Yep.
Is it just capitalism? Does PBD think that the United Kingdom isn't a capitalist country? Is that what he thinks? The UK is like some sort of like communist hellhole or something?
A communist China!
Is that, I mean... These guys really do fucking think that, don't they? I think they're too fucking stupid to understand that the UK is like old school cap, has been doing capitalism for long as fuck.
So just geographically, space-wise, there's more places to just do things. The UK is very heavily concentrated around London. Right, the entire country, to the great consternation of people in Manchester, Birmingham, the entire economy is centered around one city. Politics is centered around Westminster in London. And I think there's also, in England, we don't have the legacy of, plantation slavery and the black struggle for civil rights in the US, but we do have a different kind of legacy of empire and that form of, history to overcome. I don't know what the right word I'm looking for, like staid, stodgy. It's just a kind of an old way of doing things. You hit a different kind of glass ceiling in the UK. I'm not giving a pass to old kinds of racism and bigotry there still is in the US that we're still fighting with. But there is something about being a person of color and just having a little bit more ambition in the US. It's going to get me in huge trouble with
the two of
people. I'm screwed now when I go back to the UK next week if this airs before the next.
Both of us are brown and winning in America, which is a good thing.
Yes, from different parts of the political.
So much winning. Everybody's saying it. All right, now we're not going to watch this whole thing. So for a lot of this, they're just sort of hanging out, talking about Mehdi, his family, how he came here. His life story, That's fine and all. But that's not what we're here for. We will hit a few of these things in here, though, before we get to the big one. Because things are getting, this happens in stages. Mehdi Hasan slowly humiliates PBD. I feel like he's actually quite nice to him for the bulk of this discussion, and really kid gloves kind of for most of it. This is like almost a 3-hour long discussion. It was live streamed on the PBD pod. But towards the end, things really, you'll see. Because we're going to watch much of this.
Seen it. So, Rob, if you want to go down so I can read the whole thing, you're effing crazy. Trump fumes at Netanyahu in call on Lebanon. Go a little bit lower, Rob, so I can read the whole thing. So President Trump last Saturday over Israel escalation in Lebanon and an expletive Latin call on Monday. Two U.S. officials and a third source briefed on the call told Axios why it matters. Early on Monday, Iran threatened to abandon negotiations with the U.S. over Israel, saying actions in Lebanon. On the call, Trump called Netanyahu crazy and accused him of ingratitude. According to two of the sources, he also put the brakes on Israel's plan to strike Beirut. Behind the scenes, one U.S. official told Bibi that following threw on his threat to bomb Lebanese capital would further isolate Israel from around the world. Two of the sources said Trump claimed he'd help keep Netanyahu out of jail. He said, if it wasn't for me, you'd be in jail right there. You're effing crazy. You'd be in prison if it weren't for me. I'm saving your ass. Everybody hates you. everybody hates Israel because of this. Do you think this call happened?
The call definitely happened. But both sides are spinning it in their own ways, and they're spinning it with the classic people. So just background on this. This is an Axios piece. The author of this piece is Barak Ravid, who is an award-winning journalist, won a coverage, co-authored by Mark Caputo, former colleague of mine at NBC News. But Barak Ravid is famous, or should I say now infamous in media circles, for being the guy who the White House always goes to leak stuff about conversations with Israel.
Is this the guy that leaked it, that Bibi got up, that Biden got upset at?
Yes, same.
This is the same
So
guy.
he did both.
Okay,
He's bipartisan. Whether you're Joe
so
Biden.
he's a fair guy.
Well, it's not about being fair. It's the point is that whoever's in the White House, they know that this is the guy who does the stories about split between Israel and America. So we've had about 2 dozen of these stories over the last 3 years.
Is this a guy you trust?
Unfortunately, no. Now it's not that I don't trust him. I'm not saying he's making stuff up, but I am saying he's clearly become a useful vessel for information from the White House that they want to get out. They know if you're Joe Biden or you're Donald Trump, you know that if you want to get out that you're pissed at Netanyahu, Barak Ravid is the guy you go to. Now, on the other side, you have Amit Segal, who is one of Israel's most famous journalists, very close to Benjamin Netanyahu. Channel 12, I think, is his network. This guy is now reporting today, the day we're talking, that actually the Israeli side is saying, no, Trump never swore at Netanyahu, never mentioned jail or prison, and they disagreed about how to handle Hezbollah in Lebanon. So the question then becomes, for those of us who were not in the room, who do you believe? Serial liar Donald Trump?
You can tell very much so that this is an educational opportunity for PBD right now. I mean, immediately they have to go Googling him. And, he's just sort of taking it all in here. Clearly doesn't have a full grasp of all of this sort of subterfuge, I guess you might call it, happening in the background, being done, the narrative building.
On both sides, it's very hard. This is why people have a real issue with mainstream media right now. Because what do you do in a situation like this where both sides are spinning furiously? And I can believe either version. I can believe that Trump told him you're fucking crazy. We wouldn't put that past Donald Trump. I can also believe that they lied to make Trump sound stronger than he is. And Netanyahu's telling the truth. I don't know.
Okay, so how do they typically get the credibility? Because anybody can say this was said. So can you go back to the article when it says 2 sources were there? What is the... You're in this world.
Yes.
Is there a system or a standard to be able to... Because this is a big deal.
Yeah, it's a big deal too. I mean, look, all the traditional rules of political journalism went out the window when Donald Trump came along, right? So, my colleague Swin Subsang reports on the White House for Zeteo. He has very good contacts. And, he tells me some of the crazy stories he gets from behind the scenes in terms of people trying to screw each other over, right? In the Trump administration, there's a very unique dynamic. And, he's referred to it as a Reservoir Dogs dynamic. It's been referred to where everyone's got a gun to each other's head at the same time, right? So they're all trying to screw each other over. So that's another issue is, are 2 of the sources people who are allied with each other? Are they from different wings of the White House? Pat, with this Iran war, there are different elements in this administration. Some people want the war done, finished. Some people want it to keep going. So there's different pressures on
This
Trump.
is not 100%, 80% story.
So there's different people leaking for different agendas to try and end a war or escalate a war.
Give me how this makes Trump look good. How does it make it look bad? Who's winning with the story? Who's not?
So
optics, purely optics.
Trump, you know the MAGA base better than me. Many of them are your viewers.
You can see by the way that he's framing these questions that he sees Mehdi as an expert, right? And that he thinks Mehdi knows more than he does, right? Like, give me a rundown on what's good and bad for Trump. Like, that's what you would ask. That's what you would ask an expert.
Many people in the MAGA base, not as many as people suggest. My good friend Cenk Uygur, I know you had on the show, he thinks there's a big split in MAGA. I'm less of that view. I look at the polls, 80% of MAGA still loves Trump, 70% love this war. But there is a growing minority who don't like what's going on with the foreign wars, with the betrayal of anti-war promises. And a lot of them see Donald Trump as being, I can't come up with a better phrase than Netanyahu's bitch. And this would help Donald Trump say, look, I'm telling Benjamin Netanyahu, fuck you, you're fucking crazy, I saved you from prison. I'm the dominant partner in this relationship. And by the way, this is not just a Trump issue. Every American president who's dealt with Netanyahu has come out getting screwed over. Joe Biden got completely screwed over. He gave his entire presidency to save Netanyahu. Look at him today, destroyed. Bill Clinton in the 90s came out of a conversation with Netanyahu. You know what he said to his team? He said, who's the fucking superpower here? He was so pissed that he got talked down to by Benjamin Netanyahu. So American presidents have been dealing with Bibi for many years, and they've always tried to assert their dominance, and many of them have failed to do so. So I think for Donald Trump, it's good if people believe it. The problem is, those of us who know the Axios reporting on this, we're very, very skeptical.
So let me ask you
film
this.
before.
If you're Trump's advisor, which you're not, but let's just say if you were Trump's advisor, and Trump hears you, and he says, screw this guy, that call did happen, that's exactly what I told him. What does he need to do publicly for even a guy like you to say, shit, this happened?
That's a great question, because Donald Trump's word means nothing to me. I've been documenting his lies for many years. No one's told more lies than Donald Trump in the public sphere. So actions matter more than words. Same issue with Biden. His people would leak, Biden's very upset with Netanyahu. Okay, but what the fuck are you doing about it? Right? Many of us frustrated with the genocide would say. Same question now. What are you going to do about it? Donald Trump has given Netanyahu everything he wanted, right? Even if this conversation is true, he's saying, I saved you from prison, in the sense that he demanded the Israeli president.
Did he? Don't you think he did, though?
In many ways he did, because every time this war continues, Netanyahu avoids trial, right? Every time there's escalation in the war, he doesn't have to go back to court.
That's right.
And Trump has publicly called on Herzog, the president, to pardon him, which he hasn't done yet, but I'm sure he's feeling the pressure from Trump publicly calling him out. So he has helped Netanyahu. But worse than that, you look at what's happening in Gaza, he's given Netanyahu everything he wanted. And this really bothers me, because in 2024, I spend a lot of time pointing out to people on my side, leftists, Muslims, Arab Americans, people in Dearborn, Michigan, who welcome Trump. And I said to them, you're going to get screwed over by this guy. No, 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 no. He's more anti-war than Kamala and Joe. This is what I was told by Arab Americans who voted for Trump. He will be the anti-war president. Stephen Miller said he won't send our boys to die. Trump said, remember what he said? He goes, Liz Cheney will go to war with Kamala and kill Muslims. I won't. They all believed that shit. Then he bombed, what is it, 6 countries last year, 7 countries last year. Now he's in a war with Iran. In Gaza, he had this ceasefire at the beginning that people were very happy about. But since then, he's allowed Netanyahu to do whatever he wants. And earlier this week, Netanyahu went on camera and he said, we now control 60% of Gaza, and I'm going to take 70% of Gaza. Even Biden, Harris, Blinken, none of them said that would be possible. Trump has basically given Netanyahu carte blanche to do whatever he wants in the Gaza Strip. So when your answer to your question is, what does he have to do to prove he's holding?
A guy like you.
He has to hold.
It's impossible to win a guy like you.
I will give credit. I'll say it now. On
If
camera.
what?
If he manages to get Netanyahu out of Lebanon and out of Gaza, which he won't. But that's what I would want to see, because that's what's happened on his watch. On his watch, Netanyahu's taken more territory in both those places.
Right.
Prove to me that you actually care about Middle East peace. Prove to me that you have control over Netanyahu and American weapons, and get him to pull out. Because
Look at the look on PBD's face. Oh, look how he's like, he's never considered the possibility of somebody demanding concrete action. It's not just about Trump spinning it more. Look at him; he looks really concerned about it. He's like, "Oh, I don't think that Trump can. I don't think he can do that." Look at that face on this guy.
care about Middle East peace. Prove to me that you have control over Netanyahu and American weapons, and get him to pull out. Because right now, Greater Israel is happening in front of our eyes. Netanyahu's doing the project that far-right Israelis have always wanted. He's taking Lebanon, southern Lebanon.
Saying Egypt,
he's taking
Turkey,
Gaza.
all this stuff.
Who knows what's coming
next?
next?
What you're thinking?
Well, if you embolden the guy, what is the lesson of the last 3 years? There's impunity. You can do whatever the F you want, and America will never stop you.
Okay, do me.
Look at the wheel. Yeah, exactly. You can literally see the gears very, very slowly turning in PBD's head. Oh, God.
Are you not entertained?
Differentiate between what Bibi's vision is and what Israel's vision is.
What do you mean by that?
Okay, so for instance, you could have there's a difference between what America's vision is.
Yes.
Be the greatest country in the world.
Okay, we're not going to watch this whole thing. I'm going to skip past this part of the conversation. And this is... Yeah, let's go to this one. Yeah. Yeah, maybe start it up later on here.
Let me take your example, take it a step further. Okay, let's say I put it all in students. I win over young people. That's already happened. Have you seen the polling? The young people hate Israel.
I know.
But does it translate into policy? No, because the Congress still controls the purse strings. So I'll give you one example. 8% of Democrats support Israel's war in Gaza. 8%, according to a poll last year. In Congress, it's the other way around. It's like 80% of Democrats support Israel, only 8 or 10% are voting against weapons or genocide. I'm ballpark figures here. So what's the disconnect? The disconnect is we have a Congress that doesn't represent the public on either side of the divide. I don't think the Republican Party fully represents its base, but more so, Democratic Party certainly doesn't represent its base on Israel, the leadership. Look at these primaries. We're sitting on a day where there's going to be a bunch of primaries. So my big point here is, yes, it's great that young people have been won over. It's great that everyone under the age of 50 in the United States of America, whether Republican or Democrat, does not want more weapons going to Israel. That's the latest polling. Under the age of 50, everyone.
That makes sense to me.
Right? But Congress does. So the disconnect, this is why we have such a crisis of democracy. This is why Israel matters so much in our political system. It's not just a foreign policy issue. It's an issue of our democracy where we have members of Congress and a president who does not follow American will, does not follow the will of the voters. And so to answer your question, yeah, you do need to spend money lobbying Congress because ultimately they're the ones voting on weapons. They're the ones voting on aid. They're the ones voting to censor our speech, saying anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. All of that stuff is coming out of Congress. And people say, oh, Qatar and this. I just gave you an example. The Qataris gave him a $400 million plane. The Emiratis gave him $500 million for his crypto fund. The Saudis have sponsored multiple multi-million-dollar golf tournaments at his properties, hotels. Did it come in useful? When it came down to it, he picked Israel. He picked Miriam Adelson. He picked Benjamin Netanyahu. He picked AIPAC. He picked Marco Rubio.
I don't know about that.
He picked all these people. What do you mean? We've seen it with our eyes.
I don't know about that. Listen,
I don't know about
Let me
that.
ask you this. Do you think, you didn't answer my question.
He does this a few times where he tries to like he tries to discount what Mehdi says with like offhand comment like I don't know about that, but then doesn't elaborate or expound whatsoever on why he doesn't know about that. Because when you say I don't know about that, you're basically saying I disagree, but then he does not clarify his position. He's like I don't know. Let's talk about something else. He's basically doing a fucking Jillian Michaels. He's like, I have run out of things to say on this topic, and I would like to go to something else because what you're saying is something I really can't address.
So I want to stay on the money part, and then I'm going to go to the next
I did
question.
answer. I said I could spend it all on the kids. It doesn't matter.
No, but so
because ultimately Congress is still more important.
So you would put all the money in Congress and
No,
Senate?
both. I said split.
You would do 50-50?
50-50. Win over the people and then win over the people who represent the people.
So where does Qatar put their money? They put $6.5 billion in universities. Where does China put their money? $5.5 billion in universities.
China.
What type of influence do you think they got long term? You think long term? Like you think China thinks short term? You think Qatar thinks short term? You think they're trying to buy influence long term when they get in front of the kids?
You think? Do you have evidence? It's a serious question.
The dollar?
No, I mean, no. I'm talking about. Do you have evidence that? Well, first of all, what Chinese investment has gone into university?
Do you want to pull it up, Rob?
China.
I mean, you know.
I know the Qataris are sponsored. I've been to Georgetown, Qatar. They spent a lot of money on U.S. universities. But it's great. I'm asking about what's China's sponsored university?
Oh, China's given donations to.
The Chinese government sponsors American universities. I did not know this.
Let me pull up.
I'm happy to show my ignorance.
By the way, I don't know where the money is coming from. But I'll show you here.
So China has
the money part.
I don't know where the money is coming from.
I was short by $1 billion.
AI overview.
So ultimately, Congress is still more important.
So you would put all the money in Congress?
Wait, hold on.
I said
sorry.
You would do 50-50.
50-50.
I switched. I opened up. I need to look at the comment section, but. Like if you go back 2 seconds here, this is the Google Gemini overview.
5.6.
As you can see, AI overview. Immediately 30 minutes. There's a lot of similarities to this debate, to the Jillian Michaels debate. Although I will say this, PBD held his own more than Jillian. I think Jillian proved that she was even more unaware of these issues than PBD somehow. Like Jillian made PBD look good. He didn't do well. And Mehdi Hasan absolutely decimates him here over this 2.5 hours. But the fact that he's already got the AI overview is in fact somewhat foreshadowing of how the rest of this goes. I don't know if you heard him in there, but he's like, I don't know where the money comes from, but look, AI overview, $6 billion.
I was short by $1 billion.
Okay.
6.4 billion American universities over the recent decade, making it one of the largest foreign. So why are they doing
No, hold on. You didn't read the third sentence.
Which is what
these funds you think research partnerships with the Chinese is making kids on campus pro-China?
No. It's not what I'm saying. Okay, Mehdi, you're very smart. So you went to Oxford. You got the PPE degree. It's like not the PPP loan. You got the legit PPE degree.
Look, Mehdi, you're very smart, and I could respond to you if I was smarter, but I'm just gonna say a bunch of words that don't really make any sense and hope that I can sell. Because I think that's what it is that PBD's a salesman, right? So he's a great bullshitter. Like, he's great at, like, you know, just sort of like being your pal and just sort of talking, riffing. Like, he's not saying anything meaningful right now. He's just continuing. He's hoping that if he can, you know, if he can just, what's the word? If he can just run out the clock a little bit, people won't notice that he's not answering the question.
Right? Do you not think if these schools are getting this types of money, which phone call you think they're picking up?
Oh,
you think
we know, Patrick, because we just saw what happened the last 3 years. Did Colombia go pro-Israel or pro-Qatar?
But what did Colombia do?
They went pro-Israel. They silenced all the pro-Palestinian.
But what did they do? But what did they do?
They rolled over for Donald Trump and they rolled over for the Israel lobby.
What was the event that happened that got them to get there?
I don't know which event.
Why did they do that?
I don't know. I don't know where you're going.
You follow the stories. You tell me, who was it? It was three universities, right? Columbia was one of them.
And
was the other
there was a
two?
bunch of universities that cracked down on pro-Palestine dissenters.
Why did they do that?
Multiple reasons. Pressure from politicians
Okay.
who are pro-Israel.
You think maybe
pressure
they
from
screwed up
donors
as
who are
well?
pro-Israel.
Is he that oblivious that he thinks there's only 3 universities that cracked down on protests on their campuses? It was across the nation. He only thinks it was 3. What a fucking idiot.
Pressure from activist groups, this whole ridiculous debate where we conflate criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism. I remember when I launched...
I'm not with that. Just so you know, like in Florida, when they're saying you can't debate and criticize Israel, I'm not part of that camp.
Not just that. DeSantis is one of the many governors and Republicans
I'm not part of that
who have
camp.
said that if you're an American business that engages in BDS, you can't get contracts with the state. That's insane. That American business can't do what it wants to do.
But by the way, what I'm trying to tell you is I think the reasonable people are not with that. Short term, some of these things may come and go. Long term, they're not. I had Randy, what's his last name? Randy Fine. I had him on and I asked him the question about where he's at. I think you may have even tweeted something about it when we talked about it. I asked him a couple questions, pointed whether he was pro-America, America first, or Israel first. If you're in America, hey, I have a problem with you not being America first, but I want to go back to this. If they give $6 billion, you think they're dumb that they're just giving $6 billion to universities? You don't think they want things in return?
No, I
you
think
don't
everyone. I think you made that point earlier. There are many lobbies trying to get their way. I'm not disputing that there are many lobbies. In fact, I'm the one who says, let's not treat the Israel lobby as a unique lobby. People are like, oh my God, AIPAC. I always say AIPAC, NRA,
Great. All of them.
Big Pharma, all of these people.
All of them.
I want to get money out of politics. I'm on the
do
left.
as well.
I'm a Bernie, Elizabeth Warren.
I want to get money out of politics.
Let's get rid of Citizens United. Yeah, Citizens.
Here's the other thing. I feel like he doesn't quite understand. Like, he's talking about this like it's just like for influence, right? It's really not. Like, in terms of like donating to these schools, I don't see it as China trying to be influenced, like U.S. policy or U.S. students. There happens to be U.S. universities up until Trump 2.0 were the best research universities on the planet for a multitude of reasons, but because of how big of a country we are and the fact that people have been coming from across the world because we have respected universities. Like, it's happened over the years, right? Because of the great things that have happened at like United States universities and schools. People have come here more and more from across the planet, China, Qatar, wherever else, right? And people see this as, to some degree, like, China's like, okay, well, our students are in U.S. universities. Like, and in fact, going to a U.S. university in places like China, and in a lot of places actually, is a huge, like, accomplishment to some degree, right? And like, that's what everyone is shooting for in some countries, to be able to leave, go to the United States, where you can get the best education, then come back, right? I think they see it as investments in their own students, and then to some degree, science, right? Because China, unlike the United States, does seem to actually care about making progress, right? Rather than just being solely focused on capitalism and hegemony and influence and power, they also seem to be at least fairly interested for a government in human progress, science, and stuff like that. And so, you know, I think this is a combination of things here. I really don't, I think power and influence is maybe the third thing on that list, but it's certainly not the first.
West Supreme Court decision. Yeah. Okay, so, but let me come back to your direct point about influence. I'm not disputing that they're spending money, they're lobbying, everyone's doing it. I'm saying Israel's winning, and the evidence is what's happened.
See, I'm saying Israel's losing.
I've not only do I have a kid in college, I have multiple Muslim friends, leftist friends with kids in colleges.
Kids are now Jewish.
I have kids who've been arrested.
Yeah.
I have kids who've been doxxed. I know kids who have been suspended. I know kids who have been expelled because of their criticism of Israel. I watched a video of Rumeysa Öztürk, a young Turkish student at Tufts, be picked up by 8 ICE agents and detained because she wrote an op-ed in her student paper saying we should divest from Israel. And Marco Rubio had her detained for a year, right? So don't tell me that Qatar is winning this argument. Qatar is not winning the argument on campus.
So
it's just a complete, last 3 years is a complete denial.
I get your argument, but I would dispute it in the following way. Everybody is trying to win influence. Everybody.
Agreed.
And they're spending money. So
Agreed.
no matter what it is,
We
everybody. But the question is, whose money is working and who's not? The part where I go that's not working is, do you think Israel's popularity in America has increased or decreased in the last 5 years?
No, because that's a different argument. That's because people saw a genocide live stream to their phones, right? And you can't buy your way out of
It's more than, that's one of it.
That's one of the big issues.
It's one of the bigger issues, but it's more than that. So whatever they did, like even when Charlie Kirk, you know, the letters came out when he was having a conversation with Bibi, and I don't know if it was the 7 things he wrote, the 6 things. Do you remember that when he wrote a letter? I don't know if you remember that or not.
I wasn't a big Charlie Kirk reader. You'll be shocked to hear.
Yeah, well, you would have liked him. It was a special
No,
guy.
he didn't like me. He wanted me deported. He called for me to be deported from this country.
You hear what the PBD is saying over here? Oh my God, sorry. Holy shit, dude. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Did he really just say that? He says, did you read Charlie Kirk's book? Oh, you should have. Mehdi says, no, this guy wanted me deported. And PBD goes, no, you really would have liked him. You really would have liked him, dude. Oh my God. When I heard this, I was like, no, shut up. You didn't just say that, dude. You really would have liked him. He's like on autopilot. He's just saying words and he's like only interpreting what Mehdi is saying after the fact. Which is typical salesman type shit, right? Like his mouth moves faster than his brain does. So he is still talking. Mehdi is saying words, but he has not yet, his brain has not yet actually turned those words into a thought. So he's still going over here. He's like, oh, you would have really, and he's like, wait, and then he's like, oh.
Wrote a letter. I don't know if you remember that or not.
I wasn't a big Charlie Kirk reader. You'll be shocked to hear.
Yeah, well, you would have liked him. It was a special
No,
guy.
he didn't like me. He wanted me deported. He called for me to be deported from this country because he's such a free speech champion he was.
What was his reason for it?
Because I said something about COVID.
He switches and he's like, what was his reason for it?
Come on!
What did you say about COVID?
Something about the whole school, my position on, lockdowns, vaccines, whatever it was. He didn't like it, but instead of debating me on it, he said, who's this guy? He should be deported from the country.
Can you tell me specific what it was? Rob
can
you
pull it up.
Rob, pull it up.
Now, if you said something crazy.
Oh, if you said something crazy, Mehdi, I think you should be deported, says the PBD. Oh my fucking, this is wild, dude. He goes from, hey, you should have read this letter from fucking Charlie Kirk to now investigating why Mehdi should be fucking deported, dude. This is deranged. Oh, he's fucking deranged. Maybe we should investigate PBD for some of the things he said, get him deported. I mean, he said some pretty crazy things about some stuff. I don't know. I'm just trying to think back. Hard to remember any particular thing that was egregious enough for deportation, but since we're on the subject.
On Twitter and he responds back to you.
Hold on, even if I said something crazy,
he First Amendment
crazy too. First Amendment doesn't cover crazy.
His First Amendment he can also say that.
But you think we should threaten people with deportation?
I don't know. You said some crazy shit. What did you say?
No, I didn't say anything crazy. I'm just saying. Let's say I did say something crazy.
No, but even
if I didn't say anything crazy.
But let's just say he said that. That's his freedom to be crazy.
Of course, it's his freedom.
Yeah.
I'm not going to like the guy. You're like, I would have agreed with it. That's how we got onto Kirk.
Exactly.
Why would I agree with the guy who hated
No, you don't.
I love how Mehdi brings it back. I love how Mehdi brings it. He's like, look, yeah, he has every right to say whatever he wants, but that's why I don't like him, because he said it, right? Like, this is the point. Of course I didn't like him because he thought and said these things about me, and I didn't appreciate that. So no, I wouldn't like him or his little letter. Fucking, come on, PBD. You're not this dense. Must be able to like, he's a fucking idiot. Come on, buddy. You can do this.
Don't have.
He hated Islam, and he wanted me deported.
That's a different story.
That's a different story.
That's a different
Rob is
story.
fast.
I forgot about that
We need
one.
you, Rob.
I'm sorry. It was a long conversation. I forgot about that one. Oh, I can't believe I'm listening to this twice in one night. I listened to it at like 3x, but still, that shit is wild. I gotta hear that one more time, dude.
A different story.
That's a different story.
It's a different
by the way,
story,
Rob
dude.
is-
You said Islam is the root of all evil, and I should be deported. PBD's answer to that—that's a different story. What are you talking about? How are those two things separate? These guys, how do they compartmentalize in this way, like to this degree? Like, it's beyond me. He's like, oh, it's unrelated to whether or not you like the guy. It's like, dude, what are you talking about? Charlie Kirk thought that this guy shouldn't exist, certainly in the United States. And you think that that's irrelevant information?
Say he said that. That's his freedom to be crazy.
Of course, it's his freedom.
Yeah.
I'm not going to like the guy. You're like, I would have agreed with
that's
him.
a different
That's how we got onto Kirk. I'm like, why would I agree with the guy who hated Islam?
No, you don't have to.
He hated Islam, and he wanted me deported.
That's a different story.
That's a different story.
And he finally backs down. He's like, oh, I get what you say. Oh, fine. Yeah. Crossed wires. Fucking idiot.
You're about to be value-tained.
Don't worry, Space Bams. We're just skipping to the next part. Should we listen to this too? I'm trying to think. God, this thing is so freaking long. We can't watch the whole thing. It's going to take up the entire stream. We're like over 6 hours right now. We still got to talk about the Senate blocking the Iran war vote. I'm going to have to save a bunch of shit for... I just have it set up in the normal format for a weekending report, but there's like... I was planning on doing it this way anyways. I was like, today I'm going to just try and stick more to the topics on the... like, on the list. So I could keep it manageable. So I guess we can listen to a little piece of this next topic. It's kind of a continuation of the same topic. I feel like, I think, if I recall correctly, I think it just gets more racist.
Khan Suri, who's in court right now on your show, Georgetown student. These guys were picked up off the streets by men, unmasked men, unmarked
These
cars.
people love America.
Yes.
They
Why
love
are they
America. I don't know. Are they planning on staying here or going back home?
Mahmoud Khalil is married here, has a kid. He had a kid while he was in prison.
You see what I mean? This is the beginning of this next conversation. Do Muslims like you love America? I mean, he didn't quite say it like that. That's basically what he's saying. Do they love America, though?
From the Family Values Party, the Republican Party didn't let this guy be with his wife when she gave birth, didn't let him hold his baby.
What do you say about Henry Nowak, what I just showed you?
I think that's horrific.
That's you.
I think that's horrific.
But this.
I don't know that. I don't know the details, but obviously the police got it wrong.
This is the part that kind of. So you represented the media on the left, okay? So Rob, can you go back to that story that New York Times? If you search the two different words of George Floyd versus what happened with Novak, you just had it up right now a minute ago.
Come on, you're gonna do this?
No, he's
the media
gonna be
is
fine.
the media is.
But wait a minute. This is New York Times. Go to the first one.
I'm not a fan of the news.
You type in Henry Nowak. How many names? Results 19. Go to the next one, Rob. George Floyd 63.97. There is no incentive to tell this story because it does.
There's still 19 references to it. Why is he playing this game? I don't understand what the point of this is.
with the narrative.
So I disagree with you. I grew up in the UK. Right-wing media has been telling these stories all my life. All I've seen is black people and Muslim people on the front pages. Have you looked at the front pages of the Daily Mail, the Daily Express? What do you mean the UK is being destroyed?
You think UK is doing good?
Yeah, I mean, no, but not for the reasons you think.
Why do you think why do you think UK is not doing good?
I think economically it's doing very badly. It had very bad leadership for the last 15 years. The Conservative government that came in 2010 did an austerity program after the financial crisis.
You put
basically
it on
destroyed.
Cameron is
David Cameron and George Osborne
Yep.
did an austerity program that basically gutted the British state, gutted our competitiveness, didn't cut the deficits, actually ruined our fiscal credibility, downgraded our credit rating, destroyed our growth over the course of a decade, undermined our health service.
Do you put anything tied to immigration to that?
No.
None.
Immigration's been a boost for the British economy. In fact, cutting immigration back. Look at Brexit. Brexit's been a disaster for the British.
Dude, it's incredible that PBD can say this with a straight face. And you don't think immigration had anything to do with that? He is an immigrant. Mehdi is an immigrant. And in fact, the beginning of this, he's like pretending to celebrate that they're both immigrants. But he still blames immigrants for all the fucking problems. He's like, are you sure that that's not immigrants' fault? That David Cameron did all that stuff. Like, this guy is such a baby brain.
You're a moron.
Immigration's been a boost for the British economy. In fact, cutting immigration's back. Look at Brexit. Brexit's been a disaster for the British economy. Do you know how many people in Britain want to rejoin the EU? A majority. Pull that up. The majority of Britons want to go back into the EU. Why do you think that is? Why do you think that is, Pat?
Do you think?
Why do you think Britons want to go back into the EU?
You
just said Britain's being destroyed.
No, but have you looked at the crime numbers? What's going on in UK?
Crime is very low.
Have you looked at
crime
what's going on?
Crime is very low, Patrick.
So let me ask you.
Do you know what the crime rate in London is?
Did you see the tweet that came out
I know you're not a fan of Sadiq Khan. You're not a fan of my good friend Sadiq Khan, are you?
What EU did, you saw the tweet that came out, what EU was saying they're doing, that they want to find a way to get rid of illegal immigrants?
Okay, you're jumping around, Patrick. Britain is not in the EU. We're talking about Britain. You just said Britain's being destroyed, which is nonsense. And then you said crime rate. Have you looked at the London crime rates? Last year, London had its lowest per capita murder rate since records began, had the lowest volume of homicides for 30 years under Sadiq Khan, third-term mayor, who people in America, Elon Musk, Donald Trump, get very worked up about.
Damn. Mehdi Hasan taking PBD to school on the statistics. Mr. Paul Bet Davidson left in a stupor.
Paul Bet Davidson?
You guys get worked up about him. Been a very successful mayor, and crime has come down by record numbers. Violent crime and murder.
When you're looking at EU, do you know which country in EU has the lowest rape rate?
About the EU.
Look at that, the AI fact check. Oh, God, another AI fact check. Sadly confirming what Mehdi is saying. Current homicide rate per capita stands at 1 in 100,000 people, representing an 11% decrease from 2024, and the lowest total since 2014.
Murder.
When you're looking at EU, do you know which country in EU has the lowest rape rate?
Talk about the UK, Patrick.
Stay with UK. Stay with UK.
The UK is not
stay
in the
with
UK.
You to me, I'll put them somewhat together in the same area.
Dude, you can't. You see what I mean? Like his sales, like his sort of sales vibes, they keep him from. Like just leaving a bunch of dead air, like Jillian did. Like it's either Mehdi talking or it's him talking, right? He mostly doesn't just sit there in a stupor, with Mehdi not saying anything either, right? But like he's like using the AI overviews over here. He's also just like struggling to understand the things that he's talking about, and just he keeps trying to switch from like in the same way that Jillian was doing the Gish Gallop, and whenever he lost ground at any particular point, he would just switch to the next. Like he's doing the exact same thing.
By the way, so you're saying immigration coming from all these countries has been a successful project for the EU?
What's your definition of success?
Many different ways.
Economically, the EU desperately needs migrants. Have you seen the age rate? Pull up the demographic.
Okay, so
it's a dying continent with a very low birth rate. Elon Musk likes to point out.
So when you think
they got
about,
no one there to work, to pay taxes, to look after the elderly, to run their health services, etc.
Maybe the one argument I'll go to see what you'll say about this. Do you think the West, when it comes down to West, Muslims can coexist with the West?
Took a handbrake.
I'm curious.
We went from Britain's being destroyed to London crime to EU to Muslims.
I'm curious.
Okay, we got to Muslims.
Tell me where you are with this. Do you think they can
I'm
coexist?
Muslims.
Okay.
What do you think?
Do you think they can coexist?
Do you think I can coexist with
I
them?
think you can coexist.
Why me?
Educated. You're a worker. You're now a capitalist. You're contributing to creating jobs.
Creating jobs. Thank God he's not the arbiter of all things immigration. All right. Okay. Yeah, I gotta keep going through this. Trying to find the best clips in here. Just can't watch this whole thing. There's just no way. No way, people.
Because on the Trump point, I agree. It's better these things happen in public, and there is a weird upside to Trump having such a big mouth and saying crazy shit all the time. There is a pro to that. I get that. But let's not forget, Patrick, you saw the New York Times big piece where we discovered from Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan that Benjamin Netanyahu went to the Situation Room and made the case to Trump with Mossad joining via Zoom or wherever it was, and he persuaded Trump that this will be a walk in the park, cakewalk, all of that shit. That happened in private.
What's your percentage that happened?
That happened in private.
What's your percentage
high percentage.
Give me a number, 80%?
80%.
I'm 50-50 that happened.
Okay. You think Trump did it on his own without Netanyahu?
No. I said I'm 50-50, meaning I believe there's a 50% chance because...
but you don't deny that behind the scenes, the Israelis are putting pressure on the U.S.
Of course I know.
Okay. So then to come back to your broader
I don't think he's Bush. I don't think he's Obama. I don't think he's Biden. I don't think he's those guys.
In many ways, he's worse.
No. I don't think
he doesn't have any independent views.
The one thing I know with you, Mehdi, is the fact that no matter what he does, he's not going to get victory from you. We have to put those two.
Again, you can go back on YouTube, rewind an hour. I said if he restrains Netanyahu in Gaza and Lebanon.
You said if.
He won't. I know he won't.
No, I understand. But have you ever given him any credit for anything he's done?
Yeah, that's how conditionals
When we set out to create a shoe that blends comfort.
I love how they have the future looks bright on the bottom of the shoe, where no one will see it, and it will eventually get dirty if you, I don't know, live in the actual world ever, you know, in which, and then you won't be able to see that the future looks bright because it'll be covered in crap, you know, if you step in a mud puddle or something, all of a sudden the future, oh God, not only will nobody be able to see that the future looks bright, they won't be able to see that the future looks bright. It's a real disaster. They do a bunch of these PBD merch commercials during this this live stream that are just like randomly thrown in the middle. Oh God. The FLB shoe. Future looks bright. This is called the FLB. Called the FLB shoe. That's the name of the brand. Future looks bright. Oh God. We got a bunch of fucking like 2-bit hucksters that are fucking like just running shit these days. Trump, PBD. I mean, we got so many shillsters and scam artists. Good God. What are we doing? Why? What? Who needs this shoe? Who needs a shoe that says future looks bright on the bottom of the shoe? Who's looking at that?
Timeline that Biden then got attacked for following. It was a Trump timeline.
Pull out of Afghanistan. The way he did it.
Trump would have done it better. Come on.
It looked like Skechers.
No matter how you pull out of Afghanistan.
There was many.
Oh, damn. Chat's coming for the shoes over here. Bootleg Skechers. I can see it. I can see it. There's like another... like these ones actually kind of look like... The white ones kind of look like the Adidas's. Like the old... You know what I'm talking about? Is it Adidas or is it Converse? I think it's Adidas. But I think they're all leather. So you leather shoes, leather sneakers. Leather sneakers. Makes sense. That's sensible. That's a sensible purchase right there.
That timeline that Biden then got attacked for following. It was a Trump timeline to pull out of Afghanistan.
He did it. The Biden, the way
Trump
he did
would have done it better. Come on. It was always going to be a disaster. No matter how you pull out of Afghanistan.
There was many military personnel said there was better ways to leave.
No, I don't agree on that. But
many military.
Can I come back to your wider point?
Tell me.
Oh my God, he's showing me. I need to take a shower now. Bravo, Donald Trump is the headline. Rob's too fast. All right, so let me come back to the wider point. Forget Trump.
I always knew. I introduced him properly at the beginning. Big MAGA supporter.
That's 2020. 6 years ago. We all grow, evolve, learn from our mistakes. So the broader point about America and Israel, Iran, to go back to your IRGC point, forget Trump for a moment. Let's just take U.S. foreign policy as a whole. When you say it's Israel, I don't accept that. I think this new thing on the right where you say, Tucker Carlson, Joe Kent, all this line, which is like, America's good, it's bad Israel, making good America. I'm not saying you did, but I'm saying others, it's becoming a very consensus view, which is America's really good, and then evil Israel comes on and makes good America do bad things.
No.
We need to take agency and responsibility. We are the superpower. And when Israel's murdering Iranian nuclear scientists or murdering Iranian diplomats who might do a deal with them, we have to take ownership for that. They don't do that without an American green light. They didn't kill Khamenei without an American green light. They don't do shit without an American green light. So I don't buy this idea that Israel is some rogue force, going back to the Barack Ravid point about there's all these splits between the president and the prime minister. 9 times out of 10, America and Israel are on the same page.
I just want to take a look at some of the comments real quick here. Just for our enjoyment. First, top comment, 1.2 thousand likes. This is what happens when your training ground is Vinny and Adam. Yeah, that's... wow.
How rude.
Keenan Abdi. Okay. All right. JG Laters. There is an intellectual gap that is very evident. Crying laughy face. 2.1 thousand likes. 2.2 thousand likes. Adam lending Patrick his body bag. Pull it up, Rob, says the host, Mehdi Hasan. He does do that. At some point in this, he's like, pull it up, Rob. Like, Mehdi gets it. He really does. He works out. He knows how to, he knows how to move within the context of the battle. He's quick on his feet. He's on his toes. He's ready for anything. And I don't know how many times he's watched the PBD podcast, but he says, pull it up, Rob. And it's honestly fucking hilarious because it's like, that's PBD's thing. He's always saying, pull it up, Rob. And it was kind of emasculating. I feel like he kind of like stole his thunder when he's like, pull it up, Rob. Pull it up, Rob.
1 time out of 10, they're on a different page.
Yeah, so
we had moderate presidents in Iran. They got screwed over. Khatami, Rouhani. They got screwed over by Western governments that wouldn't do a nuclear deal.
Israel went out and killed the 50 guys. We could have worked together, whatever. They kept, and Trump kept saying, everybody we're negotiating with, they're killing them. Who's they? Who's he saying
and you
they?
think Israel can do that if Trump wanted them to stop? Come on.
No. What I'm saying to you is Israel, when they get their intel and they want to take somebody out, you remember the pagers. They got very good intel. They don't have a problem going and doing what they're doing.
You remember with the pagers? Yes, we all remember the pagers. Good God, PBD. Okay. Oh, God. Yeah, we gotta listen to this one too. Honestly, this is quite a discussion between the two of them, and Mehdi really goes to town on old PBD. By the way, everybody, just a reminder, if you haven't already, hit that follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, and do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as, of course, we are completely funded by individuals like you. I don't do ad reads. We don't even have ads on YouTube anymore. I might just shut down ads everywhere. Until we get remonetized, if ever. So, you got Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, Prime subs, Cash App, PayPal, and, of course, Patreon. A lot of great ways still to help produce the stream in your own way. But of course, liking, hitting that bell icon on YouTube, stuff like that, completely free, and it helps out too.
That's not my definition.
But here's where I'm going with this. In the last couple of years since you've been private, how many opportunities have you had to do deals with people?
Many.
Many. When you're on the call, do you know their motives?
No.
Their motives are typically beneficial to who? Themselves. Is that something that you and I would be surprised with? No. Why are you here today? Why do I have you on today? It's going to be a good show for us. Why are you on here today? You don't live down the street. You came. There's a motive.
Yes.
Both of us have a motive, so both of us are winning from this exchange that we have. Okay.
Understood.
In that sense, the way they negotiate, then it goes to who's the better negotiator. Then it goes to who gave up more. Then it goes to all the other stuff that you got to go through, and you got to make adjustments.
Well, Trump is a horrible negotiator, and as Benjamin Netanyahu said, these are Benjamin Netanyahu's words, for 40 years, I've dreamt of attacking Iran. He's the only president who would listen to me. Those are Netanyahu's words. I'm paraphrasing.
For 40 years, Trump
Every
said
president said no.
In 1987, he would go and take over Carrick Island. He said that in 85. You make it seem like this guy's not an independent thinker.
Well, he's not independent.
Trump said that in 85.
Hold on. He also said, none of us knew they would hit the Strait of Hormuz. None of us knew they would hit the Gulf countries. You idiot. Everyone knew this.
You can't give him credit that he said this 40 years ago.
Yeah, I don't know how he got that one thing consistent.
Oh,
but what
yeah,
about
I don't know how this one thing he did. I don't know how he. I don't know how he came back and
Patrick,
won.
you keep asking me to give him credit.
But really, though, I mean, it is. And I'm not sure that PBD gets what Mehdi is trying to say but.
Midi Doctors just cheered 100 bits.
Midi, thank you for the bits. I think that the PBD is not getting that Mehdi is just saying, look, Trump is so incompetent that he just can't believe that he fell into the right position on anything because he's so consistently wrong about everything. The PBD doesn't quite, either doesn't get that or he just doesn't want to understand it. He just refuses to understand it.
The Iran war, you praised them on day one of the Iran war. Would you accept today it's been an absolute disaster because Donald Trump is not a war leader? He doesn't understand foreign policy. He doesn't understand war. He just said this week, I'm bored. You know what he said this week? I'm bored of all this.
Mehdi.
Like a child.
Mehdi, let me tell you what it is. You know, I have a local doctor I want you to go see.
What?
He specializes in TDS.
Oh my God.
And I think you would work very well with him. Over a 6-month period, he'll be able to get rid of your TDS.
I have a guy who's a psychologist, and he deals with cult members.
Yep.
And I think he'll do well with you guys. You can't get out of Trump cult.
See the difference?
I asked you, I gave you an opportunity in front of the audience to criticize Trump on Iran. You can't do it.
I will.
It's been a disaster.
Can I tell you?
Please.
The difference between you and I is I will sit there and I'll give credit and I'll criticize.
I'll give him credit. What should I give him credit for?
I am more supportive of him than you are.
What should I give him credit for?
Because the longer you're a capitalist, you're gonna want.
Dude, Mehdi is so good. He's so good at debating. PBD has to speak in this low, slow tone, and then he's just like running circles around him the whole time. It's just fascinating to watch. It's like watching a cat with a mouse. That one chatters right. There's a really a discernible intelligence difference here between the two. Oh God. Like he's like, name one thing. Name literally one thing that Donald Trump that you want me to give Donald Trump credit for. I think Mehdi will give him credit for the things that, like, you know, like, but all the things that Trump has done are bad. And I don't think PBD actually wants to start listing because he doesn't know what to list at this point because everything's bad. The economy's fucked. Inflation's up. We're in a war in the Middle East. Like, what's he going to list? Egg prices are down by 30%.
That's pro-capitalism.
The economy is horrific under him.
Because
my business is doing badly because of him.
It's
because of the war. Who started the war? He did.
I take ownership that he started the war.
So when you say give him credit,
can I finish? You're going to allow me to finish my thought?
Please.
Did you give him credit with Venezuela?
No, of course not.
So
Illegal
that's
action.
so that's also no.
He broke international law, American law, the Constitution.
So that's a no for you as well.
He killed a grandmother.
Let me ask you a question.
And he brought this guy into a court case that he might lose.
If they take over Cuba, would that be a victory in your eyes? Or you so give it already criticism up front.
You think I'm supporting? You want me to come here
give him
to
credit
Florida
for
and support
taking over
imperialism?
Cuba.
You support imperialism.
So
It's the first thing that PBD can think of. If he takes over Cuba, will you call that a victory? Oh my God. I mean, that's an insane thing to say. We should take, will you not give him great credit for doing a colonialism in the Caribbean and seizing the island of Cuba? I mean, that is demented. I mean, he's such a fucking idiot.
You support just invading other countries.
So you go back,
Criminal,
you go criminal. Well, how the hell do you think America got so big? What do you think they did? It was an expansionist James Polk ideology of let's go out there and buy all these other places.
Was there international law, the UN Charter, the Geneva Conventions at the time?
But you're sitting here complaining about something like this where you're living in a country. It's because of the byproduct of the visionaries previous to us.
Oh my God. He's like, look, I mean, you can talk about international law, but what about piracy and privateering? What about James K. Polk, the most forgettable American president? Oh my God. What about him?
Made of what it is today. Why do you feel so safe here?
Bizarre argument.
Why do you feel
Alaska, we should go conquer Cuba.
No, that's not what I'm telling you.
It is such a weird fucking argument, dude. Oh, God.
Don't be creepy.
If expanding, I don't mind an expansionist president. I don't.
You
mind
like
it.
imperialism. So how are you different to the IRGC?
I don't mind an expansionist.
How are you different to the IRGC? Everyone says. Everyone says
Islamic Revolutionary Guard. Everything is above.
They're
God
accused.
tells them what to do, and that on death upon America.
They're accused of being expansionist, of trying to take over the Middle East. That's the big allegation that the Gulf states make against Iran. And yet you're sitting here saying, "But we should take over the Western Hemisphere."
By the way, do you know what I would actually say?
I'm
to
not
that?
imperialist.
Let me ask you a question. You got how many?
Insane that we're having a conversation about
How many
imperialism.
subscribers do you have with your channel right now that are paying you?
On Substack?
On Substack.
I'm not going to say that number.
Let's say it's 100,000 people.
Okay.
There you go.
It's not, sadly.
Okay, but let's just say you have 50 to 100,000 people. You're doing well. You're making good money. Yeah. Okay. Have you taken any viewership from anybody else?
What do you mean?
Are people watching you that used to watch somebody else on?
Okay, so for the next 20 minutes, PBD tries to make the argument that Mehdi Hasan growing his media brand is the same thing as colonialism. Him competing in the marketplace of ideas on YouTube or Substack or wherever else. That is the same thing inherently as seizing another territory by force. That is what PBD is saying here.
At gunpoint.
It's so absurd. I don't even know what to say to that. Like how you could even attempt to pivot in this way and be like, look, Mehdi, you have subscribers on YouTube and Substack. Do you not see how this is the same thing as the United States seizing the territory of Cuba? It's such a stupid argument. It's one of the dumbest things I could have conjured. Oh God. He's painfully stupid. And watching Mehdi devastate him twice in one night is actually something of a cathartic thing for me to do here. Glad to have you all here with me on the second run. But boy, oh boy, this is something of a treat for me. All right.
American history. They came to this country, where? From my old country, the UK, to get away from a mad king, not to recreate a mad king.
Okay, so we can get past this. I mean, when maybe the next time we'll do the podcast, we'll do it in Cuba or Venezuela, just for the sake of what we'll enjoy ourselves with. Anyways, let me get to the next story with you. By the way, Mamdani, Spencer Pratt, what commonality do you see between the two of them?
Very little.
Very little.
Very little.
Tell me why.
Because I know this is argument that says all of these candidates who make a lot of noise, do well on social media, are similar. But I think people have underestimated what Mamdani is. Mamdani, yes, is charismatic, had a great social media game. I interviewed his team that made his social videos. Great people, smart people. The video he did where he jumped into the water, freezing cold, to show freeze the rents. The video he did for halal.
You're saying Mamdani or
Mamdani. I'm just talking about his campaign was brilliant online. No doubt about it. The halal
maybe one of the
inflation.
best.
One of the best, yeah.
Maybe one of the best.
By the way, if you don't know, this is PBD saying Zoran Mamdani. This was early on when Zoran started like really take, because the fact is I do take this as a bit of with a little bit of pride, because I caught on to Zoran's campaign really early. Like, was it like January of 25 or something like that? It was like right at the beginning of the year, maybe even December. I can't remember, but it was like we were following him like the whole race, right? And he started picking up, and PBD did a video, and him and everybody else was like pretending to not know how to say this guy's name.
Zohran Mamdani.
Zohran Mamdani.
And the guy that
came out of nowhere, 1%.
Yeah,
Polling
I agree.
1%.
I agree.
But what happened is a lot of Democrats took the wrong lesson from that. They said, this guy is so good on social media. We got to hire the same people who did his social media campaigns. We got to do video. Did you notice after Mamdani won the primary, suddenly you saw all these congressional Democrats primaries making walking down the same videos, same cutaways, same. And they think that's how you replicate Mamdani. They misunderstand. Mamdani, yes, the social media game helped him get his message across, helped him get the youth out. But at the core of Mamdani was a very clear message. And here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to compare him to Trump right now.
Be careful.
I'm going to compare him to Trump. Donald Trump, I asked this question to everyone.
Right,
I can't get fired.
So
when
capitalist, you're free.
I'm free. 2016, I say this to everyone I talk to about politics. I said, tell me, I say this to leftists, I say this to liberals, I say this to Muslims, I say this to non-Muslims. Tell me what Donald Trump's 3 main policies were in 2016.
What was
Columbia
you told me, what was the slogan? Do you remember what Donald Trump...
505 just cheered 100 bits. PBD, Dave Rubin, Gillian Michaels and Nick Shirley with a sprinkle of Asmongold are the arbiters of the right-wing intellectualists. The key holders of the marketplace of ideas.
The key holders. Yes. Thank you for the bits. Dude, Columbia Regan, you're just like funneling bits. People have been super generous on Twitch today. I don't even know how much people donated today, but pretty crazy. I appreciate all of you. All the sweet bits.
Three main policies were in 2016.
What was it?
You tell me, what was his slogan? Do you remember what Donald Trump, what did he run on? When he first ran, what did he run on? What
Get rid of these rapists and all this stuff.
Ban Muslims, build a wall. Remember that? That was all his big lines.
Build a wall is one. Yeah.
So we remember all those slogans.
Sure. Yeah.
Right? Do you remember what Hillary Clinton's lines were? No.
I'm for her, and that's about it.
No,
First female president.
But her own slogan, which she had a great, 77-page childcare proposal, I'm sure it's better than Trump's. But people don't campaign like that. And I think what Mamdani did is, even now, you ask me, what does Zoran Mamdani run on? Okay, freeze the rents, free buses, free childcare. He was message discipline around a set of policies that people identified with, that helped with this ridiculous affordability crisis, that made him seem like he was in touch. And I think if Democrats only take away, or people in the media only take away from Mamdani that, the guy's slick, he smiles well, Trump loves him, he does great social videos.
You don't
That's a
Pratt
mistake.
has that?
I don't think. What's Pratt's main policy platform that's going to get people out for him?
The fires, homelessness.
Everyone says they want to deal with that. That's
yeah, but that's because that's
the
what's
guy is a
happening in
reality
LA.
TV star. I'm not a fan of reality TV stars running for president. I wrote a piece saying Oprah should not run for president years ago. Although I have said Jon Stewart should run in a
Do
primary.
you think
just for
Spencer
fun.
Pratt stands a chance?
Yes, because because America's fucked up right now.
You think Spencer Pratt stands a chance?
Donald Trump is president of the United States twice. I'm never going to rule out anything in this country.
I think Spencer Pratt would stand the chance in 4 years from now. On this, I will disagree with Mehdi on this particular take. I mean, I've been looking a hell of a lot at these elections like I was saying earlier, I don't think he does. Honestly, I think that the person in third place right now has a shot of kicking. Is the general? It has not yet been decided. People are acting like it's been decided, but it hasn't yet. And like I said, if you look at those numbers, it's still within the margin. She could, Nithya could still pull it out. But like, also, I don't think not in this cycle. I honestly, not with this. With Trump historically low popularity, and this guy basically representing just a mini Trump. Like, I don't think there's any way that the blue LA is going to vote this guy in the midterms for Republicans. If this were midterms for Democrats, you see what I'm saying? Like, in 2 years from now, Democrats take back, like, if we take back the House, take back the Senate right now, then the presidency in 28, right? And then completely screw over America again. This is what I've been saying recently. If you get a bunch of shitty, do-nothing dino Democrats in there who screw over America, don't get done the policy prescriptions that everybody is demanding right now, right? Dealing with ICE, right? Abolishing ICE. And dealing with the economy right now, right? Inflation, the affordability crisis, right? With rent, transportation, right? Like, you know, like all of food, healthcare, right? Medicare for all. Like, if you don't get like you know, some of these things fucking done, sure, if you don't get all of them done, people will understand that, you know, we're not getting a couple done, right? But if you just completely drop the ball on all of this, screw it up, people will fucking hammer you for it, right? Just like what happened with Obamacare. And I think that in a different year, in an off-year election with Democrats in power, yeah, I think, yes, Spencer Pratt could win then, just not in this election. Breaking news, Ethan Klein just lost his copyright lawsuit with Denims. That guy's got to settle down with the goddamn... with the goddamn litigiousness. Was suing people. It's weird.
Don't be creepy.
But I'm glad to hear that. I am glad to hear that. All right, I'm going to skip ahead. God, we're almost at 7 hours in already. We haven't even left the United States. Just been the U.S. today. All day. Although I guess there's been some things discussed here. Outside of the U.S., Iran and such, or Israel. Gaza, Lebanon. Cuba, I guess, a second ago. UK, EU. I mean, really, now that I think about it, thanks to that gish galloping of PBD, we've certainly talked about a lot. Perhaps not in as much substance as would have been productive.
And I always catch people. Like, they're trying to surprise me. I'm like, listen, this is not the right...
So that is not just some Nazi shooter. That is mainstream rhetoric that has been mainstreamed on the right, and has real world consequences. If you say, look, I've seen some of your shows. You've talked about Muslims praying in Times Square, that being some kind of threat.
I need to go back a little bit. This was an important bit.
Muslim governor or Muslim president?
Muslim governor, I hope. Maybe Mamdani. He can't be president, right? So where does he go next? After
He
mayor?
could be governor.
He could be governor. He could be senator, right? He can't go anywhere else. Secretary of State, whatever it is.
Yeah.
He can't be president, sadly.
Not even VP, right? VP, you can't even be
because
VP.
you have to be...
So Speaker of the House, you could be, though. I think that if he chooses to go that route.
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. Because
Can you pull that up,
Speaker
Rob?
of the House is third in line to the
I
presidency.
think you could be Speaker.
But then what if the president, vice president, God
I know,
forbid,
they're on the same plane, but that's why they're not on the same flight when they go. You'll notice some of the stuff that they do.
Well, I don't know the answer to the question. If you're...
Rob, pull that up. And you can see it come up on his screen. Do you see his eyes light up? Watch him.
But that's why they're not on the same flight when they go. You'll notice some of the stuff that they do.
Well, I don't know.
Do you see it? He has like a physical reaction to Rob pulling up the information. He's like a bad poker player. Oh my God. You can almost see the AI overview in his pupils.
That's the question. If you're ineligible from the presidency, can you be in the line
Yes,
of
the
succession?
Constitution does not require the Speaker of the House to be born in the U.S.
But it means they would have to skip past the Speaker if something happened.
Yeah, it would go to somebody else.
So he could run for Congress, be Speaker, he could be whatever. But to come back to your question, yes, Muslim governor.
There it is. Yes, the U.S. Constitution does not require the Speaker of the House to be born in the United States. There you go. Thank you, Rob. Thanks, Rob. Great job, Rob. Great, beautiful job, Rob.
So he could run for Congress, be Speaker, he could be whatever. But to come back to your question, yes, Muslim governor, I think hopefully very soon.
Yeah.
Inshallah, as Joe Biden might say. And president, I don't think for a while. Look, let's first get a woman president. This country is so behind the rest of the world. We haven't had a woman leader. Pakistan's had a woman leader. Bangladesh has had a woman leader. Most European countries have had a woman leader. America still needs to do that basic thing.
Girl. Your thoughts on, a lot of people in America, you got things that's happening in Texas with that one city, what is it called?
It's all over
or something
Twitter
like that in
right
Plano,
now.
Texas.
Yeah. Is it blowing up? Ethan Klein losing the lawsuit? Everybody's celebrating a crab dance time? Everybody's crab dancing? All right, I'll give you a crab dance. I'll give you a crab dance. It doesn't matter. I can just delete this song later. I'm not losing any revenue since YouTube refuses to pay me now for my hard work. Yes, that's right, everybody. Tennants tentatively wins content move fair use lawsuit against Ethan Klein.
Yeah! What?
Whoopsies. Okay, that's enough crap. That's enough crap for everybody. It's still tentative. I think we're getting a little ahead of ourselves. But since everybody was excited about this, and it is pretty hilarious, while we're watching PBD get demolished, might as well just throw that in here. Another one bites the dust.
Say to some conservatives that are worried about Sharia law making it into America?
I would say, please do not worry. You're being lied to. You're being gaslit. You're being distracted. This is a fake moral panic that's been blown up.
Because it'll never happen, or because Sharia law is not that bad?
Because it's not. Two different things. Number one, Sharia law is not what you think it is, but that we can park that for discussion for a moment. I'll come to that. It's not happening. There's nobody I know who's pushing Sharia law in this country. It's completely fake, and it's being pushed in ridiculous places, not just Texas, Oklahoma, Indiana. Did you see the lieutenant governor of Indiana said recently, we need to hate Islam. It's a demonic religion, right? And I'm going to fight radical Islam and Sharia. Do you know what the population of Muslim population of Indiana is? Less than 1%. Like, this is ridiculous fear-mongering.
It has 3x the U.S., I think, in the last 26 years, if I'm not mistaken. Muslim population.
But it's still less.
Not Indiana.
But it's even nationwide. What is it? 1 to 2%.
I want to say 4.5 million.
It's one, which is what?
Yeah, you're right. It's 1 or 2%. But by the way, you're 3x in 26 years. Okay. It's not like you're not doing a good job. You're growing.
We're growing. Elon Musk wants to.
This is racist. This is borderline Nazi talk, right? It's just hate mongering. It's like, but the Palestinians can't be getting genocided because their population's grown over the last 20 years. This is the same arguments made by all sorts of fascists over time. What? They keep growing. We gotta get rid of them. Another 20 years, they'll be 3% of America. What will we do then?
Kids. But my point being is, it's not going to happen. But also, a few things. Number one, please let's not talk in this demonizing way about Muslim communities being a threat to, because it has real world consequences. We just saw in San Diego, a mosque was attacked by 2 Nazi teenagers who shot and killed 3 people, including the security guard, who had 8 kids. Police say he was a hero, saved 100 kids in that mosque, in the school, right? Murdered by 2 guys. Do you read their manifesto? I don't like reading these shooters' manifestos.
I read the whole thing.
Some of the lines in there are crazy. They say, what they say?
Towards everybody.
Towards everybody. Jews, women, Muslims, gay. But the line about Muslims is really scary, because they say, we don't hate Muslims. We hate Islam. We hate the invasion of our country. That is rhetoric that you hear on right-wing media. That is rhetoric that you hear in the House of Representatives. That is what you hear from Randy Fine. That is what you hear from Republicans. That is what you hear in America. So that is not just some Nazi shooter. That is mainstream rhetoric that has been mainstreamed on the right, and has real-world consequences. If you say, look, I've seen some of your shows. You've talked about Muslims praying in Times Square, that being some kind of threat. I would say just have a sense of what the real world consequences of our rhetoric can be. Words have consequences. Crazy people out there can pick up weapons and think Muslims are coming to take over my country.
I would tell you, I've interviewed a lot of weird people on my podcast. A lot. You tell them, I'll have them on. I don't have a problem talking to anybody. I had a great conversation with Wes Moore.
Yeah.
What was it, 5 weeks ago?
I had a great conversation with Wes Moore. It was fantastic. I just want to read some more comments in the comment section. Right? Poor PBD. You need to apologize to Adam. Oh no, I can't wait to watch that. If I'm Adam, I would ask PBD, quote, more Adam talk over here in the comments. If I'm Adam, I would ask PBD, quote, how do you think he performed against Mehdi? Dude, PBD is embarrassing himself, says Daniel Armenta 6510. I am 2.2 says, I want to see if Adam has balls to ask Patrick how this debate went. Everybody wants Adam to make this. People really think PBD did a terrible job in his own. The whole comment section is just people shitting on PBD. By the way, this is one of their more viewed videos, I think, in the recent days. I could be wrong. Where do we pick it? I think we pick it up like in the middle of this. Actually, wait, how are we doing on time? 7 hours in. How do we still have a half an hour left of this fucking content left, dude? I swear to God. And I have skipped so much. I don't understand. It's taken over the entire stream. I knew when we got here, which is why I was trying to hold this off and get as much shit done before we ever got here. Because I knew once we did, I would never be able to pull away from this train wreck that PBD is going through. Kind of for us. I'll give him that much. Like, I'm glad that he was willing to engage in the marketplace of ideas. It's unfortunate for his ideas that they didn't sell as well as he probably hoped. You know, it turns out he had like a used car rather than a Ferrari. You know, a used Fiat instead of Lamborghini.
The whole thing.
Some of the lines.
Although I gotta be real, I mean, a used Fiat is more sensible than a Ferrari when you think about it. Probably not a Fiat. A used, something less sensible, because I gotta think of a better example than that. Also, I would love to see PBD driving around in a used Fiat. Just imagining PBD. Yes, that would be. We gotta. I mean, honestly. That should have been the terms of this debate. Like, if the comment sections said that he lost, he would have to drive around in a used Fiat for the rest of his life. Oh, that would have been great. I mean, honestly, it would have been a good life decision anyways, but I just would have loved to see how miserable he would have been.
They'll know. It was on my birthday, and I come out of the podcast. My security says, there's a guy in the front lobby that just got caught with cops with grenades. I said, this is a terrible joke here, because everybody always tried to prank me for my birthday, and I always catch people. Like, they're trying to surprise me. I'm like, listen, this is not the right way to do it. He says, I'm not laughing. This is an 18 Delta guy. And I said, really? He says, yeah, look at the front gate. So I go to the front gate.
Thea, thank you for the follow. You love the hat and the visuals. I'm glad that you like it. I mean, this is my tinfoil hat.
I'm looking, I'm like, wait a minute, what is that? Cops everywhere. Guy shows up, I'll show you the pictures afterwards, with grenades, with weapons, with guns that came in here. And the number of death threats that we started getting afterwards, insanity, just for having BB.
Dare I ask, what was the guy's background? Do we know?
I couldn't tell you. I know he went away. I know they took his weapons away. I'll show you a couple texts and emails.
Was he quote unquote far right? Was he quote unquote Islamist? Do we know what his ethnicity was?
I have no idea.
Okay,
I don't know that. I have no idea what that was. But the point is, the threat started increasing.
Oh, Gerb, the gifted sub. Thank you, Gerb. Very generous of you.
Only after BB. So here's the part, when you say that, I think that applies to both sides.
I agree.
If you think about like who in 100%. The history of America has had more assassination attempts as a president, where do you think that's coming from? He's a fascist, Hitler, this, that. He's a bigot.
He deals it out. He's the one who started the threats and the violence.
I'm not going to sit here and apologize for him.
He calls his opponents Nazis.
He's called a lot of people a lot of things.
He called Biden a Nazi.
Dude, the guys, after how many times they...
Watching him have to backtrack almost immediately off of these statements. Mehdi is so much better at debate than he is. He comes in so hot. He thinks that he can just come in, and if he says it forcefully enough, oh, that'll do it. Oh my God, it's incredible. Like, he comes in, he's like, look, wait. I lost track of it. It's such a stupid fucking comment. What was the argument he was making again? God damn it.
It's in the violence.
I don't. Not gonna say.
Right. He comes in saying, he's like, I just needed that one word. Now I remember. He comes in hot. He's like, look, everybody's calling Donald Trump a fascist and a Nazi and all this other stuff. And then he's like, Donald Trump is always calling people, he called multiple people fascists and Nazis and all sorts of other crazy things. And he's like, look, I'm not gonna apologize for what Donald Trump says. I mean, it's a real reversal because he came in. So you would think the way that he was framing it, kind of expecting an apology from Mehdi for calling Trump a fascist, because Mehdi has called Trump a fascist, including in this very discussion. And then he immediately has to go, I'm not going to apologize, basically completely circumventing, well, everything he was trying to get at, I think. I could be wrong. I might be misinterpreting the direction he was going with this. Maybe he was going to say, actually, this is great that everybody's calling Trump a fascist.
Apologize for him.
He
not
calls
being
his opponents Nazis.
He's called a lot of people a lot of things.
He called Biden a Nazi.
But dude, the guys, after how many times they called him, he couldn't get anything right. When he was coming up, the media was
Come on, in 2016, he suggested the Second Amendment people should take care of Hillary Clinton. Come on, I have a longer memory. But let me come back to what I was saying. I agree with you. We need it across the board. I don't think we should have political violence. I don't support political violence on any end. I don't justify going after capitalists or anyone else. I'm against violence.
Not gonna do
So
it.
I'm saying to you, for example, you did a show recently, or not recently, I looked it up because I knew we were going to talk about Islam here. You have a show on YouTube called Islam's Hidden Threat to the West. You have another headline, Will Muslims Run America in 30 Years? Now, I know you like to host good faith discussions and debates, but you have to understand, if people get this in their feeds and their social media all the time, are you telling me that people are not going to start, if they hear Micah Beckwith of Indiana say Islam is a demonic religion, and then they hear guests on your show saying Islam's a threat to the West, and they hear Randy Fine saying Sharia law is taking over America, you don't think two Nazi teenagers with guns are going to go, well, I'm going to go deal with this mosque down my street? You're telling me there's no link between that?
Yeah.
Come on.
No, I'm not going to say there's no link between that. Of course,
We have to be careful. Let's not. We know that demonizing minority communities. Look what happened to synagogues. And I would say the same thing about the Jewish community. We have to be careful about our criticism of Israel, so it doesn't lead to attacks on Jews.
The question becomes, for me, it's all on data. Meaning, if you live in my community, you make it safer, I'm all for it.
Yeah.
If you come and you create jobs, I'm all for it. If you come and you assimilate, you love America, I'm all for it. If you come in, you don't contribute, you take advantage of the programs that we have, you don't want to create jobs, where is the incentive?
If you don't create jobs, if you're not a job creator, what's the point? If you're not a capitalist, if you're not a business owner, why are you here? He's got a crazy classist view of immigration. He's like, if you're not an elite, you don't belong in America. If you need any help at all, if you gotta use any of the safety net at any point, you're a fucking... And in fact, it's beyond that. It's truly, if you're not... He doubles down on the job creator thing. He's like, look, if you're not literally... If you don't show up here with enough money to start a business, why are you here? It's insane. That is wild. What a weird take. What a weird fucking take. If you, like, it basically means that nobody can show up here that ever needs any help at all. What a cold, terrible view of the world. I wonder if his parents ever had to take advantage of any sort of benefit programs when they immigrated here with him from Iran. I'm just wondering. It would be interesting.
Why are we...
Because I think he came from a rather middle-class life. I don't actually know too much about his upbringing. I find it likely, actually, that they perhaps took advantage of those sorts of things. Was that okay if you eventually become a job creator many years later? Like 20 years, 30, 40 years later or something like that? And in the process, scam the country out of like a bunch of money? Not like the government, but like individually, people through, I don't know, like multi-level marketing schemes and things like that. I mean, I'm just wondering for a friend. Totally off topic.
For an argument, we can have that argument. It is. I'm talking about incitement. When you say Muslims, are they going to run America in 30 years? Of course not. We're 1% of the population.
I don't think so. No,
when you say Islam is a threat to the West, oh come on, 1% of the population.
By 2050, you guys are going to be the biggest population in the world. You guys make 2.9.
But not in America. Not in America. Okay, we're not even going to be. We're not even.
Oh,
pull up the numbers, Rob. What are we going to be in
2050? Pull up the numbers, Rob.
I think long.
He did it again. He does it multiple times. Pull up the numbers, Rob. It is so emasculating. You can see PBD just like sort of turtle in. He's like, oh, Don't talk to Rob like that. That's my job. You don't talk to Rob like that. It's my job to tell Rob when and when not to pull things up and what numbers to talk about.
And even if, by the way, if we do grow as a community, even that, this is, I'm sorry to go back to World War II and the Nazis, but look at the rhetoric that Nazis used about Jews in 1920s, 30s. These people are aliens, they are parasites, they're leeching off our state. The rhetoric is, it's very similar. When I listen to Andy Ogles, and I listen to Chip Roy, and I listen to Randy...
Yes. You think Ilhan Omar loves America?
You know how I know she loves America?
You think Ilhan Omar loves America?
You don't?
Absolutely not.
She absolutely loves America. You know how I know she loves America?
Tell me.
Because she came to America, she decided to run for office. When she ran for office, she ran as a lefty who devotes her life to trying to improve people's lives. She wants healthcare for everyone. She wants healthcare for every Trump voter watching this show.
Saying she is eventually going to return to her country and contribute to her country. She's only doing this to advance her country.
Bullshit.
That is the most racist fucking thing you could possibly summon in this argument right now. PBD is just resorting to more and more racist framings and arguments. That he actually believes that Ilhan Omar is just planning to go back to Somalia to enrich the great nation of Somalia. By this same logic, you could say that he is planning to go back and take all this money that he stole in these MLM schemes and then go back to Iran and enrich the IRGC and the Ayatollah. Or that Mehdi is planning to take all of his new media empire money and go back and give it to the king. You know, like, what are you talking about? This is fucking baby brain.
You can. It's her words. Pull up the video.
Listen to me.
Pull up her video. It's her words. I just showed you Sam Piker, and you're like, I've never seen that video.
Let me say this to you.
Go ahead.
Donald Trump has made more anti-American remarks than Ilhan Omar. If we're going to go down who loves America, she loves it more than Trump does. She did insider insurrection.
Ilhan Omar loves more.
100 times more.
Saying this.
100 times more.
I'm so glad
Not even
the audience
1,000
can
times
see
more.
that Ilhan Omar loves America more than Trump.
Well, one person incited attack on our democracy. One didn't. One tried to undermine American democracy. One didn't.
Well,
one pardoned 1,600 people who attacked America. One didn't.
What happened with her finances? Where did the $30 million network come from out of nowhere?
So now,
it was an accounting.
Hold on.
I'm so sorry.
Hold on.
Stay on. Don't go Trump, but
I am going to do that.
Don't do the but
because
Trump.
Your argument now is if you're, first of all, I don't want to get into rights and wrongs of politicians' finances. You're telling me Republican congressmen are not corrupt?
You're doing a butt. Okay, got it.
No, I'm just wondering.
I'm just wondering because it's hard to have this winding.
No, you're doing a butt.
Ilhan Omar amended a congressional.
You're doing a butt, he says. You want why do these guys always want to look at things in a vacuum? Oh, that's right, because the numbers are not on their side. He wants to talk about Ilhan Omar. They bring up the fucking AI overview for this again as well. I mean, this is, I don't know exactly how many times they bring up the AI overview, but it's quite a few times. Not as many as Jillian Michaels. I'll give him that much. But it's like at least a half dozen times, maybe more. And at least the numbers aren't on their side with all of these things. And that's why they have to do this, right? With crime, with corruption, whatever it might be, right? They just want to talk about things in a vacuum so that they can scaremonger. And like, look at this one person who experienced crime. Do you not see? It's the communists. It's Zohran Mamdani.
Zohran Mamdani.
What's that got to do with loving America? You're telling me if people's finances don't have Donald Trump is the most corrupt politician in modern American history. You just said he loves America.
Donald
Trump is the most corrupt politician in America.
That's your opinion, guy.
He just made $3 billion. No, it's not.
In your eyes.
Okay, Rob, pull up the numbers. How much? Pull up the numbers, Rob. Forbes magazine. How much money did Donald Trump's net worth go up by last year?
Let me ask you.
$3 billion.
Just out of curiosity.
$3 billion. How did he make that?
Are you going to go?
How did he make $3 billion while president?
Are you going to
go?
Rob, pull up the number. Pull up the numbers, Rob. Pull up the numbers. How much money did Donald Trump make? $4 billion. Oh, pull up the numbers, Rob. Mehdi doing this over and over again is one of my favorite parts of this. Every time, and honestly, chat loves it too. Chat, I mean, like the comment section. I mean, multiple times in here, people are like referring to him telling Rob what to do. Someone got owned, and it wasn't Mehdi. Oh. This is like a teacher talking to a student who did not do the reading. Patrick just got Sosnicked. in his own show by Mehdi. I believe that's another Adam reference. This is Beyond Slaughter.
Illegal.
Pretty sure that's illegal in most states. This roast was epic. I don't think it was supposed to be a roast. Do you study history, Patrick? Mic drop moment to the max. Oh, damn.
3 billion.
Are you going to go and show the same? Wait a minute. If you're going to allow me to rebuttal,
you always rebut with a question.
Are you
noticed that over?
You've been doing it. All you do is yeah, but
I answered. I said Ilhan loves America.
You're a professional yeah, but
I said Ilhan loves America.
Just out of curiosity,
you're the jump around guy. We were talking about who loves America. Now we're talking about politicians.
Are you also going to go?
Look at that line, Patrick. Look at that line.
Man,
Rob is good.
Can I show you something?
I love how the Minect ad pops up during the middle of the debate. Chat with experts. Pay by the minute. Do you get Mehdi or do you get Patrick? Who's an expert again? Who are you paying $10,000 a minute to talk to Patrick, the expert? He's gonna set you straight.
Are you not entertained?
You said capitalists expand, Rob. If you're ever looking for a job, my friend.
Yeah, everybody's been trying. So if you go back here, then what's your argument if you say, look how, no, stay on that, Rob, stay on that.
No.
Then what do you say? His first president.
No, Mehdi offering Rob a job. Then took it to the next level. This has got to be so emasculating for Patrick Bet-David. Oh God! First, Mehdi is telling Rob what to bring up on the screen, and now he's offering him a job. Oh God!
Paul Bet-Davidson.
Paul Bet-Davidson's got to be having a tough time right now with all this.
You lost so much money. Did you ever say that? You never said that. Because that doesn't add to your argument.
But this is no. I've always said the second term is the term where he's got no guardrails. He gets to do whatever he wants.
No, but his first term he lost money.
Okay, but the second term.
What about a second term? Market's gone up. He's made money.
I mean, this is only if you accept. I mean, I don't know. This is from Forbes. This is only if you accept that Trump was a billionaire before he came to office. There's always been a lot of evidence that Trump inflated the numbers of his assets before coming to coming to office, right? For like loan purposes with banks, and that he wasn't even a billionaire when he first launched his campaign. And maybe he became a billionaire during his presidency, the first one. But like, I mean, I don't trust those numbers. And it's also, doesn't show before it. It's a weird time frame to look at. It's Forbes too. I mean, they're not like a pro-Trump, but they are, I don't know. I don't fully trust Forbes sometimes. I feel like they do weird. Like they intentionally try and fuck with stuff like this. They're like, oh, like we're like, first off, like how are they calculating this money? They're just going by based upon like what Trump said. Because like now there's like a lot of public information, but like everything else before it was like real estate stuff, and like he was just like making claims of what properties were worth, you know. Now he's got like stock of public companies. Like he owns a fucking multimedia empire and a crypto empire, right? And like tangible things they can be valued very, very easily.
I've always said the second term is the term where he's got no guardrails. He gets to do whatever he wants.
No, but his first term he lost money.
Okay, but the second term.
What about a second term? Market's gone up. He's made money. Market's gone up. Have you made more money in the last 18 months with your investments?
Do you know what happened on January 19th? The day before he became president, inaugurated?
Tell me.
The Emiratis put $500 million into his crypto fund. Do you think that was the market going up? They gave a $500 million bribe to Donald Trump. $187 million went straight into Trump bank accounts.
Illegal.
Ilhan Omar can work for the rest of her life, do whatever. She'll never make $187 million. Trump made that in one day from the Emiratis. If Biden or Hunter Biden had done it, you'd be up in arms. Now, back to the topic of who loves America.
You said Ilhan Omar loves America. I'm so glad
I'll tell your
you're going to be
here.
judged quoted
please,
for that.
Please quote me.
Yeah.
Let me finish the quote.
And then let's go back to
Let's
Islam
finish
as
the
well.
quote. I will. Ilhan Omar has spent her political career trying to get free lunches for every American child, including the children of MAGA voters. Donald Trump has spent his presidency taking away Medicare, taking away health care from people, taking Medicaid away from people. So yes, Ilhan Omar loves Americans more than Donald Trump loves Americans. And by the way, when she was threatened by Trump supporters tried to kill her, she went to prison, tried to kill Ilhan Omar in 2019. She went to the sentencing and she asked for his sentence to be reduced to give him grace. I can't imagine Donald Trump doing that.
Do you know
so I do think Ilhan Omar is someone who has actually a very good role model.
Do you know how many endless,
I wouldn't have done that.
Do you know how many endless stories there are of what Trump's done behind closed doors for people? Do you know how many?
Yes. Do you know how many of them are? Do you know how many of them are him screwing people over? Do you know what he did to his knee? Do you know what he?
Yeah, but you know what I also think about at the same time. Initially, when I first listened to the first time, I thought about the financial crimes. But now, because of the way the PBD phrased that, you know what I think of? Behind closed doors with Donald Trump. I think about this guy.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Because there's a lot of claims about what Donald Trump did behind closed doors with that guy.
Baby and his
this
family
is all you're
father.
gonna. This is your hit piece, just going on him right now.
I mean, you're doing positive. I'm going to do negative. Isn't that the point?
You're building up, man. You're building up Ilhan. Like if there's anybody,
there's no comparison. Anyone who knows Ilhan Omar says she's a good person. All of her friends, Donald Trump's people.
What is
everyone who knows Donald Trump says he's a horrible
What is the
person.
investigation into her right now?
Why did no one in Donald Trump's cabinet endorse Donald Trump for president second time around?
What is the investigation?
Why do you think that is? Why did his vice president not endorse him for president?
What you know how he is though. He is a guy that he's
they
a
all
team
hate
of
him.
rivals.
They hate him. Everyone.
Why did
He's
he
a
come
national
back?
security advisor.
Why did he
He's
come
chief of
back?
staff.
Why did they come
because
back?
the Democrats fucked everything up. Joe Biden and Merrick Garland fucked everything up. He should have been in prison.
Whose fault is that?
The Democrats.
Beautiful.
I'm agreeing with you.
But how come
Merrick Garland? I blame two people
How
for
come
Donald
it unified Republicans?
I blame two people for Donald Trump. Merrick Garland and Mitch McConnell. Mitch McConnell should have voted to convict in 2021 to prevent him from ever running again. And Merrick Garland should have got off his ass and investigated him from day one and not outsourced it to Jack Smith with 1 year to go. And I just do want to come back to the Islam question.
Let's do it.
Muslims love America who live here. According to the polls, according to the Pew polls, 92% of Muslims in America say they love being American. So this is a myth that Muslims don't love America.
No,
and by the way,
I have Muslims who work with me. Right afterwards, come with me. I'll take them to them if you want to meet them.
So my point is, and their families are worried for their safety right now. Every Muslim in America.
Wait, the way the PBD just said that is that. Are you telling me that PBD employs America last Muslims? I'm sorry, just hold on. Listen to that again.
Muslims in America say they love being American.
I don't.
So this is a myth that Muslims don't love America.
No,
and by the way,
I have Muslims who work with me. Right afterwards, come with me. I'll take them to them if you want to meet them.
So my point is, and their families are worried for their safety.
Hard to say for sure what he meant by that. I guess he could mean a couple of different things, but because of the way he's been talking, it makes it sound like he employs a couple of Muslims who hate America. What is he employing a couple of Muslims who hate America for? That seems like a weird thing for PBD to be involved in.
Right now, every Muslim in America I know.
They are. I think they feel the safest in America.
Let's talk to you guys afterwards.
I think they feel the safest in America.
Every Muslim I know, Patrick, trust me on this one. I spend a lot of time with Muslims. Every Muslim I know is worried about what they're going to do. Have a plan B. Where are you going to go? Where are you going to go live? If it becomes intolerable.
Go ahead and leave America. How come they don't?
Because they love America.
That's the point. What if they feel the safest?
No, but what if? But it's changing, right?
But if.
You don't think
12 years?
Hold on. The Jews feel the same way, Patrick. You know that, right?
To do
Jewish
what?
communities right now saying we don't feel safe in America. You know this. They're saying it every day.
Sure.
They're saying where synagogues are being attacked, we're being demonized. So Muslims feel the same way, especially when a mosque is attacked by two Nazis. Republicans can't even bring themselves to condemn it. Do you know that Ted Cruz wouldn't even condemn it till I called him out on social media? You did. I'm talking about Republican Congress.
I can't speak on their behalf, buddy. I'm not them.
No, good. But
I'm speaking on my behalf. Whatever they do is their position.
But on your show too, Patrick, come on, you did a whole thing, I watched it, of you obsessing over this Times Square prayer. Like this is some act of domination. Why are Muslims not allowed to pray in Times Square? Why are Jews allowed to do Hanukkah?
Expansion.
Why is Jews allowed to do Hanukkah? Hindus do Diwali.
You know what my argument is
Catholics
against that? You know
do
what my
Easter.
argument is against that? Guess what my argument is against that? You ready?
Go on.
It's going to go back to something you don't like.
Please.
You ready?
Go on.
Here we go.
Oh boy.
If Muslims do a better job expanding, they deserve everything they get.
But it's not expanding. It's
no,
just a
but it
prayer
is
in Times
though.
Square.
No, it is
It's
though.
changing the subject.
It is though. If Muslims, I'm a capitalist to the core. Meaning, if you beat me, guess what I do?
I love how he conflates economic systems with religious beliefs. I mean, Actually, that's not shocking to me for PBD. I do think he sees capitalism as a religion. Like, he really, really loves money so much. It's like a sickness. It's like a sickness.
You have a mental health problem.
Tip your hat. I don't know if you follow
What if people
basketball or
aren't
not.
trying to be? What if they just want to pray in Ramadan?
No, but they're visual. You want to go watch how many of the videos like long term we're going to come America. Sure, here's where we're going to be.
Have you seen the Christian prayers at the National Mall? They're not the same.
No, you can't.
Have you seen? Are you kidding me?
Can I ask you a question?
Did you watch?
Can I ask you a question?
God,
Your
Patrick,
position,
you need to get out more. You're on the right wing
What was your
algorithm
position?
too
What was
much.
your
You watch
position?
Ilhan Omar videos and Times Square videos
at one point,
all day long.
Do you know at one point I was sitting down with Muslims trying to find out what things we have in common? Okay, and literally I was bringing Muslims to sit down and talk about them. You know why? Because to me, the LGBTQ, specifically on the T side, was getting a little too far. And I think deep down inside to the core, you're there, but you know you can't say it publicly because it's politics for you over what your religion believes in as a Muslim. What is the Muslim position on LGBTQ?
There is no one position. Islam is not a monolith, but yes, in general.
Oh, let me read it.
Hold on,
to
let me finish.
Go for it.
Islam in general, obviously, I'm not an Islamic scholar, but Islam as traditionally practiced, like Christianity and Judaism as traditionally practiced, is very hostile to the idea of homosexuality.
Okay,
theologically.
so we have that in common.
But let me finish.
Okay.
Pew polling. Let me give you some polls because you keep talking about Americans, this and that. So in 2017, Pew did a poll of Americans, and they found that Muslim Americans were more likely to say, 52%, I think it was, of Muslim Americans said that homosexuality should be accepted in society. You know how many white evangelical Protestants said that? 34%. 34%.
Protestants was 34%.
34%.
I have that data.
So Muslims were more accepting of homosexuality. Rob, I love you, Rob. They were more accepting of homosexuality than white Christian evangelicals, right? So my question then is, when you talk about integration, assimilation, America is a liberal country.
Rob, pull up the fucking... Dude, Rob is in on it now. And so is ChatGPT or Gemini, whatever this is. Oh, it's too good. Oh my God. Thank you, Rob, he says. Rob pulls up in a major 2017 search found that 52% of U.S. Muslims. Oh my God. It's just hilarious, dude.
Country, whether you like it or not, Muslims, and by the way, we ran a poll this year. One last point, Patrick. We ran a poll earlier this year at Zeteo from Opinium. They polled Muslims in the UK and the US. Guess what they found? Muslims in the UK and Muslims in the US support democracy more than non-Muslim Americans and non-Muslim Britons. Muslims in America and Britain support gender equality more than non-Muslim Britons and Americans.
May I read?
So for your viewers, I just want to make clear, you've been lied to about Muslim attitudes. I'm giving you the numbers.
But let me ask you, what was your position a few years ago on homosexuality?
My position when growing up was very hostile. That's
conservative, not hostile. Probably very conservative.
It was hostile.
Okay, it was conservative. Okay, so if I go to
and I've talked about how I've evolved on that.
Okay, so if I go to some of the countries with homosexuality, 10 countries, homosexuality is.
He just starts like rattling off countries where homosexuality is illegal. I don't see how it's helpful. I mean, Trump is literally firing people for being gay or trans, like from the military, which was actually struck down by the Supreme Court. We'll talk about that later this week, probably tomorrow. Well, today now. It's fucking hell. It's 6 a.m. already. Jesus, we've been going so long on this PBD thing. This has taken hours. We've skipped so much of this.
Randy Fine's a racist?
Randy Fine's not my guy.
But he's a Republican in foreign.
Oh, fuck. I forgot that he fucking invokes the name of Randy Fine. Hold on.
He had a lot of...
It's about the force that was down the throat of kids. It was forcing that we have to sit there and hear what LGBTQ is all about, and all this stuff being taught by schools.
I'm not debating that had an impact. It had an impact, by the way, on Latino communities too.
It did.
There's a lot of Latino
and they went conservative. They don't like that.
But by the way, so two things. One, I'm not denying that. I'm the one who brought it up and said it was partly LGBTQ.
Sure,
But it wasn't the big driver. The big driver was Gaza, right? And number two...
Well, by the way, just respectfully, we're going to find out if you're right or I'm right in 2028.
I agree.
You understand what I'm saying? Because
right now, what's interesting is right now, as of right now, 2026, Trump has totally destroyed that coalition. He had a lot of Muslim support, not anymore. He had a lot of Latino support. It's collapsed. I know. We'll see if it's the same. Well, we'll also know in the midterms. But yes, that coalition he seemed to have built, that scary coalition for those of us on the left, He's his own worst enemy, Donald Trump. With ICE, he destroyed his Latino support. With Iran, he supported a lot of it, and Israel, he's destroyed a lot of his Muslim support. But I would make a wider point, which is, at the end of the day, and I say this to Muslim communities, you can't vote based just on religion or just on foreign policy. You cannot be single issue voters. As a Muslim American, you need to care about everything in America. You need to care about the economy. You need to care about healthcare. And I think most Muslim Americans do. And I think they make decisions. By the way, the big reason the Republican Party will not win over Muslims or Arab Americans in big numbers is because of the racism, Patrick, fundamentally.
That racism is BS. I don't think
What? You don't think Randy Fine's a racist?
Randy Fine's not my guy.
But he's a Republican in Florida.
No, he's to me is.
You don't think Donald Trump is a racist?
Not at all.
When he says to Rashida Tlaib, you should go back to where you came from. She's
if
from
you
Michigan.
don't like America, go back.
She's born and raised in Michigan. That's racist, Patrick. When I grew up, you tell someone to go back to where they came from, you start a fight.
Listen, we're both from the
Somalis garbage.
Dude, we're both
That's racist.
You lived in UK.
Somalia.
I lived in the Middle East, but we're both from the same area region. We are what a lot of, if we walked in the streets and say we don't have a name, they will look at us in maybe a different way than they do the average guy. You're not a white guy, I'm not a white guy. Okay. When you're talking
we have
about all this
established
stuff, you
that
said
you
Muslim
and I,
people-
Mehdi, are not white.
in here, I'll tell you another thing that is a concern of mine. I want to know what you're going to say about this. When it comes down to age for marriage in some of these countries, give you a rebuttal. I'm curious. So if a person comes from a country where, like in Sudan, the minimum age for marriage is 10 years old. Are you for that? I don't think you are. In Iran, the legal age for marriage is 13 years old.
Okay.
As young as 9 with parental consent. Are you for that? I'm certain you're not, okay? And I'm not saying you're taking these positions. Yemen, no legal minimum wage.
I don't know where you're going.
I'll ask you the question. Yemen, no legal minimum age. 1/3 of women 20 to 24 will marry before 18 years old. Iraq parliament in 2024 moved to allow age girls to marry as young as 9 years old under Jafari school law. Pakistan, 1.9 million child brides in Pakistan,
Terrific.
6th highest in the world, okay? By the way, the good news with that, I want to give that credit as well. Islamabad, Capital Territory, just changed the minimum age to 18. Good for them. They're making progress. Nigeria, over 50% of girls married before
What's
the age
the
of 15.
question, Patrick?
This is the question.
At this moment, you can tell that Pat here thinks he's doing a really great job. He's just listed off a bunch of things about a bunch of different countries that are all pretty horrific, that I think nobody listening to this supports, hopefully at least. And you can tell he's thinking to himself, "I'm killing it. Finally, I finally hit my stride. 2 hours and 9 minutes into this discussion. Finally."
Culturally, if you're coming from this environment to America, notice I didn't say every other country that's coming from Muslim. If you're coming from that culture to America, does that coincide? Because if you've lived there for 30, 40 years, and these are the values you've lived with, then you're coming here, there's a clash with the Western ideology. What do you say to that?
I will say two things. Number one, all of the social sciences show that when people move to a country within a generation, max 2, they do assimilate to local values. And I just gave you the numbers for it. Muslims in America and Britain who come from dictatorships support democracy more than non-Muslim Americans in Britain. The percentages are there. American Muslims are more open to homosexuality and the acceptability of homosexuality, having lived in the US, than white Christian evangelical Protestant. So the data shows that within generations, they do not, they do adapt or do assimilate, integrate, whatever word. These are all loaded phrases. And by the way, Europe and America are different, by the way, don't forget. Europe is a very secular place. So when you're moving there, it's actually very different. America is actually more hospitable to Muslims coming from those places because we are still very much a Christian country with very conservative attitudes. It's funny, Rob's on duty, I hope still. I got a request for Rob here. You mentioned you're giving me these child bride ages. Rob, pull up American states. How many of the states in America had child marriages until very recently? What's the age of consent? What's the lowest age of consent in American states till very recently? So when you're reading out 13, 14, 15, until very recently, American states, that's now. You can see there are states that until very recently was 12, 13, 14. So America maybe doesn't get to give so many lessons on some of these things. And by the way, what is the biggest scandal in this country right now?
Oh my God, he's just decimating him, dude. And like I said, as this thing progresses, he takes all, he just starts hitting harder and harder, and actually, like, they start getting into stuff that Pat tries to take like actual stances on. Rather than sitting like a deer looking into the headlights, he tries to like actively, and then he just gets fucking like bowled over.
Maybe doesn't get to give so many lessons on some of these things. And by the way, what is the biggest scandal in this country right now? It's the pedophile who was protected by the President of the United States. This Donald Trump not just protected Jeffrey Epstein after lying and saying he would expose.
There are so many places I can go with that.
Please, he also gave Ghislaine Maxwell.
This guy's been talked about for years.
Epstein after lying and saying
There
he
are
would
so
expose.
many places I can go with that.
Please,
but I won't.
he also gave Ghislaine Maxwell a kind of a soft ride in prison. He also was going to appoint Matt Gaetz, a man who was accused by the House Ethics Committee of sleeping with a 17-year-old. He was going to make him Attorney General.
yeah.
So please don't give lessons to other people right now about ages of consent. Not you personally, but anyone in America. Let's clean up our own house.
Mehdi, the question isn't about cleaning up our stuff. God knows we have a lot of stuff to do. FYI, when people start talking about Epstein, I can guarantee you no conservative podcaster has spoken about Epstein more than us. I guarantee, just so you know, we're not one that they sit there and say, hey, we love, because they're not going to talk about Epstein. Go online on YouTube when you leave here to just gain the credibility. Say,
you're talking about cultural clashes. That's the point you're making. There's a clash of cultures. I'm saying there's not.
You and I are sitting here, we're talking. Can you and I coexist?
Yes.
Do you think you and I can live in the same community?
Yes.
Do you think you and I can live in the same?
I mean, you live in a much bigger house on a richer street.
You're a pretty rich guy, bro.
No,
you're a multi-millionaire, Doug. Like, don't act like you're a small timer.
I read on the way here in a Spectator that you have a 75 grand a week house in the Hamptons. I can
look at PBD's face right now. I think he's just realizing that his mouth is saying really stupid stuff, because the way he's saying what he's saying right now is basically he's flipped his stance. He's like trying to argue now from the side that he's like, Hasan, Mehdi, do you think that we can live together? He's gone from being like we can't live together. Well, not him and Mehdi, but you know what I'm saying? Like he's basically gone from being like society cannot have people living together to be like, look, can we live together, please? He's just completely defeated. Oh, it's beautiful.
I can't get near that.
You believe this stuff? This is all fake.
It's not true.
Oh, by the way,
that they
not
tell
true. 5 grand a week house in the Hamptons. I can't get near that.
You believe this stuff? This is all fake.
It's not true.
That they
Not
tell
true.
You're so.
Look at this fucking thing. I just forgot what I was gonna do now. I had a plan and now I can't remember what it was because it's on this stupid face from fucking PBD. Oh right. I remember now. Oh my god. I just want to go back to the comment section really quickly. Oh my god. This was humiliating, says Farouk Boss. Aww. I support the idea PBD needs to apologize to Adams. Woof. PBD resonating for Hasan. Here for the comments. Every time PBD opened his mouth, my brain cells started dying. PBD jumped around so many times, it's hilarious. This interview is going to keep PBD up tonight. Respect to PBD for still posting this.
How rude.
Respect to BBD. Burn, son. To be fair, I'm with this chatter. This gets a like. This gets a like. Respect to BBD for still posting this. This was humiliating. And he could have just, he could have just deleted it. Many of us wouldn't have known.
Vinny, we have to make sure we don't post pictures this summer where we're staying at, because Mehdi is going to be talking shit to us.
75 grand a week.
Wait, Vinny's there?
Where were we at? We were talking about.
Wait, Vinny's been there the whole time watching this train wreck. Oh my god, I want to see Vinny. Right, where's the Vinny cam? PBD podcast doesn't have the level of production value of, say, a Majority Report. I don't even know what Rob looks like. At least at the Majority Report, you got the producer cam. You can see Matt's face. Not for Brian though, I suppose. Brian, no Brian cam. But we can get a Rob cam, a Vinny cam. No Vinny cam. Production value, come on.
You and I can coexist.
Yes.
Why?
And my parents are from India, which has a lot of backward things going on. A lot of
you
child
got a
marriage.
little bit of UK. You went to a good school. You went to Oxford.
Who made the school happen? My parents from India.
Your parents.
They paid for it. They worked hard for it.
But
so they were immigrants.
It's an FYI. But, okay.
But what if Patrick Bet David in the 1960s said my dad shouldn't come
Do you
because
want me
he's
to
from
go
India?
to a different place? Let me take you to this next place.
Go
You
for a
ready?
different
Okay, let me go to the
place.
next place. What
Jesus keeps jumping around the second that he loses an argument. You see what I mean? It's just like Jillian. He's just a better salesman than Jillian. She's not a showman, you know, the same way that PBD is. You know, he's got the value painting running through his blood. He refuses to give up. Oh.
Never give up, never surrender.
That's what he's thinking to himself right now. Never give up, never surrender. Although, sometimes you gotta know when to surrender. And in this case, I think maybe stop. know when you've been beat is the lesson from today. Maybe don't switch. Oh, Jesus Christ. Maybe don't switch to the 30th topic of the night and just say, you know what? It's been good. We've made it 2 hours and 13 minutes. Why go another 18? You know, never. You don't want to play. You want to play tired. You know, that's what my coach used to tell me. You don't want to play tired. You can get injured. Right? Same thing with these sorts of debates. You know, you could go too long. Bad things can happen.
What religious groups that come here make the most money in America?
No idea.
Of course you do. Hinduism, number one.
Yeah.
$166,000.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, great.
You know that number. Yeah, great community.
Now being attacked by right-wing Republicans in
Not
Texas.
me.
No, I didn't say you. I said right-wing Republicans.
I'm telling you my position. I know. And I have some, by the way, I have guys that are working here that say that. That's their position. But
That's
we
why
can
the Republican Party's racist and you shouldn't defend
we sit and we debate because we think that's the right way to do it. Because your book is called what?
Yeah.
Win the Art of
Good
Debating
faith
Argument.
debate, not
Put the
racist.
link below, Rob, so if people want to go support the book, they have it. Watch this. Hinduism, $166,000, $200,000. Pretty good.
Oh my God! So by the end of this, he's shilling for Mehdi, and honestly, you gotta give respect to PBD. He knows his lane, all right, and his marketing. It is the art of the deal. This guy, he's just like Donald Trump. There is no product that he will not market. Okay. Anything within arm's reach, he will try and sell to you. It's just something instinctual. It's like some kind of a condition. I don't know what it's called.
Contributing to society, right?
I'm a great admirer of the Hindu community.
Judaism, you supporting of them? $115,000. You think they're net positive for America?
Yeah.
Oh God.
Okay. Protestants,
By the way,
82,500.
I'm actually shocked that he didn't whip out the bell curve as well. Like while he was doing this, like getting in this fucking racist exploration that he's taking us down. I'm sorry to subject you all to this, but this is PBD trying to make a very racist argument with some statistics. That he, doesn't seem to be at all interested in like the context for any of it, like historically speaking.
Orthodox Christians, 78. Catholicism, 74. Islam, 68, right? Atheists are 85. Okay, they're making $85,000. And then you got, Buddhism. Man, that's a bad shout out to Buddhists. You guys got to figure out a way to make money, guys. This is like serious stuff, right? Pray a lot, yes. So to me, this isn't.
I guess it's not racist. It's bigoted. But I mean, he is connecting a lot of this stuff to race. That's part of the problem. Right? Like, he's just like using this as an extension of his argument that like Islam and everybody but him from the Middle East is terrible. That's basically his argument. He's like, look, I might be from Iran, but look, I am good, but everybody else from Iran is bad.
Out skin color or racism. Like when I meet Indians in America, I got to tell you, the ones I've met, they love America. They actually love living
I
here.
get what you're saying, Patrick, but and this is a slight problem for you because you say I'm not speaking for Republican Party, but you are in right-wing media space. There's no debate about that.
I'm not debating that.
Yeah, but you're an immigrant from Iran who came in as a refugee.
I have a slightly different view
Exactly,
than they do. Yeah.
exactly. So when you say Hinduism, great. Okay, go tell the Texas Republican Party. Go tell conservatives in Texas.
You know
why? Do you know? Let me finish my point. All these Hindus in Texas, well-off Hindus, they supported Trump and MAGA. And guess what? They're trying to build a temple in Houston, and people are protesting outside, saying, "Take this demonic religion outside."
Yeah.
I'm no fan of Vivek Ramaswamy, right? I've interviewed him. We had a great clash, but I do admire him as a smart guy. He succeeded in life. He's super patriotic. He's very eloquent. He's running for governor of Ohio. Did you see the clip the other day? Guy stands up in the crowd. Groiper guy stands up, says, Hinduism's a pagan, demonic religion. Why should we have you lead us? This is what the Republican Party, for you to say they're not a racist party, when I'm seeing what they're doing to Vivek Ramaswamy, forget Muslims, what they're doing to Hindus in Texas, what they're doing to Hindus in Ohio. This is a white supremacist party. Yes.
White supremacist.
What's your definition of racism? Is nobody racist?
No one. I think.
What's your definition of racist, Patrick?
May I finish?
Please.
He almost did say nobody is racist. And then you heard Mehdi be like, do you think nobody's racist? And he's like, yeah, let me finish. I wasn't going to say no one is racist. I was going to say no one is not racist. Everybody is racist. The double negative, Mehdi. Let me finish. Okay. I was going to say no one is not racist. I understand critical race theory, and I ascribe to it.
What's your definition of racism? Is nobody racist?
No one. I think.
What's your definition of racism?
May I finish, please? You're raising your voice. Why are you screaming? I'm
Stop
right
raising
across
your
from
voice,
you, bro.
Mehdi.
Like, let's act American. Not
Mehdi.
Middle
You
Eastern.
shouted earlier.
Mehdi, stop raising your voice at me, please. For him to, by 2 hours and 15 minutes, for him to be asking Mehdi to stop yelling. I mean, we've all seen the fucking PBD podcast. It's one of the most yellingest podcasts on the goddamn planet. Vinny and Adam and these guys are all constantly screaming at each other. And he's like, Mehdi, please stop yelling. Please stop yelling, Mehdi. It's very rude.
How rude.
It's like, what are you talking about? You're a professional yeller. It's like Cenk telling people to stop yelling. It's like, dude, it's literally your job and personality.
Fair enough. Okay. So to me, I think a part of it is, I think everybody has a little bit of bigotry in them, okay? Everybody. And I know it's going to sound like, what are you talking about? I think everybody is a little bit against some community. By the way, it could be as simple as, you're a Red Sox fan, I'm a Yankees fan, I can't stand you. There's no way we can coexist.
Agreed.
It could be you're from Boston, I'm from New York.
Tribalism. People are tribal.
By the way, that's natural.
Agreed.
That's not like you were a kid, you were part of a gang, you're part of another gang. Hey, we're gonna
attacking a religious minority is not.
So that's that part. The other side is calling. Like if there's one thing, like I brought the what do you call it, Westmore that we're speaking to, and I'm like, you realize, like, for Democrats, why did they lose so much of their support during this period? Let me finish, and you can argue and say we didn't. I think some of the positions they took in COVID was out of control. I think some of the positions they took with LGBTQ, to me, was out of control. Calling everybody racist, a little too much. Calling everybody a bigot, a little too much. Making everybody feel like I'm a bad person.
You need to read the book, my friend. These are all straw man. Calling everybody a racist. I was very specific. I said Randy Fine's a racist. I said Donald Trump's a racist. And I said the Republican Party's indulged racism and white supremacy. I can stand by those with receipts.
Republican Party that racist.
If a party institutionally allows for racists to take power and do racist policies, what should I call it?
Oh my God.
Okay, let me give you one. Can I give you an example?
Yeah.
Okay, so right now, when you came to America, you came in 1990?
Yep.
In 1990, I checked before I came in. George Bush Sr. was president.
Yes.
And he allowed in 122,000 refugees, of which 4% were from the Middle East. So you and your family, how many came from your family, if you don't mind me asking?
Me, my mom, my dad, my sister, four.
So four of you were
But my dad came in 84 because my parents got a divorce, and then he came back in 1990 separately.
Okay, so three of you came on that
we did, yes.
as vetted
we
refugees from
went
Germany.
to Germany. From Germany, we came.
I read it.
Yes.
Daddies
are more stronger than mommies.
5,000 people
I agree.
from the Middle East.
I feel like I'm the luckiest man alive living in America.
Okay, and that was George Bush Sr. I'm not a man I'm a fan of, but he did that.
Sure.
He understood the response, as did Reagan.
Yep.
You know, Donald Trump, since October, has allowed in 6,069 refugees only. Not 122,000, only 6,069. And do you know that 6,066, 99.9% of them, are from white South Africa? Only 3 are Afghan.
Dude.
That's the numbers.
Are you serious?
That's a fact.
Okay, you're serious.
Pull it up, Rob. 6,000 refugees. All of them are white South Africans fleeing from an imaginary genocide.
The previous guy brought more people than 4 presidents combined.
Hold on, he brought in 125,000 refugees.
He's trying to say, guys, time out. Let's get jobs for our people.
No, we're talking about refugees. Refugees are different. It's not about jobs. Refugees, your international obligation.
Like you're talking H-1B, green card, which one are you talking about?
Refugees, vetted by, the vetted program.
Sure.
Where you're vetted abroad. You check you're not a terrorist, all of that stuff.
That's
what happened to you?
Yes, 18
Biden did it too. He allowed 125,000 people. He upped the cap.
Okay.
Trump dropped the cap with Stephen Miller to 7,500.
Okay.
And since October, he allowed in 6,069, according to the Washington Post.
I want to know where you're going with this.
He allowed in only 3 Afghans and 6,066 white people from South Africa. There are 2 things I would say about that. Number one, that's racist. You let in 99.9% of your refugees are white people who are not refugees, and you don't allow people from Iran, Iraq, Syria. The second point is, Donald Trump wouldn't have allowed you into this country, and yet you sit and support him from 3 times. Donald Trump would not have allowed little Patrick Bet-David into this country. How do you feel?
Oh my God, man, he just fucking wipes the floor with PBD. This whole thing is watching a slow motion train wreck. But PBD's like on the tracks. It's like watching Mike Tyson fight like a child. But like the child like has incredible stamina or something, never goes down. Like the child refuses to go down. But it's because, of course, he's only taking metaphorical punches. So he can take an infinite number of them. And we're just sitting here watching it. Just a flurry of blows. Oh, God. Oh, the valuetainment meter is broken, I think.
You're about to be valuetained. You're so funny.
You're so funny.
You are so funny.
It's a genuine question.
He wouldn't have let little Patrick Bennett.
No Iranians were allowed in this year.
I can't believe it's fucking. You're so funny. You're so funny, Manny. He just gives up. He just tries to. This is what I mean. Like, unlike Jillian, who doesn't have any experience trying to sell people on shit, right? Like, that's not her job, right? She's a woman who worked out for a living for a period of time. I don't know what she did before Biggest Loser. And I don't mean her podcast currently. I mean the show. I don't know if you're familiar. She won a show called Biggest Loser. It's yeah, forget it. It's on the television that your grandpa watches.
I'm staying in the race.
But it's just, Mehdi, he's just like, he gives up on arguing and he just tries to like befriend Mehdi, like try and like convince him he's just a good guy. Like, look, Mehdi, look, you're funny. I like you. You're a good guy. We should be friends.
Genuine question.
You are so funny.
It's a genuine question.
He wouldn't have let little Patrick Bennett.
No Iranians were allowed in this year. So how would you have gotten?
You know what would have happened? We would have waited 1 more year, 2 more years
for a Democrat to come and let you in.
Bush Senior let us in. He was a Republican.
For a better Republican. For a better Republican.
No, but that's
not racist.
That's
Republican.
not the point. The part that
is the point. He did not allow in Iranians,
issues.
Iraqi.
Mehdi, is it fair to say issues are fluid? Things change. Meaning,
no, refugees are an obligation that America has always stuck to until Donald Trump.
What is an issue in 2020 may be different than what's a top 3 issue in 2016, then 2012, then 2000?
Plenty.
Yeah, great. Guess what? What did his base want?
Who cares what his base wants?
That's who we voted for. That's
a different argument. You're moving. Why are you talking about? Is he racist? I'm giving my evidence. He stopped all refugees from coming in from what did he call them? Shithole countries. Itself a racist phrase. And then he allowed in white people.
Would you
South
disagree?
Africa.
Some of these places are shithole countries.
Yeah, I don't think you call entire countries shithole.
You don't think some places
are
shithole?
Generalizing about an entire place.
You think some places are not shithole?
What's your definition of racism, Patrick? Because you don't seem to think anything's racist. What do you define as racist? If you say there's no such thing as racism, fine, but be consistent.
No, I don't know if
nobody's a racist.
No, I don't know if. I think it's a weak argument. I think
racism is a weak argument. Wow. I think that's not even an argument. What does that even mean? Racism is a weak argument. Can we try to unpack that one sentence for a second? What does that mean? Like, he's just saying like the premise of racism, like just existing. So he doesn't actually believe that racism is a thing. It's just the argument people are making. The racism itself, like the concept of it, that's the social construct. It's not. I see. Oh, he's good. Wow.
to say, hey, that guy doesn't like me and my race and where I'm
Great,
from.
but what is your definition of racism? If you don't have one, say so.
To be honest with you, if you want this,
I think if you call an entire country, entire people shit, garbage, low IQ, that's racist.
Mehdi,
That
I
to
think
Somalis.
every single person has an element of racism in there.
That's a different
from 1% to 99%.
You keep moving the goalpost.
But you're asking racism. It's like not liking an ethnicity, not liking a community.
Yeah, not liking an entire country.
Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, if he says we're going to only have white people in and not shithole country people in, that's racist. Yes, I think that's racist. If that's not racist, I don't know what is. 99.9% of refugees are white South Africans. Come on.
Do you want to? Okay, Rob, can you do me a favor?
He calls all Somalis low IQ and garbage.
Like the stuff that you're saying right now.
It's all true.
Can you pull up Biden's administration? Who was the guy that was the transgender that we're supposed
That's what you're going to? When I quote the president making racist remarks, you got no comeback?
Wait a minute. What's the argument of DI with you that massively failed? Are you supportive of DI?
I don't know what...
So he just randomly pivots from making the argument that racism doesn't exist to making a fairly bigoted comment about a transgender person in the military. I think he's misgendering them, although I don't know exactly which thing he's talking about, but I think I'm pretty sure he's talking about a transgender woman who lost their job in a high-level admiral. I can't remember exactly, but this is, I mean, this is pathetic. It's just sort of, as you can see, as this thing continues, he just continues. He's continuously rotating to worse and worse and worse arguments. It's like a Fibonacci curve, but like collapsing in on itself, where at each point in the arc, it just it becomes a worse iteration of the previous argument. And by 2 hours and 20 minutes or so here, it is almost completely collapsed in on itself. I'm pretty sure the singularity formed at the PBD podcast once this all wrapped up.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Definition
Are
of
you
DEI.
supportive of DEI?
I don't play. This is not right-wing bingo.
No.
Your words mean nothing to me. I'm from outside the right-wing media chamber.
I talk to
DEI is
guys-
meaningless.
Guy, I talk to guys on the left-wing side. Like, who do you think I talk to? You think I just talk to right-wing people?
No, but the way you say DEI and the transgender guy from Biden and Ilhan Omar, this is like right-wing bingo, Patrick.
Is this a good pick?
It's like
Yeah,
a
Rachel
fractal
Levine, I
of
interviewed her on my
losing.
show.
Was he phenomenal at what he did?
That's exactly what it is, Dark Sparkle. It's 100%. You've won. It's like a fractal of losing.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
I'm sure she was very good at her job.
So you think
What's that got to do with Trump being racist towards Somalis?
You think
Patrick, you need to read the book.
Wait a minute.
Because in the book I deal with people like you.
This is what you do
pure
for a living.
deflection.
The difference with
you are
me is
deflecting.
this is not
Donald
deflecting,
Trump
guys.
says all Somalis are garbage,
Mehdi,
low IQ people.
allow
is that a
allow
racist
this
statement?
allow this to
I'm
come
not
to
talking about
you.
Rachel Levine.
Do you think?
I'm not answering your question.
Do you
answer
think
mine.
this person was hired because they were the best person for a job or because he was playing politics?
Well, Rob,
that's a form of racism.
Rob, I'm going to read the second paragraph.
Go ahead.
Levine is a professor of pediatrics and psychiatry at Penn State College of Medicine, previously served as a Pennsylvania physician general. So I think Rachel Levine is more qualified to work in the health department than Robert fucking Kennedy Jr.
Got it.
who
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I think Mehdi is right. It seemed that Rachel has more qualifications than our Secretary of Health and Human Services.
Zero qualification. You think RFK was hired for his medical qualifications?
you think
No, Patrick, do you think RFK Jr. was hired for his medical qualifications? What did he have?
By the way, do you know how many people previous to him were doctors?
Do you know, was RFK hired for his medical credentials? Yes or no?
RFK was hired because he was making the
Whereas Rachel
arguments.
Levine is a professor of pediatrics.
No,
so I
wait a
think
minute, but
more qualified.
you're saying RFK is not qualified for
Not
his
to
job.
be health secretary, no.
By a
mile,
I take.
Conspiracy theorist who doesn't even understand
You
basic
take a
medicine?
transgender to be this job, then
You think transgender people don't have intelligence?
No,
Is that a new attack on
No, see what you're doing now?
You
see what you're
take
doing
a
now?
transgender person.
You're
What does that mean?
playing. See the difference.
So
between
you.
and I-
See what
no,
you're
I didn't
doing
go
now.
to
Patrick,
Oxford and do debate 24/7
I gave
to
you
see this as my
hard
life.
evidence.
Oh my God, he's dismantling him. Remember 15 minutes ago or 12 minutes ago when I said there's no way that anything could go wrong for the next 20 minutes? And that that wasn't a turning point for old PBD when he brought up that that where was it? I can't remember exactly, but you get what I'm saying. He really, honestly, he should have just wrapped it up. You know, he should have known that he was a little too tired. He's gonna start saying really stupid things, and Mehdi was gonna start really punishing him for it.
Trump's racism, and you said, Rob, pull up the transgender woman. That's what happened. Everyone watched you do it.
But
I said Trump.
He keeps going to Rob. Anybody been keeping track of how many times Mehdi has said, Rob, pull it up? And how many times that Rob has actually pulled it up? Because I know there's some amount of, I don't know, variance there. I know there's not 1-to-1, but Rob has in fact pulled up a lot of these facts. And Mehdi has asked for quite a few of them. I mean, PBD's got to be pretty upset about all this. Not gonna lie. I wonder if Rob's gonna get fired. That'll be sad, because that's one of the funniest parts of the show. Every time he goes, Rob, pull this up. Rob, hey, Rob, you got that video? Rob, what's this? Rob, is this the right one? Oh, no, okay. Don't worry about it. Thanks, Rob.
Out in 92% white people.
The
You got
point
no
is, the
response.
previous guy picked people because of color. If there is any party that's
I'm not even asking
racist,
about that.
was the previous guy,
I'm not
because they
even
kept
asking
saying
about that.
black this,
I'm not even
black
asking
that,
about that.
black this many
I'm
female,
not
this
even
many
asking.
transgender.
Trump did the same.
The left is the party of the racists.
Even if I
you say-
concede that, it's irrelevant to my point that Donald Trump has blocked refugees like yourself. Patrick Bet-David would not have been allowed into
I would
America
find a way to get
under
here.
Donald
You don't
Trump.
know me
You would have
well
come in illegally.
I would have
So
came
you're
here
pro-illegal immigration.
You're so
This
funny.
is so interesting.
I would have made it here,
Pat,
buddy.
you heard it here.
Legally.
You're going to clip Ilhan
I
Omar,
would've
clip
made it
that.
here legally.
Patrick Bet-David said if he
Post
wasn't
it.
allowed
Post
in
it, have some
illegally,
fun with. You
he
see,
would come in illegally.
The difference
You heard
between
it.
you and I, this.
Therein lies the paradox in the Republican immigrant ideology. I would enter the country illegally if I weren't originally allowed in legally. I mean, somebody clip that. He's right. Rob, clip that, please. I'm gonna have to clip it. I mean, that shit is insane. This is it for PBD. He's done. He's fucking done. He just said he would be an illegal immigrant if he had to. I mean, that's it, right? I mean, he was already riding on a fucking knife's edge as an Iranian to begin with. He had to do a lot of work to be accepted. You know, the suit and the hair, and I mean, maybe that would be how, you know, but I feel like, you know, the money and all the some of this is compensating, for looking for acceptance in some way. And, you know, and being conservative, I think, in some degree, is a defense mechanism. You know, if you can get the guys doing all the hate to accept you, then, you know, and you're safe. I can't imagine that his audience was super thrilled about this response.
Bother me. I understand the game we're playing. I understand the conversation.
I'm not here for a game. I just said to you earlier, this stuff has real world consequences.
Oh, this
Three
stuff has
Muslims
real
just
world
got
consequences.
killed. Three Muslims just got
This
killed
stuff has real
in a
world
mosque
consequences.
in San
Just so you know
Diego
that.
because Republican Party racist rhetoric. And do you know what? Republican congressmen couldn't even condemn it. I assume you condemn what happened in San Diego.
We
obviously.
100% condemned it.
Do you know Republicans wouldn't do it until they were forced to do it? Brandon Gill was asked on the congressional
speak on
corridor.
their behalf.
I'm not asking you to speak. I'm telling you it's bad, right? That what they did, not
But
condemning.
do you realize you think it's also bad that everything we had to hear in 2022 with Biden getting elected was about how many black female candidate leadership team we're going to have?
Diversity
Who
is a
cares?
good thing.
No, it's not.
Yes,
it's
it
based
is.
on based on leadership. When he was president, we're going to find a way to have this percentage. Let me finish. This percentage of pilots got to be female and black. And by the way, Hollywood. You want to go to Hollywood? What standards they created? Do you remember the Hollywood standards? In order to win an Oscar,
That's not true. That's
Can you
bullshit.
please
Been
pull that?
debunked. The whole,
Can you pull
you're
that
just
up,
parodying
please?
Elon
with
Musk.
Christopher-
These guys live in this fucking ridiculous, like, libertarian fantasy world over here at the PBD pod. And, like, you can't have a world full of just, like, only leaders, right? Like, and I don't know why he thinks of, like, I'm not saying that we shouldn't have lots of leaders, right? And good ones. But it's just like, the way he talks about it, he's like, we need only leaders. If you're not a leader, get out of here. It's like, what are you talking about? Not everybody can be elite. And certainly in the way our economy is set up, talk to me about that when we're communists, right? But I mean, you can't have just leaders in a capitalist hierarchical system that we have. You have bosses and you got subordinates. He certainly understands this fucking concept over there at the PBD pod. As an MLM guy, he must understand that you need, different tiers, right? You know what? You know what I'm worried about? I'm just realizing right now. Oh, no. Oh, God. I didn't even think about this. We need to check something important. Yes. Yes. See, what I have neglected to do during this time, which I think probably would have helped us navigate this a lot better, but maybe it will be a good way to sort of reflect on what we've seen so far, is to look at the map of consciousness. And I think what's happening here is that as this has progressed, PBD's power level it's been coming down. He was probably, I want to say, at least in his mind, he probably thought that he was in a place of peace. But as this discussion has progressed with Mehdi, it's diminished from peace to just reason. And of course, not when I think of reason, I think it's more like reasoning, just like reasoning with Mehdi, trying to get, Mehdi on his side, but he didn't really have the ability to deal with that. He then went down the lever of power and he accepted that he was, he was actually outmatched. And switched from being neutral to, I think, fearful, perhaps, desirous, or perhaps even a feeling of grief, which is perhaps the lowest level of consciousness that you can have. Now, I don't know if everybody knows what I'm doing here, but hold on. Because PBD, this is actually something PBD did a while ago. Who was it? Was it when Vinny was upset? Was it Vinny or Adam? It might have been Adam. But like PBD pulled out the map of consciousness on hold on. We're taking something of a tangent. I feel like we need, yeah. Yes. This.
I watched PBD have a wonderful conversation with Nick Fuentes about how Jews control everything, right? And PBD was good hearted enough to say, like, I would love to be able to control everything too. So I'm not going to blame them. It was finally, it was nice to see a calm, rational conversation, talking about the different nuances of anti-Semitism.
Half of that interview too, he's like, "Hey, look, you're a smart guy. You're so smart. You're so well-spoken. Why don't you just cool it on the racist stuff?" And it's like,
tone
well,
it down a little
that's
bit.
kind of my whole bit. So what do I, if I don't have that, what do
You're
I
a
do?
great communicator, but you're communicating all this racism.
Also, like, is he that great of a communicator? He can speak on camera,
I think the point that it's irrelevant and that his fundamental core brand proposition is racism and anti-Semitism. Arguably homophobia, but it's not clear. He seems very confused about that. I think at one point Nick Fuentes said that it was very gay to have sex with women, which is, and God forbid, he would not want to be gay, and so he apparently is. Or claims to be asexual. Is my understanding.
Of course.
Anyways, so here is PBD, And what's he doing? What's he doing?
So this is them last week after Candace Owens makes this threat to TPUSA saying if it goes in a direction that I don't approve of, I will go scorched earth. And this is
she goes scorched earth a lot.
She does. She's kind of always scorched earth.
Where my unstable
I think that's her
girlies
made
at.
earth approach.
There you
Yeah.
Yeah, this is them. They'll eventually go back to our favorite, the map of consciousness.
Oh yeah.
Be an enemy of you. There will be nothing that can stop me. Okay? And I want you guys to understand this is not a threat. This is a promise. There will be
Hold on
nothing.
for 1 second. I got to ask this question. I'm sorry. Who is she talking to? Why is the camera 6 inches to her left? Is she?
They switch shots sometimes. I think she's talking to.
This is the 2-shot Sam hates.
That's like a very 90s thing, right?
Oh yeah,
Would it be like
it's horrible. But at least the 90s thing, they'll go clock like closer to like 90 degrees.
Yeah.
This is really just like 8 degrees off of where the.
Yeah, and the thing about this is like this is something you do in like what do you call it? Like in anything that you're like if you're shooting somebody looking in this direction, you're trying to avoid them breaking the fourth wall, right? Because it's like a story you're telling, right? There's like a conversation happening between two people. And so it's very strange to choose this particular angle when she's just talking to the audience. And it's a podcast. It's like, we know you're Candace, like there's no fourth wall to break. We know you. You're Candace Owens. You're not playing a character. Like why are you doing this? I don't understand.
We should reach out. They should go full 90s where it's black and white, handheld.
I think what we should all do is we should all talk like this, as if there's someone else in the studio that we're talking to. And listen, I appreciate you coming in and shooting this, but we've got another show over here that we're doing. This is the official camera.
You can overhear me
just
talking.
not saying, exactly. All right, make sure you get close to your mic.
Okay, sorry.
Okay? And I want you guys to understand this is not a threat. This is a promise. There will be nothing that can stop me. I will release every single text message. So to those of you who are trying that, I'm seeing the messages. I am telling you to back off.
Oh, God.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Hold on. We can't watch this all day. Where do they start talking about the chart? The map of consciousness. Yes. Oh, yeah. There we go. Here we go. Map of consciousness time. Yes. Oh, it comes up pretty quickly, actually.
They'll go. This is where they get into the map of consciousness.
Oh, I gotta say, this is amazing because there's like 4 guys who look like just at different times during the day. The same guy, just at different times during the day.
By the way,
levels of
would people find it helpful? You know what? I'm just gonna do it. I think people would find it helpful to have the map of consciousness for their own purposes, like just to keep track of your consciousness in case you find yourself slipping, into any of these sort of negative states while you're watching the video.
She's used all her bullets, so to speak.
But I'm trying to see what you're saying. What's your point here? Like, tell me what your point is.
I'm saying she is angry and venomous right now.
Yeah.
And that is not a person that you want to mess with. She's capable, and she's filled with rage. That's all I'm saying. Do you think... On the power versus force chart, I'd love to see what Pat thinks about this. Rob, if you could pull that up. Power versus force, please show me where you think Candace is operating out
Vinny, what do you think
right
she's
now.
at?
Show the chart.
Power versus force, what do you think she's at?
I love his looking at it.
We just did this at the vault.
If I had to,
go to the third row level. Right
what is going on here? Like, how much money do they get every time they show this? This is just the most bizarre.
And they get it from the same place I do, which is Google
this
image
map
search.
of consciousness. What is it?
It's this is where I get. I just Google image map of consciousness and then see what comes up.
There is. I would bet everything I own that they use this map of consciousness as a tool in what PBD's business is. His main business is business consulting.
Consulting.
And he has like 40 guys working for him, maybe more, in a building that's right across, it's on like this airstrip, and like right across it, working in this building, doing this. And I am convinced they must use this map of consciousness as a business consultant thing. And they do this as a...
Yeah, honestly, I think the map of consciousness might be involved in some kind of like Dianetics type, you know, like you gotta like contribute like X number of dollars to get to the next level of consciousness. That's just my sense of things. I can be wrong. That's just how I think. That's the first thing that comes to my mind.
True. That's
Can
bullshit.
you please
It's been
pull that?
debunked. The whole,
Can you pull that up, please?
Elon
with
Musk
Christopher
propaganda.
Nolan's-
This has been debunked a million
Okay,
times.
let-
a million times.
What time
And
are
by
we
the
at
way,
right now?
I got a flight to catch soon.
Oh, no.
That's what I'm
But
saying. This is an important conversation because I need you to concede.
Oh, I wish I had the map of consciousness up right now. What does it say about PBD's current consciousness state that he's looking at the time? That he's concerned in the middle of the debate while he's getting decimated live on stream. And he's like, what time is it? Are we done? Are we... I'm tapping. Is it over?
99.9% white refugees from South Africa is a racist refugee policy.
Zero. I got
Not allowing people in from Afghanistan and Syria.
Next time you come in, don't book a flight afterwards so we can go 4 hours because I'm enjoying this.
Next time you're coming on my show, we all heard you agree to my invitation. I hereby invite Patrick Bet-David. You can bring Rob with him. If you need support, bring Rob with you.
So funny.
But we'll have you on.
We'll have a good time. Let me wrap it up with some one-word answers, and then let's go from there. You ready?
Yep.
Okay. Since you already brought him up, I'll bring it up. So I'll give you a name.
Oh, Rob has just proved me right, by the way. 2 of 4 DEI standards. You don't have to. It's not something you have to tick some boxes.
What do you mean 2 or 4 DEI standards?
Pull up the standard.
Yeah, you have to have 2 or 4 DEI. They even said you have to have a underrepresented racial ethnic groups an ensemble cast of at least 30% represent from 2 underrepresented. Some of them even disability.
First of all, diversity is a good thing, especially on screen.
Stop it.
I know you don't like that. I know it's a bad word. D-word is a bad word.
You know,
your people are like clutching their pearls.
You know why
right
you're
now.
here?
All,
you know why you're
all the
you know why I'm
valuetainment
talking
viewers are clutching their pearls because Mehdi said diversity.
Do you know why I'm talking to you? Do you know why I'm talking to you?
Because you needed to hear from me that you wouldn't be allowed into America if Trump was president.
Do you know why I'm
you would have
talking
to come in
you?
illegally. That's
Betty, do your shtick. I'll let you finish, and then I'll say. Do you know why I'm talking to you? Why do you think I'm talking to you?
Please tell me.
Because you're good at what you do.
I appreciate that.
That's why you're here.
I appreciate it.
Imagine if I said, hey, Rob, moving forward, listen, we need 3 disabled, 2 black, 4 gay, 5 this.
I know you need to tell your audience.
No, I'm not doing
it. In fact, the person who does that is Hexeth right now. He's literally blocking black women and women from becoming generals and admirals.
You are so obsessed with Trump just asking for a job, bro. Just go and say, can I be part of this freaking cabinet?
He wouldn't give it to me because I'm brown.
I'm almost thinking you are so upset. It's like, these girls that are so in love with somebody secretly, it's like that's infatuated.
I love that's the only argument you have.
Can I go? No, you lost this one, but it's okay.
No, I didn't because technically you wouldn't be sitting here if Trump was president. You've already agreed.
I'm going to sell your book like no one's ever sold your book.
You are a great salesman.
Go buy this book.
I want to say something nice about you. I'm
way,
going to say you're a great salesman. Go for it.
By the way, the biggest part about this thing is I am so proud. I am so proud that we converted another socialist into capitalist. That is probably the proudest moment to somebody like
my own.
You did, and I give you credit. I am so proud of you that you're publicly now a capitalist and you're creating jobs.
You can be a capitalist and a socialist.
Can we do that?
Like, this is a stupid fucking joke. We skipped most of these where PBD kept claiming that because Mehdi is creating jobs that makes him a capitalist. Which, I mean, I guess on a technical level, yeah. Like, as if his ideology reflects that. I mean, it's ridiculous. But okay. I just want, before we end this, it's about to go to commercial, I think, in like 2 seconds. We've finished I think all of the humiliation. Absolutely cook, says Traxxas. Patrick, bro, he made you contradict yourself like 5 times. 1.1 thousand likes. The market has spoken and PBD has no idea what the fuck he's talking about. 564 likes. I officially became a fan of Mehdi after this debate. 502 likes. PBD failed his own standards. Now he has to apologize to Adam.
Immediately, if not sooner.
What does the market think of this interview? This is skepticism and critical thinking for his blind loyalty. It's not left first, right? Oh boy, everybody seems to think that Hasan cooked. I don't see one pro PBD comment. Mehdi owned this interview. Thank you, Mehdi. You're the goat. PBD got absolutely bodied. Mehdi shows how shallow PBD is politically. Pull up the numbers, Rob. Mehdi was having a lot of fun. It's true. That is true. That's an underrated comment right there. I'm giving that a like. Pull up the numbers, Rob. Rob, pull up the numbers. There's like 100 people saying PBD needs to apologize to Adam. And if I recall correctly, the reason for this is because PBD shamed Adam for losing a debate against somebody. I can't remember who it was. It wasn't. It was like an offhand. Like I watched a video really quickly regarding this, and it didn't reach the level of like covering it on the stream because usually we cover more serious things around here. But there's another one. PB needs to apologize to Adam. 500 likes. Thank you, Adam, for not being here for this one. It was a cold morning for PBD.
Winter is coming.
This interview is brutal. I need to watch this a second time. Well, I've just done that. Wasn't expecting all of his arguments to be refuted. Oh, goddamn, dude. There's not a single bro Patrick Bet David comment in the entire comment section. We just looked through like 100+ comments. Not a single one of them was like, oh, PBD ranked Mehdi. I mean, it wasn't even close. It was a slaughter. It was a goddamn nuclear holocaust. Victim PBD. Accomplice Rob. Mehdi went to Rob for the assist so many times. Rob, pull it up. Rob, pull up those numbers, Rob. Oh my fucking god. I will give Patrick McDavid and the PBD crew this much. It's not advice. It's actually just thanks. And a sense of gratitude for the amount of valuetainment that we just experienced. I mean, and the PPD chose not to take this one down. Decided to let the internet, people like myself, talk about all this. To just, put it up to the marketplace of ideas. And see what, internet talkers think about it. I think it was maybe one of the most embarrassing things. It was so cringe, and the level of cringe continued to increase throughout the entire 3 hours on a level I didn't think was possible to, and also sustain that first condition. But it did. And I'm fairly certain right after the commercial break for PBD shoes or whatever, which is what they end with, I would point out. You know what? Just because I'm so appreciative that this was left on the internet. We all got to watch this together. I'm gonna let PBD play the commercial, at least part of it. I mean, come on.
Okay, so you're such a big deal. Like we shouldn't go to all these other places because.
So, like, if I go on Fox, I'm basically telling people that's a legitimate news organization. I don't believe it's a legitimate news organization. It's a propaganda channel.
All right. Okay.
I don't want to be part of that.
BB.
Criminal.
Biden.
Criminal.
Hillary Clinton.
Staying in the race.
Criminal.
Annoying.
I'll finish with that one. That's what we'll finish with. Hillary Clinton. She got a lot of credit, folks. This was a good conversation.
Thank you for having me.
Go order his book. Win the art of debating every
That's a horrible
argument.
cover.
Win every argument.
I love that cover, but it can be misread. Win every argument, the art of debating, persuading, and
I
public
forgot he
speaking.
did this.
I've even persuaded Patrick today that he needed to be an illegal immigrant to get into Trump's America.
I enjoy talking to you. I appreciate you for coming out.
I appreciate you having me on.
Time.
Thank you for
Thank you, brother. Yes. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye, bye-bye. When we set out to create a shoe that blends comfort, function, and luxury, we had the choice to make it fast. We had the choice to make it cheap. We chose neither. Instead, we chose Tuscany, Italy.
Not gonna do it.
We
Wouldn't
chose
be
true
prudent at
Italian
this
craftsmanship
juncture.
each pair touched by 50 skilled hands. We chose patience, spending 2 years perfecting every detail, and we chose the finest quality at every step. Introducing the Future Looks Bright collection.
There you go. That's the vibes of that entire thing. We skipped the fuck ton. The fact is, I couldn't help but comment on so many of these ridiculous things that he's saying in there. But there you go. Those shoes look unwearable. Or maybe they're high quality craftsmanship. PBD, future FLB. PBD FLB shoes. The Alphabet Mafia. Well, I hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. That's it for the Mehdi Hasan massacre of Patrick Bet David. But that's actually not it for the night. I'm going to skip past most of what we have for tomorrow in my list, so it's going to take me a second to do that. Weekending report's going to be freaking epic. We are going to skip now. Jesus Christ, that was at 7 a.m. right now. We are going to skip now to Iran. And talking about the Senate vote to block the House resolution to block Donald Trump's illegal war.
Illegal.
That's right. Earlier on Thursday, the House actually voted in contravention to all expectations to hold Trump accountable. And the Senate said, don't worry, we'll put an end to that.
Immediately, if not sooner.
That wasn't enough time. Before we get to that, though, actually, no, we don't have time. I'm too tired. We're already over 8 hours. We haven't even gotten to the Galactic Chill stream. This is untenable. As everybody knows. Everybody's saying it. Oh god, I forgot it's Jake Tapper. CNN start us off. 18 hours ago.
Of representatives
no, full
here in
screen,
Washington,
damn you.
DC,
No,
just
I
passed a resolution
don't
to
accept
limit
this.
President Donald Trump's war powers in Iran. It's a rare, significant rebuke to President Trump. Let's get right to CNN's Manu Raju on Capitol Hill. And Manu, Democrats have repeatedly forced these votes in recent weeks to no avail. Until now, what changed and what could this resolution actually achieve?
Yeah, this vote coming at a time where the Republicans were doing everything they could to try to prevent it from succeeding. Ultimately, this did just pass the United States House on a 215 to 208 vote. There were 4 Republican defectors, Congressman Tom Barrett from a swing district in Michigan, Warren Davidson, a conservative, a more libertarian-minded conservative, along with Thomas Massie, another libertarian-minded conservative.
Now, I just want to point this out. I don't take this as being some sort of massive, shockwave, right? Especially because the Senate didn't vote for it. And because the Senate didn't vote for it, I have a very strong sense that the House Republicans, in the same way that Senate Democrats, by way of Chuck Schumer's wheeling and dealing in the background, went and voted for Republican continuing resolutions twice in 2025. These House Republicans went ahead and voted for this because they knew it wouldn't pass, right? Once it got to the Senate, John Thune was going to shut it down.
Who voted against it, and Brian Fitzpatrick, who represents a Pennsylvania swing district, among the members who voted with Democrats to rebuke the president, to rein in his powers on Iran. Now, Republican leaders have tried to avoid this vote for weeks. In fact, there was a vote that was expected to happen before members left town for a week-long Memorial Day recess. They abruptly recessed the House early to avoid this vote and avoid this rebuke against the president. But they could not avoid a vote from ultimately happening here on the House floor, because when they came back into session under the rules of the House, Democrats could force a vote, and they succeeded in doing so. A real sign of some of the consternation within the GOP ranks on this bill. But Jake, this is more of a symbolic rebuke because the Senate does not have the votes to pass this bill. There's certainly, President Trump is not going to sign this into law, but it's a sign here of some of the tension within the ranks and the fear and concern about this war that continues to drag on and impact constituents, these members back home.
The president losing this war powers vote in the House, I think, is a story of a couple of things. One, he's getting more unpopular with the public. This war is unpopular. But also, when you look at some of the people who voted against it, he's making enemies left and right in his own base in Congress, and that's showing up in some of these votes.
I mean, not in this vote. You have, of 4 Republicans who decided to vote for this resolution, 2 of them are in swing districts, and I think that was a motivating factor. I mean, losing Thomas Massey, I don't think tells you anything really
But hey,
about
when
the
you have a
popularity
slim
of the
majority,
president.
4 is all
no
you
doubt.
need. That's the point. It's not about what an ideal scenario it is.
Sure.
It's what do you need in order to get the vote?
But it's
and
not
he
a
lost the
huge
vote.
shift from where the Republicans
doesn't
generally
need to be,
stand.
is my point. Yeah.
No, I agree with you on that. I'm simply saying it doesn't tell us much about the direction of the Republican Party and whether or not he's, quote unquote, lost control here. You lost 4 votes, 2 of them you expected.
You know what's fascinating about this is that fucking 2 weeks ago, Republicans joined with Democrats to pass a resolution that was eventually blocked in the House. Like, it's insane. They're just playing fucking games. The Republicans are just playing fucking games. This was from May 19th, 2026. Senate advances resolution to block further strikes on Iran. Senate voted Tuesday to advance a resolution to block President Donald Trump from ordering further strikes on Iran, defying the White House nearly 3 months into an unpopular war. 4 Republicans, Rand Paul, Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski, and Bill Cassidy, joined Democrats in voting to discharge a war powers resolution from committee. These people have no scruples. Like I mean, you could say they have a lot of them, depending on how you want. But they have no backbone or ideology. They just move wherever the wind is blowing hardest. It's out of control. It's just out of fucking control. Accountability, what's that? Good question. Oh, I see a vertical chatter found the horizontal chat.
There's 2 of them you lost for political purposes. Doesn't necessarily change the direction right now of where things.
Hey, hold on. I'm going to skip some of this. We don't need all this because it's fairly irrelevant. Because, of course, the war has broken back out recently. Basically in full, from what I've seen recently. We'll be talking a lot about that tomorrow. I just don't have time tonight to get through everything that's happened the last few days. But in the last couple of days, hostilities have broken back out between the United States and Iran, even more so than they were before, when they were breaking out already on like a near daily basis. Mostly in the Strait of Hormuz, but of course with the United States striking multiple Iranian targets basically on the land. And Iran responding, hitting multiple U.S. bases, ships being interdicted, blockaded, forced to turn around. It's been a Cold War, and a hot war. It's not even a Cold War. It's been a hot war for most of this. The ceasefire's been pretty much fake since minute 1. As we saw allegations of violations from the very jump, for the rest of that week, and then the week after that, and then for like 4 more weeks since then. And here we are now, with Congress still being as feckless and useless as ever, perhaps more feckless than ever.
With Sarah Jacobs on Capitol Hill today.
If the war is over, I have a simple question. Who won?
First of all, Epic Fury is over, which is what you would consider the war. That operation is
So you agree
concluded.
it's a war, then?
No, those are hostilities. They call it a war.
Okay, fine. We're taking you at your word. The war is over. Who won?
Well, first of all, you're not taking me at my word. It's a fact. We're no longer conducting sustained strikes inside of Iran to degrade their military because Epic Fury is over. The second point is on the question of who won, I can tell you this. We defined victory as destroying their defense industrial base, significantly reducing the number of missile launchers that they possess, significantly reducing their stockpile of drones. And we achieved all of those, in addition to destroying what they had left of an Air Force and wiping out their entire conventional Navy. Those are all gone. So I consider that victory.
That's not victory. In fact, that's a lie.
That's not how they do it. That's not how they were defining it.
How dare you? How Bakari Sellers could go and say something like that that's rude as this. To accuse little Marco of being a little liar.
How rude.
Just, my God. I mean, I'm not saying he's wrong. It's just, ugh. Can you imagine little Marco having to go home to his little wife, and tell her Bakari said that he's a liar on CNN? Moving it along. Just I'm freaking exhausted. I probably would have gotten into more of this. I'm just beat, okay? It's been a long stream. It's been like 9 freaking hours. Is the Strait open yet? Nope. Strait not open yet. Any minute now. Don't you worry. Any minute now, that strait's gonna be open. No reason for you concerning yourself with these sorts of things.
On this vote, the yeas are 215 and the nays are 208. The concurrent resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Okay. Now you will be shocked to hear that Donald Trump had some things to say about this vote in the House, right?
I did everything right and they indicted me.
I know you're shocked that the most
The U.S. House of Representatives has passed a resolution directing President
Trump
to withdraw.
Ma'am, I'm talking. That's very rude. Very rude of you to just jump in there like that. I will say, I know everyone here is shocked that Donald Trump would have a response to this, that he wouldn't just, keep his thoughts to himself. This most even-keeled man on the planet would engage in any sort of back and forth about this.
The U.S. House of Representatives has passed a resolution directing President Trump to withdraw U.S. forces from around Iran or win approval from Congress to continue the war. In a sign of growing discontent over the military campaign in the Middle East, 4 Republicans sided with Democrats in the vote. The president has previously dismissed as unconstitutional any effort to limit his war powers. And Mr. Trump has posted on his Truth Social platform calling out the Republicans who back the resolution, describing them as grandstanders and saying
the 4 Republicans, they're grandstanders. They should be ashamed of themselves.
Should be ashamed of themselves. Well, shortly before that House resolution, Mr. Trump downplayed recent Iranian attacks on U.S. bases in Kuwait.
Yep. Donald Trump giving Republicans one of these. You should be ashamed of yourself.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
That's what Donald Trump says. He's pretty upset. Pretty upset the Republicans would try and hold him accountable. Even just House Republicans and not Senate Republicans. So completely performative, non-consequential decision. But he takes to Twitter, of course. Most even-keeled man.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Presidential, even. Everybody's saying it.
And other Gulf states, and insisted a deal could still be finalized as early as this weekend. But the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says no tangible progress has been made. Our correspondent Tom Simons gave us this update.
You know, the word presidential used to mean, I feel like something like deserving respect. And now it's like man who eats a lot of McDonald's and tweets frequently. He yells a lot.
Washington.
Well, this is likely to be a symbolic vote by the House of Representatives. What's happened is that 4 Republicans have voted in favour of this resolution to tell Donald Trump to stop the war in Iran. Now, the problem is that this is not the sort of resolution that is legally binding, and it has to go to the Senate, and there, of course, it might be defeated by the rest of the Republican Party in the Senate. If it was a legally binding agreement or resolution, it would have to go to the president, and of course he would veto it, and then it would go back to both houses of Congress and they would get a chance to vote again, and if they voted 2/3 by majority, then they could overturn the veto. But none of that is going to happen because this is not that sort of congressional resolution. The other thing to say is that the White House has always said that it is not involved currently in a war. Why is that relevant? Well, under the War Powers Act, or the War Powers Resolution passed in 1973 in the wake of the Vietnam War, the president has 60 days before he has to go to Congress and get permission to continue armed conflict.
Another 60 days has come and gone. We're on like month 4 right now. Aren't we? Or 5? How long has it been? End of February. Wait, March, May. Okay, 3? What month are we on? Right, it started at the end of February? It was February 28th? So it's been all of March, April, all of May, and now beginning of June. Okay, right. This is just out of control. This situation is fucking out of control. And we have a demented lunatic in charge of the country. Alright, I'll do one more clip. Well, I'll do one more video. Go to the Al Jazeera live stream, check in on what's happening in the latest. Then we're going to end this puppy. Great job to everybody for making it this far. I see you. Oh, good. More Israeli war crimes in Gaza.
Illegal. Into the future, but on the ground, reality is very different. In fact, it's very, very dark, very stark reality. People are living here in each passing day. We see the overnight strikes, the drone attacks, the ongoing closure of borders, whether it's in front of people moving outside of the Gaza Strip for medical evacuation, or in front of the humanitarian aid. We're seeing just a trickle amount of the aid coming in. It's been a few hours here in whatever left of the Gaza Strip areas outside of the yellow line. It's easy to point to repeated incidents that results into injuries, death, forced displacement, and ongoing attacks, state of fear, pervasive state of fear and panic across the strip, giving the ongoing aerial activities by the Israeli military, the drones, the fighter jets that keep hovering everywhere. Just in the past hour or so, an Israeli quadcopters on loudspeakers forcing people, requesting from them to leave the area that is outside the the yellow line in what looks like a preparation for the Israeli military to expand the area in the northern part of the Strip. Block 2 of the Jabalia refugee camp is outside the yellow line, and it has been the home for many of the displaced family, whether Palestinians who lost their homes in that area or those who are evacuating or sheltering with their relatives are now forced to run into the streets and search for other places to stay safe.
The interior ministers of Pakistan and Iran have met in Kyrgyzstan's capital, Bishkek.
Okay, that's where I'm going to end this here tonight. I still have to prepare for tonight's stream, and actually, as well as I have a bunch of stuff I want to get done on the primary elections here tonight. Well, this morning, before I go back to bed. And, oh, God. At least I've actually done a bunch of the preparation I need to at a time. Things are still going to change between now and the end of today. But yeah, no, that seems like a great, perfect spot to end it as they switch topics. We got through another stream. It's quite long and also difficult, but thankfully, we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, God Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Calibrating, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Oh No, Nadia, Jokey, Scout, Salida, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchfork Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia, Rican, New York, Relay, Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl, Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Benihana 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the Six, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Winnie and Robin, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perfect Cell, Young Chris, Echios, Emily S, and Tecate. That's right. All of these people here have helped produce a show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month.